The flame-armored man's dark golden long rod exploded behind him, becoming the perfect form of the Nanshan armament, a 3.3 m long golden blade. Luo Feng was going all out. Rumble. The golden long rod on his back immediately shot out countless gold lights and became 108 little blades before swiftly forming the 2.8 m long golden broadsword. It was the 8th form space-slicing gold blade. After all, he couldn't unleash the 9th level yet. The maximum power of the 8th level can still beat the 9th. Luo Feng howled within. Rumble. The golden horned beast in his internal world raised its head and howled, using its natural ability strengthen. Rumble. His spirit energy amplitude rose instantly from 1,600 to over 3,200, reaching its limit at. I spent 90 years in Primal Chaos City studying the Beast God statue hard, also studying the laws and resonating between the two of them. These 90 years add up to over 900 years in the actual universe. After such a long period of training, I can control a bit of the powerful Beast God presence. Even though I still don't know how to fuse the laws, after trillions of times imitating it, I can still use some of it. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with madness. Kill. His maximum spirit energy unleashed as he controlled the blade. Searching for that thread of terrifying Beast God presence, the 2.8 m broadsword instantly tore through the air. The noiseless and somewhat traceless perfect form of the Nanshan armament, the 3-meter gold blade instantly flew through the air and the two blades finally clashed for the first time. Neither was prepared to give an inch. Rumble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 734, Huge Shocks. Chapter 734, Huge Shocks. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. The two blades clashed. The space around the flames of the star instantly exploded apart, revealing a visible black hole. Many spatial tears appeared throughout with shards of space floating about. The black hole broke open as swiftly as it sealed itself back up. The broadsword floated in mid-air. It was knocked back a few thousand km before once again tearing through space and rushing towards the 3.3 m long Nanshan gold blade. That blade was knocked back over 10,000 kilometers before it flashed forward again. I have the advantage. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed at the situation. Actually, the opponent had unleashed the Nanshan's perfect form, using 10,081 little gold blades to form the perfect 3.3 m Nanshan blade. However, he didn't unleash the legendary teleportation ability, and if his opponent was Sector Lord Pinnacle, using the world energy of a Sector Lord Pinnacle, he could trigger the perfect Nanshan blade and travel through space, disappearing occasionally, and was also extremely hard to follow and predict. However, the opponent was only a Domain Lord level 9, hence he was unable to unleash its full potential. The theory was simple. Basic foundation strength was important. If there was a Star Traveler monster that could unleash the 9th level of the Nanshan armament, he could at most form it, but with a Star Traveler's spirit energy, they could only make it fly at a pitiful speed. It could never compare to a Sector Lord's speed. The opponent was disadvantaged, but so was Luo Feng. The body he used in the virtual universe network was that of a basic Domain Lord level 9 with a Domain Lord level 9 spirit energy, and that compared to a Sector Lord Pinnacle was a difference of 1,000 times. If Luo Feng reached the Sector Lord Pinnacle, using the terrifying Beast God presence in his blade, its power would be absurd. Rumble. 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 In the space above the star, the broadsword and the Nanshan gold blade clashed over and over. The gold blade was vicious and piercing, almost like a silent assassin, as it unpredictably flashed about. However, the moment it got an opportunity, it would strike. The broadsword was brutal and powerful, like a true tyrant. It was infused with a powerful sense of the Beast God, almost like a force that rushed forward without any obstruction in space. Of course, in terms of control of the weapon, it seemed simple and brute-like, but it had the sense of an unpolished gem. The two blades clashed, the assassin against the brute. It was very clear. The brute was taking the advantage. This is the true space-slicing gold blade. It's infused with brutality and willpower, slashing through space itself. Luo Feng was completely immersed in his control of the beast god presence. The broadsword flashed through the space and left behind slits and tears. Every time they clashed, it left behind huge tears in the space around it. Battle. The broadsword was obviously winning. With each clash, he was getting better and better, forcing the opponent's Nanshan gold blade to be knocked back and its area getting smaller. Go and die. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he determined he could win. Xiao. The broadsword became a piercing gold thread and tore through space, piercing straight at the flame-armored man. The Nanshan gold blade tried to stop it. But the broadsword simply dodged it and pierced straight at the man. It was a risky tactic. Regardless of the opponent's attack, he would still aim to kill the other. No! The flame-armored man retreated quickly on the Dark Cloud shuttle and controlled the gold blade to pierce at Luo Feng. It couldn't be helped. The clashes before had forced the flame-armored man into having very little space to move about, hence the broadsword instantly reached him. The Nanshan gold blade, however, took quite a while to get to Luo Feng. With such a gap, it determined the victor instantly. Pu Chi. The broadsword flashed past the body of the flame-armored man, as countless amounts of blade energy tore his body to shreds and destroyed his life core. 13th level. Passed. The 86 Undying standing in the middle of the island of the Heavenly Bridges all looked up at the broadcast. When Luo Feng finally defeated and passed the 13th level, all of them, including Tru Yen, were completely stunned. Domain Lord passing the 13th level? How long has it been? There were definitely such absolute geniuses in history. However, whenever such a person would appear, 99% of them were Domain Lord geniuses that had trained much longer than Luo Feng had. After all, to pass the 13th level after a few short 100 years of training was indeed amazing when compared to those that trained for tens of thousands of years and only passed the 11th, and that person was the strongest genius amongst the seniors of the Primal Region Domain Lords. The 11th level compared to the 13th, these were two completely different standards. Especially since the 12th to the 13th was a barrier, breaking through was extremely hard. It's only been a few hundred years. This Luo Feng. He actually passed the 13th level. From the 8th to the 13th, 6 levels consecutively. The group of Undyings including Bevan all held their breaths and watched. No one dared to say anything, they were all stunned by the miraculous run of 6 consecutive levels. Against the appearance of this monster, they couldn't say anything at all. Luo Feng stood at the end of the 13th level, looking ahead as the bridge extended into the star itself. I barely won the 13th level. My advantage was very slight, I probably don't have much hope for the 14th. Even though there's no guarantee, I still have to try. Luo Feng swiftly flew to the 14th level and continued, quickly reaching the insides of the star, deep into the sea of flames. Even though it was extremely hot, it was nothing against a Domain Lord level 9 body. A Domain Lord level 9's flying speed was after all faster than over 10,000 kilometers per second. Even a universe level could fight on a white dwarf star, a Domain Lord level 9's body was much tougher than that after all. Chi chi chi. There were endless flames everywhere. At the end of the 14th level, Luo Feng stood there and chose controller again as his opponent. The opponent was similarly a flame-armored man. Passing the 13th level at Domain Lord level, you have a boundless future. The flame-armored man's gold eyes looked at Luo Feng. If you pick controller, these levels 13 to 15 all use the Nanshan armament's 9th level. Although they will all use the same move, the power however is very different. If you didn't have anything in reserve before, then you probably have no chance of victory. Luo Feng smiled as he listened. A match against Undying, it was the final and most perfect move of the Nanshan armament. Just like how Blade World was used in levels 7 to 9. A match against Undying was being used from levels 13 to 15, this was within his expectations. Rumble. Both unleashed their Nanshan armaments simultaneously. They clashed instantly. Shie. The Nanshan gold blade brushed past Luo Feng's broadsword, shaking slightly, fast as lightning, unpredictable as it instantly pierced through Luo Feng's body, tearing him apart. Brush, shake, and pierce. Luo Feng didn't even have a fighting chance, he simply lost. From the Nanshan 36 levels, a match against Undying is also separated by its power levels. Luo Feng thought before being kicked out of the Heavenly Bridge. Luo Feng had lost. This attempt at the bridge had officially ended, he finally lost at the 14th level. The 86 Undyings in the center island, including the watchman Bevan, all watched as he finally lost at the 14th level. Many of them who had held their breaths nervously finally let out a sigh of relief. He finally lost. He can lose too. Many Undyings within the group all laughed, even beginning their discussions. However, what followed was a rush of shock over all of them. They were actually pressured by this monster's performance. They couldn't be blamed, his performance was simply too terrifying. Just how many levels were there on bridge? Reaching the 18th level was already the Emperor Undying level. Reaching the 15th was the official level Undying level. Reaching the 10th was the most normal Undying level. Of course, law comprehension level didn't represent that a sector lord was weaker than an Undying. Many sector lords would immediately become official level the moment they broke through, even Emperor level. Luo Feng had passed up to the 13th level. If a sector lord that had trained for hundreds of thousands of years had passed the 13th level, it wouldn't even be shocking. However, this domain lord that had trained for a few hundred years, this was simply beyond anyone's expectations. True Yen, congratulations. Haha, you have a good disciple. Congratulations. The group of Undyings all laughed. Ha ha ha. True Yen was extremely happy too. He thought within, this kid sure knows how to hide. He probably had a few special encounters, he normally displays to only me, his true law comprehension levels. And when he attempted the bridge earlier, he should have used some extra strengthening abilities. Sick, in a few hundred years, he's past the 13th level. Back when he first came to Primal Chaos City, he didn't even pass the first level. Jade. True Yen looked at her, you have to be careful. There will be many nights after my disciple. Jade glanced at him. Shwa. She vanished, obviously rushing to report to Nine Blade Knight. She was also very clear that the appearance of such a monster would immediately arouse all the superpowers. Following her, many other Undyings swiftly left too to report to their superiors. True Yen simply laughed loudly and left. Only Watchman Bevan was left on the island. He took a deep breath. This Luo Feng's performance was simply too. Watchman Bevan secretly sent out a bunch of mails. This monster that probably only appears only once every trillion eras, he didn't dare not to report him. What did you say? Nine Blade Knight sat high up in his throne, he stood up fiercely and gazed down at Jade Emperor. Luo Feng passed 6 levels consecutively, he's past the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Jade said respectfully. Sir Knight, I'm cutting to the chase, Luo Feng has indeed passed the 13th level. I know that the Primal Region Domain Lord 10 Seniors, even the strongest one has only passed the 11th, you can watch the footage here. A few hundred years and he's already surpassed the other geniuses that have trained for tens of thousands of years, and is even stronger by 100 times? Is he another absolute genius like Kudi? The group of Undyings along with Bevan's report had resulted in almost all the upper echelon of the Virtual Universe Company hearing the news of Luo Feng's Heavenly Bridge attempt almost immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 735, Storm. Chapter 735, Storm. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Such a miraculous occurrence, it spread like wildfire. The group of Undyings couldn't help but share it with their friends, hence, within a short half an hour, the news of the punk that had only trained for a few hundred years passing the 13th level had already spread throughout. And the main lead Luo Feng, however, wasn't in the least bit excited. "I won't go study the 9-universe tablet yet." He suddenly stopped as he headed towards the city leader's residence. Frowning, "I had some revelation earlier when I passed the 6 levels, I'll first head back to reflect on it before heading out to study the 9-universe tablet." After which he turned and headed back to this training quarters. Every level he fought, he had exchanged tens of rounds with his opponents. Hence, he had clearly seen their skill and the way they handled their Nanshan armament. All of them had different styles from him, hence it triggered quite a bit of inspiration in him. On the quiet balcony of his training quarters, Luo Feng jumped up and sat cross-legged there, and began to reflect on the many battles. This was very important to him, hence he immediately closed his virtual universe connection to prevent any disruptions. Who? The flow of the primal chaos energies, Luo Feng pondered calmly. He didn't know that he had created a huge commotion throughout. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island, Nine-Blade Knight's Palace. Nine-Blade Knight stood there and frowned. He was dressed in his green armor with purple scales on his head. "Knight, this Luo Feng is too terrifying. Many absolute geniuses start off strong but slow down towards the back. His improvement, however, simply gets more shocking. He's only lived for a few hundred years, yet he's already past the 13th level. He is definitely a rare genius of 10 million eras. The other knights and universe country leaders will definitely want to accept him as their student. When that happens, he may become someone else's underling. You cannot hesitate anymore." Jade stood nervously beside. Nine-Blade Knight gently held out his hand in mid-air. Jade Emperor immediately held back whatever else she wanted to say, keeping silent. "I understand." Nine-Blade nodded. "However," Jade said nervously. Jade was Nine-Blade Knight's #1 Emperor level Undying. Hence they were very close, and the two of them often discussed problems together. Even though it was Nine-Blade that gave the orders, Jade was usually the one that organized and led his armies, along with other duties, etc. Nine-Blade shook his head and smiled. "How can I not be clear about it, that Bolin and him have trained for about the same amount of time? However, he only just passed the 8th level, and yet he's already considered exceptional amongst the universe levels. This Luo Feng, however, has already passed the 13th level. He is thousands to tens of thousands of times stronger than Bolin. Bolin is a rare genius of 10,000 eras, yet, this Luo Feng naturally is one of 1 in 10 million eras. But look, which of these geniuses of the 10 million eras have never aroused the many powerful people to want them? I'm clear on this, Luo Feng must be clear too." Nine-Blade shook his head, otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored the mail I personally sent to him. "Knight, you've already sent the mail?" Jade was shocked. She didn't expect his action to be that fast. He didn't reply. How can he dare not to reply? Jade was shocked. He naturally wouldn't dare not to reply me. However, he's closed his connection to the virtual universe network. Nine-Blade Knight shook his head. Since he's done that, he naturally cannot receive anything, hence I cannot blame him. Jade was shocked. Clever punk. This Luo Feng sure was cunning. He had probably already expected many powerful people to invite him, or have the intention of accepting him as their disciple, and as he was low in position himself, he wouldn't dare reject anyone. Hence he purposely shut off his connections. This would naturally leave him innocent. Reopening it after a while after amassing large amounts of mail, he would then be able to pick from the lot. Cunning. Jade said softly. Such a genius, it's natural he has such smarts about him. Nine-Blade Knight shook his head and smiled. Relax, I am after all the knight above him and am either directly or indirectly responsible for him. The first mail he should receive should still be mine. After Luo Feng passed the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge, a huge storm was caused. It didn't only affect the upper echelons of the virtual universe company, it also reached the other races. In a starfield in desolate universe country, there was a slit in space which held a god country within. This majestic god country was where the Bug Clan organization lay in hiding. Within the god country, there was a mountain range that was over 1 million kilometers high. It was the tallest mountain there, and at its peak, there was a shrine that was over 100,000 kilometers tall. It glowed in a dazzling gold light, shining over the land, and silhouettes could be seen within the shrine. Humans, intrepid bug soldiers, they worked harmoniously within. Master, master. Within the highest level of the shrine, a gold-robed silhouette flashed and appeared within the vast palace, shouting anxiously, "I have important matters to report, important matters." Howl, howl, over 10,000 gold bug soldiers, undying bug soldiers, scattered within the palace immediately raged as they noticed the gold-robed man rushing straight in. They let out warning signals to him. Almost like they were saying if he showed any more disrespect, they would attack him. Why the rush? What's there to report? A gentle voice resounded within the hall, a voice that calmed one's entire body. The gold-robed man looked respectfully at the large amount of undying soldiers protecting a 10 kilometers tall mother nest. I just got news that the human genius Luo Feng, number 3, has just attempted the heavenly bridge today. He's only lived for a few hundred years and yet now he's already past the 13th level. 13th level? Her gentle voice had some suspicion within. Passing the 10th is a normal undying's level. This means that number 3's law comprehension is already akin or even better than a general already. Yes, master. The man replied respectfully but urgently. And to reach such a level in a few short years, compared to the most exceptional Bolin that came from the same batch of the genius competition, he only just passed the 8th level. He cannot compare to Luo Feng at all. That Bolin is already considered a rare genius of the past 10,000 eras, but this Luo Feng is worthy of being one of the past 10 million eras. 10 million eras, that was 100 billion years. Even though the universe had been around for a long time, 10 million eras was still considered a long period of time. Any genius capable of taking that title, such as Kudi and Shirhuanite, even though many had fallen during their time, whoever that didn't, would have shocking achievements. The absolute genius of 10 million eras that didn't die, the weakest would also be an Emperor Pinnacle level. Rare genius of 10 million eras, comparable to Kudi? The gentle voice resounded. Yes. The gold-robed man said. When we got rid of Kudi's threat back then, our Bug Clan had spent quite a bit of energy and resources to cause his teacher, the Primal Chaos City leader, to be unable to warp time and space and revive him. The gentle voice resounded. Raise Luo Feng's position to number 1. I will report this to the race. Our organization already doesn't have enough resources to deal with him. You can go. Yes. The gold-robed man left respectfully. The universe was infinitely vast. Humanity, Bug Clan, automaton race, etc., all these together still only took up but a small portion of the universe. In the distant regions, there were other incredibly powerful races. Of which, there was a god country hidden in a slit of space there. This was a god country continent filled with black energy flow. Within the majestic black shrine. Master. A silhouette covered in black smog knelt respectfully, and within the chilly hall there sat a over 3 kilometers tall silhouette formed from countless black rocks. The surface of the rocks burned with red flames, his nose occasionally shot out black flames. His 2 horns seemed to be made from a translucent ceramic glaze. He looked down at the tiny black silhouette. The majestic silhouette shot out black flames from his nostrils. Master, we just got word that the Hong Alliance humanity just produced an absolute genius. He's called Luo Feng. He's only trained for a few hundred years and yet he's already passed the Heavenly Bridge's 13th level. The little silhouette said respectfully. He is definitely a rare genius of 10 million eras, however he is currently living in the sacred land of humanity Primal Chaos City, with their leader guarding there. Hence, our race has no way to infiltrate. The majestic silhouette gazed down at the silhouette below. Wherever the primal Chaos City leader guards, there's no hope. We'll wait. When he becomes Sector Lord, he will definitely head out to the outer region wars. There'll naturally be a chance to get rid of him. Countless crystal medals floated about the majestic god country. The entire diameter of the place was about 3 million kilometers, and was completely formed from a peculiar crystal. In the core of the area, a man sat in a jade green throne. He seemed like a perfect crystal carving which had the appearance of a human, and on his forehead he had one gold eye. The formless ripples revolved about his eye as it spread over the diameter of 300 kilometers area. Ah! The distant Home Alliance human race has actually produced a rare genius of 10 million eras. Looks like the Bug Clan, the demons and the automaton race will all try and find ways to kill him. Sending out knights to do the job will have a guarantee of killing Luo Feng. However, the price would be that of them sacrificing their knights to the powerful warriors of humanity. Using a knight in place for Luo Feng? No race would do that. However, if it's just an undying, trying to assassinate him would be troublesome. Interesting. The 4 pinnacle races have territories close to each other, the more they fight the better. The man said to himself softly, after which he closed his 3 eyes. The news of humanity producing an absolute genius had, within one day, spread throughout the universe to countless races. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 736, Thirst for Talents. Chapter 736, Thirst for Talents. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Primal Chaos City, amongst the countless living quarters, on a particular balcony. Luo Feng opened his eyes while sitting cross-legged, revealing a smile on his face. The reflections have given me good benefits. Babata! Luo Feng shouted within. Here! Babata said passionately. As Babata had only recognized Luo Feng as his true master only after he hit domain lord level, he was now extremely swift and passionate in all his orders now. Open connection to Virtual Universe Network. Luo Feng smiled. There should be mail from quite a number of powerful people. Understood. Babata was very happy. He immediately opened the network and a flood of mail entered. A total of 392 mail and 13 call requests. Babata said. So many? Luo Feng was shocked as he smiled. When he decided to attempt the bridge earlier, he had guessed that passing the 12th and 13th level would create a storm. After all, the strongest of the primal region domain lords that have trained for tens of thousands of years had only reached level 11. He immediately sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe. Virtual Universe Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region. Luo Feng sat at his desk and opened the screen. On it were many mails and some call requests. The main bulk of it is from knights, a total of 322 knights. The others are some powerful undyings. Also Wuka and Rongjun have sent mails. The call requests include those too. And your teacher Truyan's call request is here as well. Babata stood on his shoulder and said. Shwa shwa shwa. Luo Feng swiftly read through the mails. His viewing speed was shocking as he finished them quickly. The knights don't care about a rare genius of 10,000 eras. As for an absolute monster of 10 million eras, however, this has aroused them. Luo Feng smiled. He could clearly feel their sincerity as they spoke affectionately to him via the mails, saying how they were willing to accept him as their disciple. Of course, everything was still up to Luo Feng's decision, and these knights didn't bother to force him at all. I'll first pay a visit to my teacher, Luo Feng said. Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng jumped down from his balcony and became a blur, swiftly heading to the not-too-distant Truyan Emperor's residence. Teacher. Luo Feng walked into the yard and bowed respectfully. Sit. Truyan had some peculiar wine beside him. He poured a glass for Luo Feng. Yes. Luo Feng. Saturday. Ah, you really gave me a shock. Truyen glanced at him, after which he laughed. I'm sure many knights have sent you mails. Luo Feng nodded. Yes, teacher. Your improvement has been shocking. According to the level and speed, even if you slow down slightly in the future, becoming an Emperor Pinnacle Undying shouldn't be too hard. Truyen smiled. After all, a rare genius of 10 million eras, other than falling midway, the weakest still become Emperor Pinnacle, and close to 1/3 of them become knights. After discovering your shocking improvement, they will definitely fight to accept you. After all, the student-teacher relationship is the most sturdy. But Luo Feng nodded his head heavily. The strong warriors all had incredibly long lifespans, hence their relatives would all die off. Their next closest person would naturally be their teacher. Respecting their teachers, this was something very important amongst humanity. Even if one of them exceeded his teacher in strength, he still would have to respect him. Because the teacher was the one who guided and sped up your training, and a true teacher would have helped you time and again. This debt was huge. Naturally, respect was a given. Whoever disrespected his teacher would be held with disdain by all the warriors. This was also why the knights all wanted to accept Luo Feng as their disciple. As long as he didn't die halfway, he would at least reach the emperor-level pinnacle, and would become someone who was completely able to become their right or left arms. And the moment he became a knight, with a knight disciple, whether it was the wars or exploring the universe's secret regions, outer region battles, etc., with the student and teacher working together, there was a higher guarantee of success. Others may backstab or kill others, etc. However, these sort of things hardly ever happen between student and teacher. Whoever dared to kill their teacher, if it was discovered, they would be made a public enemy. Have you decided? Truyen looked at him. Then, who will you choose be your teacher? Luo Feng was hesitating. Don't hesitate. Which warrior doesn't have a group of teachers? Truyen laughed loudly. Back then, I too climbed from a weak warrior to having a group of teachers. A teacher's capability is after all limited. For the sake of humanity's growth, there's naturally no limit to one person having only one teacher. It would only waste your talents. Luo Feng nodded. There are many knights, however I don't know which to choose. Luo Feng said. Within, he was thinking of getting Tianshi Palace's leader. It couldn't be helped. Tianshi Palace's leader never sent out any mail. As for the other over 300 knights, Luo Feng mostly didn't even recognize them. He didn't know who was strong or weak. The mail they all sent only briefly explained their abilities. However, Luo Feng naturally understood the theory of overselling oneself, and that not everything they said could be believed. Let me recommend you one. Truyen smiled. Luo Feng was stunned. Primal Chaos City Leader. Truyen emphasized. Luo Feng was shocked. Primal Chaos City Leader? The super being that guarded the sacred land of humanity itself? With the trillions of other races eyeing this sacred land constantly, the importance of this location could only be imagined. However, after so long, no other race has ever dared come invade this primal chaos city. One could only imagine how powerful this being was. However, teacher, he didn't send me any mail. Luo Feng said. Am I to personally go promote myself? No. Truyen shook his head. Even though he hasn't sent a mail, he sent someone to tell me that he's willing to take you as a disciple in name. Disciple in name? Luo Feng was stunned. The city leader's position and status is extremely high up. Even though your performance was not bad, you still haven't earned the right to become his true disciple. Truyen laughed loudly. His disciples are all normally made up of knights. Of course, that Kudi was his disciple too. But compared to Kudi, you are still somewhat weaker. Luo Feng nodded his head and accepted it. Kudi had passed the primal region Sky Mountain at Universe, Domain Lord and Sector Lord level. At Sector Lord he was akin to an Emperor level Undying, who was even able to kill official-level undyings. It was said that his law comprehension at Sector Lord level was capable of passing the 20th level, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to use his Sector Lord body to kill an official-level undying. Such an absolute genius, only he was accepted as a disciple. The city leader has also left a primal chaos tablet. Do you know which one? Tru Yan smiled at Luo Feng. 52 tablets. Luo Feng was shocked. In his mind the names of each tablet appeared. The Universe Tablet. Tru Yan said. The second-ranked tablet? Luo Feng took a deep breath. 52 Primal Chaos Tablets. The Huge Axe Tablet was number 1 and the Universe Tablet was number 2. The Huge Axe Tablet was left behind by the creator of the Huge Axe Dojo, and the Universe Tablet was left by the Primal Chaos City Leader. From this, it could be seen that this city leader should be among the top 3 pinnacle beings of the entire humanity. He guarded Primal Chaos City for countless eras, making countless other races not dare to enter. An absolute pinnacle being. Even though the other knights will take you as their disciple and the city leader is only taking you in name, however, even in name, if you perform exceptionally in the future, you will rise to become his disciple. Tru Yan smiled. With him as your teacher, no one in humanity will dare mess with you. Incidents like Yanzhu Emperor messing with you will never happen again. Of course, the warriors of the other races will not care about him. Luo Feng nodded. The other races. Right. Humanity was but one race, the other races and its warriors, and their great beings akin to the Huge Axe Dojo's founder, they existed. Even the Yenshin race was left behind by a great being. The Demon Note inheritance, the Ice Mountain inheritance, they were probably left by other races too. The universe was vast with many powerful beings. It was indeed important to always be humble. I've decided, Luo Feng nodded, I will take the Primal Chaos City Leader as my teacher. Ha ha. Tru Yan nodded satisfied. However, go see Nine-Blade Knight first and tell him of your decision. He is after all the knight in charge of you. Once he knows you are taking the Primal Chaos City Leader as your teacher, he wouldn't dare say anything either. He is after all one of the top people in the Virtual Universe Company. Top person in the Virtual Universe Company? Luo Feng couldn't take it anymore. He really wanted to see this being personally, who was a true pinnacle being. Compared to the Huge Axe Dojo founder, he couldn't be too far off. Otherwise, how could he guard over the sacred land of humanity and stop all other races from invasion? Luo Feng couldn't wait anymore. He quickly first connected to the virtual universe and headed to Nine-Blade Knight's special space, respectfully visiting him. Nine-Blade Knight was a lot more courteous to Luo Feng this time. Of course, once he knew the city leader was taking him as a disciple in name, Nine-Blade Knight was helpless to stop it. He was, after all, the Primal Chaos City Leader. Even as a disciple in name, Luo Feng's position was still much higher than any other knight's disciples. Ha, you seem impatient. Nine-Blade Knight said in the throne above. He gazed down and smiled, since the city leader has given the order, then hurry and head over. Remember, there should never be any disrespect before him. His has been the guardian of humanity's sacred land for countless ages, his contribution to humanity is immeasurable. Yes, Knight. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. After which he vanished. At the same time, Luo Feng walked out of his teacher Tru Yan's residence and followed the vast walkways to the city leader's residence. From afar, he could already see the majestic palace. Primal Chaos City Leader. Luo Feng muttered to himself softly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 737, Primal Chaos City Leader. Chapter 737, Primal Chaos City Leader. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. The main entrance of the city leader's residence was left open with people frequently heading in and out. Luo Feng followed his usual path in. In the past, he had always been heading towards the Nine Universe tablet. This time, however, he was heading to visit the city leader. The city leader's inner mansion. Luo Feng took a deep breath and walked towards the highly guarded area. The outer areas were all lax and free. The inner areas, however, had guards all over. With just a glance, one could see that all of them were undyings. Clang! Two guards simultaneously banged their pikes and stopped Luo Feng, looking coldly at him. "I am Luo Feng, I'm here to visit the city leader," Luo Feng said respectfully. "The city leader isn't a person you can visit as you will." One of the guards, engulfed in lightning, looked coldly at him. Without his order, even a knight won't be able to see him. For him to actually become a guard of the Primal Chaos City leader, it was something very honorable. This was the Primal Chaos City leader, the #1 being in the Virtual Universe Company, a true authority. The Undyings would all fight simply to guard the place. Even though they were just guards, their authority allowed them to disregard even knights, as they represented the Primal Chaos City leader. "Please check." Luo Feng smiled. "I did indeed receive his order to come here." "Ah?" The surrounding group of Undyings all looked at Luo Feng. "Right. Without the city leader's order, why would this little punk dare come here in the first place?" "Please wait, I'll go check." The guard covered in lightning no longer had a cold expression, he smiled passionately. "You are Luo Feng?" After a while, the guard looked shocked at him. Luo Feng nodded and smiled. "Go in, Gui Knight is waiting for you within," the guard said and withdrew his blockade, allowing Luo Feng to enter. Luo Feng smiled and entered the mansion, as the group of undying guards about all began to discuss amongst themselves. It was extremely rare, even within the past 100 million years, for a domain lord or sector lord to be able to enter the city leader's residence. This was his living quarters. Within, he followed the spacious walkways and quickly reached a primal stone plaza. He glanced into the distance, spotting a fiery red-robed bald man. He was smiling indifferently, he seemed calm. Just from looking at this man, Luo Feng couldn't help but calm down, feeling as though he had melded into the spacious and calm space. Everything about him seemed to vanish, leaving only that bald man. Luo Feng was stunned as he awoke. What a terrifying being! Tianshi Palace, Undying Knight, Shihua Knight, Nine-Blade Knight. I feel like these knights are all incredibly powerful. And even though the Emperor-level Undyings are strong, I can still faintly determine their strength. As for this man before me, I cannot tell at all. He should be a knight. Luo Feng instantly confirmed. He should be the Gui Knight the knights mentioned. Luo Feng walked towards the red-robed bald man. "I am Gui Knight, I'm here to receive you on my teacher's orders." He smiled. The energy he emitted had an immediate influence on Luo Feng's soul. Luo Feng greets Gui Knight. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. "Follow me," Gui Knight said. "Yes." Luo Feng said respectfully and followed. The knight led Luo Feng through the mansion, smiling as he turned towards him. "Teacher is willing to take you as his disciple in name, and from what I see, it seems that you've agreed?" "Yes." Luo Feng nodded. Since you've become his disciple in name, you don't have to call me Gui Knight anymore. Just call me second senior instead." Gui Knight smiled. "I went under him very early, hence I became the second senior. He has other disciples under him, with many of them stronger than even me. However, he favors me, hence I get to stay close to him." Luo Feng said, "Greetings, second senior." Gui Knight smiled and talked as they walked. "Teacher has 3 great bodies. The one in Primal Chaos City is here to kill and punish. Hence, you have to be extremely respectful, you cannot offend him." "Yes." Luo Feng was shocked as he replied. "My God! That Primal Chaos City leader actually has 3 bodies, and the one left in the city was for killing and punishment? Just one body of his was enough to guard the entire primal chaos city? If that was so, the strength he had in total was unimaginable. Actually, the city leader having 3 bodies was not a secret at all. The strong were still the strong, hence he was respected. He had massacred and killed countless other warriors from other races. His 3 bodies are well known throughout the trillions of races in the universe, every one of them having unbelievable power. Primal Chaos Ruins? Luo Feng looked into a quiet yard ahead. There was a stone tablet there with 3 words on it. Teacher is within. Gui Knight said and brought Luo Feng in. Luo Feng stepped through. Rumble. Time and space warped. Initially, they were in the city leader's residence, however the moment he took a step into the yard, he felt the stars and everything warp. He had entered into a boundless world. Endless ground before them, with bodies all about. Some were as big as planets, some smaller than humans, however they all emanated terrifying energies. This was probably the ruins of a terrifying pinnacle battle. Luo Feng and Gui Knight walked through the endless ruins. Teacher! Gui Knight suddenly shouted. Luo Feng was shocked to discover a 3-meter tall and sturdy man in the distance. He wore an incredibly complex ancient dark red armor with boots on, and a snake tail extending out of his armor behind. As Luo Feng's gaze landed on him, he felt his soul shudder within. He had only spotted a silhouette initially, yet now he was looking at endless universe laws, the vast universe laws, and the killing intent emanating from him. It made Luo Feng's soul completely submit. No sense of resistance. Luo Feng? A very normal voice resounded. The illusion before was completely shattered as Luo Feng once again saw the man standing before them. This red-armored man with a snake tail turned to look at him. There were 2 red horns on his forehead with peculiar engravings on them. It seemed evil and terrifying, however his eyes were calm like the vast ocean, like the endless space. It made one calm down from within. Luo Feng greets Lord City Leader. Luo Feng knelt down. Terrifying, too terrifying. Luo Feng shuddered within. At first glance, I thought I was staring at the universe laws themselves. Right, this is the level of which one becomes the laws. Shiluo Duo had said so too, the beast god is fused with the laws, every action triggers them. Even the statue of it has the laws within. And the primal chaos city leader, since he's reached this level, naturally he carries the laws within. Just looking at him, it was like looking at the powerful amount of law energies he has. This was an extreme realm. One that definitely exceeded the Knights, a true pinnacle being of the vast universe. Your performance was not bad, your encounters are quite plenty too. He looked at Luo Feng and smiled. Luo Feng listened respectfully. Within, however, he was panicking, because he felt like the gaze of the city leader could see through him completely. It was almost like there was no secret he could keep from him. My Masha body is keeping the core with him and he's hiding in the world ring. I've already refined that ring, I'll know if anybody scans it. And if anybody scans my core, I should know that too. However, this city leader's power is unbelievable, it's hard to say. He is after all the city leader, he wouldn't bother to scan my world ring. I've seen the footage of your heavenly bridge attempt, you are almost done with the 108 wonders of the space. The city leader smiled. And it's been less than 90 years this time in Primal Chaos City. To almost finish the 108 wonders within this time frame is not bad. Luo Feng listened obediently. You passing the 13th level, it should be from the Beast God presence you got from the Gold Horn Race's Beast God Canyon, right? The city leader said. Yes. Luo Feng said. Within, however, he shuddered. Terrifying, even though the city leader's guess was somewhat off, it wasn't completely wrong. As Luo Feng had copied the huge sleeping Beast God statue trillions of times in the Beast God Canyon, that was how he got some bit of the presence. The little beast god statue he got couldn't be copied at all. The moment he copied a little too much of it, the universe would punish him. Only the statue Shi Luo Duo left behind was possible. To be able to comprehend a bit of the presence is not bad already. The city leader said, "Are you willing to be my disciple in name?" "I'm willing," Luo Feng said respectfully. The city leader nodded his head. He, one that stood at the pinnacle of humanity, even though a genius was important, he was very clear that some people may have slow comprehension speeds. Regardless, after constantly break through their boundaries, they too could become knights. Hence, unless it was an absolute genius of 10 million eras, he wouldn't care. Even such a genius, he would still observe for a while before actually accepting him as a true disciple. "I know Tru Yen exchanged the top half of the Nanshan 7 forms for you," the city leader said. "And since you can actually comprehend a little of the beast god presence, it shows that you have a talent in the fusion of the laws. However, fusion of the laws is tens of thousands of times harder than simply comprehending one law. I'll give you time, 3,000 years. The city leader said. If you can finish the first form of the Nanshan 7 forms in 3,000 years here in Primal Chaos City, I will accept you as my disciple. The city leader said to Luo Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 738, Completion. Chapter 738, Completion. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Finish the first form of the Nanshan 7 forms within 3,000 years? Gui Knight, who stood beside, was shocked within. The Nanshan 7 forms or Beast God 7 techniques were well known as an extremely valuable manual amongst the pinnacle race humanity's upper echelon. There were 2 reasons for its reputation. One of them was because the Gold Horn race's Shi Luo Duo was well known amongst the trillions of races in the universe back then. The second reason was also because of the universe producing such a powerful creature, the Beast God. And because of it, humans back then had sacrificed quite a lot. The strong were forged. Shi Luo Duo and the Beast God were like that. And the Nanshan 7 forms that Shi Luo Duo created was created with the Beast God in mind. Naturally, this was respected by humanity itself. When the Gold Horn race became subservient to humanity, the strongest manual they had was this Nanshan 7 forms. Naturally, it became humanity's, and since then, as they respected Shi Luo Duo and the Beast God, there were many that exchanged for this manual and trained in it. This training made them discover that the Nanshan 7 forms were incredibly difficult. It was tens of thousands of times harder than simply training in the space law alone. Especially the first level, even some knights have yet to pass this first level. Completing this first level proved that one had talent in the fusion of the gold and space laws. I remember back then, Lian Luo took 3,000 years to completely comprehend the 108 wonders of space laws. Gui Knight was shocked within. And teacher is only giving Luo Feng 3,000 years to comprehend the Nanshan 7 forms first form. That's tough. 3,000 years? Luo Feng was nervous within. Shi Luo Duo had mentioned in the first volume that this was just the beginning. It was best to completely comprehend the 108 wonders first before trying this out, and the time spent on this would be hundreds to thousands of times longer than the time spent on the 108 wonders. These were some words left behind by Shi Luo Duo in the manual, casual hundreds to thousands of times. I spent over 100 years comprehending the 108 wonders, then wouldn't the time I need be 10,000 to 100,000 years? Luo Feng thought. However, I have the little Beast God statue. Since I'm able to study it and imitate the way it fuses the laws, my efficiency will be much higher. If I work hard, I'll definitely be able to finish the scale section within 3,000 years. I will definitely do my best. Luo Feng stood before this body of the city leader, not daring to show any disrespect. He nodded. After which walked into the distance. Gui Knight and Luo Feng followed. Your 9th senior is here, he said. Luo Feng turned around and suddenly amidst a tornado, a 9 m tall huge man with 6 arms and 6 eyes walked over. Behind him was a huge gold axe almost as tall as him. It had incomparably complex engravings on it, and powerful energy emanated from it, causing the space around it to tear apart. He took huge strides over, stepping through some bodies. The space about shook. "Teacher," the huge man said respectfully as he got closer. "This is your 9th senior huge axe knight," the city leader explained behind Luo Feng. "9th senior." Luo Feng bowed. "Your 9th senior huge axe knight has trained in the Nanshan 7 forms before." The city leader revealed a smile. "From today on, within these 3,000 years, I allow you to go visit him for guidance once every decade. Whatever questions you have, you can ask him." Luo Feng was happy. Even though it was said that no one had comprehended the secret of the sleeping beast god statue in the Gold Horn Race's Beast God Canyon, Luo Feng had long guessed that there would be some warriors that had seen through it, but had not publicly announced anything. The strong were numerous as the clouds. They even had this manual. There would definitely be many that have tried it. "Yes," Luo Feng said respectfully, after which he turned to the huge axe knight and said respectfully, "I'll be troubling you for the next 3,000 years, 9th senior." "No trouble at all." He laughed and said. "What a joke." The city leader ordered it. Would he dare go against it? "This Nanshan 7 forms is too hard. Even though I've trained in it before, I can only roughly guide you," Huge Axe Knight explained. Even though he had tried training it before, he had only reached the 4th level. His body itself, however, was very strong. After a trillion years of practicing, he realized the gains didn't make up for the losses. Right now he had completely given up on it, and was focusing on studying time itself. He was already accomplished in space. Hence, he was waiting for the moment he reached the same level in time as well. Time and space as one, he would naturally become a universe master. Training time and space, this was the great path common amongst the universe's trillion races. 99.9% of knights all walked this path. After the city leader ordered Huge Axe Knight, he turned to Luo Feng. "The way our virtual universe company nurtures its geniuses is that the higher the talent, the more resources he would receive. Of course, you'll only get these when you reach Sector Lord level. Since you are under me now, I will naturally give you some resources too." "Thank you, teacher." Luo Feng was glad within. "I'll give you an extra 20 times to study the 9 Universe tablet," the city leader said. "I believe it's what you need the most now. Go on, let's hope you'll finish the 1st form within 3,000 years. "Yes." Luo Feng could barely suppress his joy, bowing respectfully. Gui Knight and Huge Axe Knight bowed too. Hua! The 3 of them simultaneously vanished and appeared within the Primal Chaos Ruins yard. Space warp? Luo Feng realized as he stood in the yard, shocked. Luo Feng Jr., work hard. Gui Knight said as he smiled, after which he vanished too. "I'll visit you in the virtual universe Yuxiang Mountain in 10 years. Huge Axe Knight's voice rumbled, after which he vanished too. 3,000 years? Luo Feng thought, his eyes gleaming with joy, and another 20 times to study the tablet. It's wonderful. 20 chances to study the 9 Universe tablet. Although it seemed normal, in truth, its worth was priceless. That was because even with points, it was impossible to exchange for these chances. Every time one passed a level in the Heavenly Bridge, he would get 1 chance. After passing the 21st level, one would already be a knight. One would only get about 21 times. Every chance itself was extremely valuable. The main reason Luo Feng came to Primal Chaos City was mostly also to study this 9 Universe tablet. Out of nowhere, he suddenly got 20 more chances. It was even better than the many manuals he had, surprising him more than acquiring any treasure. After exiting the residence, he headed straight to study the tablet. He currently had a total of 26 times. He had 6 times left from the Heavenly Bridge and the city leader gave him another 20. using each time wisely would allow his improvement speed to grow extremely fast. Time passed. The news of Luo Feng becoming a disciple and named to the city leader was well known amongst the knights. And the Ganwu Universe country leader too made a rare order to look after his family well. With that, the many undying families naturally were incredibly passionate to his family. The Luo family power immediately soared even more, akin to a powerful undying family within the Ganwu Universe country. Luo Feng didn't care much about this. He was clear this was the most important period of rising for him. The stronger he got and the higher he climbed, then his family would get even stronger. The moment he fell, however, his family too would fall rapidly. 10 years later. Yes, 9th senior. Understood. Ah. Within his training grounds in the virtual universe Yuxiang Mountain Primal region, Hugh Jack's knight was guiding him, answering the questions he had bottled up for 10 years. And as one of the early disciples of the city leader, with countless years of guidance from the city leader himself, his strength was no weaker than Shihua Knight. He was maybe even stronger. His guidance was naturally solid, easily explaining and making Luo Feng smile with delight. After 3 whole days of guidance, Hugh Jack's knight left. Luo Feng continued to sit cross-legged on the balcony, occasionally looking up to the skies, and other times immersed in his thoughts. The golden-horned beast and the Masha clan too were training hard. In a flash, it had been 12 years since he left the city leader's residence after becoming a disciple in name. Ha ha! Luo Feng, who sat cross-legged on his balcony, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. He couldn't help but smile excitedly. I've finally done it! I've completely comprehended the 108 wonders of space. Lian Luo took 3,000 years. I did it in a little over 100 years. Luo Feng laughed loudly, filled with glee. I trained with the Sector Lord body, he did the same. Yet I'm close to 30 times faster than he was. Looks like my speed has exceeded his. With the separate bodies, Luo Feng's speed and talent did exceed Lian Luo's. However, it wasn't as absurd as 30 times more. The main thing was he had the little beast god statue. To be able to study and feel its presence, it naturally was a huge benefit to his training in the space laws. No wonder Lian Luo had said that with the comprehension of these 108 wonders, the 4th and 5th and even the 6th picture would be easier. Luo Feng smiled. Even though the 4th to the 6th are incredibly complex, in truth, they are a formation of these 108 wonders. The 108 wonders were like the ingredients. And all delicacies relied on the most basic ingredients. Comprehending the foundation before training the 4th to 6th pictures, it was completely unlike the normal warriors with their basic level comprehension. The 4th to 6th pictures, I'll at most take a little time with them, they won't be a barrier at all. Luo Feng said confidently. However, I'm in no rush to study the 4th picture now. I have to first study the Nanshan 7 forms, I have to grasp the time. Luo Feng couldn't care less about anything else. He closed his eyes, and in his mind, countless words and training methods etc. floated within. This was the Nanshan 36 forms he had acquired back in the Goldhorn Race Sacred Lands Manual Tower. As he read through the Nanshan 7 forms, he discovered the Nanshan 36 forms was the basic beginner's manual to the Nanshan 7 forms. This was actually said in its detailed introduction back in the Manual Tower, that this was Shi Luo Duo's basic manual. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 739, Domain Lord Qualification Battles. Chapter 739, Domain Lord Qualification Battles. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Before, Luo Feng had simply relied on the golden horned beast to grasp the beast god presence, not trying to comprehend the laws within, but simply imitated it. At this time, he had truly begun to study the fusion of the laws. Just like how some people were naturally gifted in piano on Earth, and some more in the sciences, even though they could achieve anything with effort, the talent was a good stepping stone. And in the difficult path of fusing the laws, one that even many knights weren't able to begin with, and Luo Feng had just stepped in. Was it fast? Or slow? It was hard to say before the training began. Virtual Universe, Luo Feng's training grounds. In the spacious sky above the mountains, Luo Feng stood on the Luo Fu Lu board with over 800,000 little blades surrounding him. A blur of blades covered the sky. He used his spirit energy to trigger the blades and through the universe laws, began to unleash his illusionary blade, sky-piercing blade, blade domain, heavenly pillar, space slicer, blade world. Even though these were ordinary blades, with no law engravings on them, he could still use his moves. The main advantage of the spirit weapons were that they had fixed law engravings on them. Through some combination work, the moves could be used to trigger them. Simply triggering the law engravings allowed one to use them. But, without the spirit weapons, for Luo Feng to control the blur of blades, and triggering the laws by himself was too tedious. Using the same move without a spirit weapon, the amount of energy needed alone would be tens to hundreds of times different. Space-slicing gold blade. Countless blades danced in mid-air, triggered by the universe laws. They eventually formed one body together. A huge blade with golden energy flow was formed. Luo Feng's face was flushed red. He stared hard at the huge blade formed by countless little ones. If I use the Nanshan armament, I can easily unleash this move, and the power will be much stronger. Luo Feng thought. However, using hundreds of thousands of normal little blades, and triggering the laws for each one of them to eventually connect them with the laws themselves is very tedious. I can barely form this huge blade. One had to know that Luo Feng had already comprehended the 108 wonders of space, and his space law comprehension had already reached the 12th level of the heavenly bridge. The moment he combined that with his 3,200 spirit energy amplitude, he could already unleash the Nanshan armament's 9th level, a match against Undying. With the Nanshan armament, he could use the 9th level. Without it, using countless normal blades, even the 8th level was tedious. Through training in the Nanshan 36 forms, he had naturally learned how to control ordinary blades with the laws. Triggering the laws to control them was a skill used in creating techniques. Spreading one's attacking technique into hundreds of thousands of little blades, and arranging each and every one of them. Finally reaching a level of satisfaction. After which, combining them with the laws themselves, and engraving the required laws within. That way, one didn't need to work so hard when unleashing his move, he just simply needed to trigger them. Of course, Luo Feng hadn't reached the level of creating techniques. Training this Nanshan 36 forms had great benefits for him. It worked well with the Nanshan 7 forms first level. So it's that way. Beast God presence, the wonder within is like that. Luo Feng occasionally had smiles and frowns as he sat on his balcony. When he first began fusing the laws, he discovered that the little beast God presence that he had grasped had benefits. This was almost like some car mechanics. Even though they didn't know the principles behind the engines, they could still fix them. And when they began to actually study it, it would resonate with their fixing experience. Their comprehension would thus speed up. Luo Feng was that way as well. He knew how to do it in the past, but he didn't understand it too well. Now that he began to study it, they worked together and he would be extremely excited whenever it happened. So it's that way. Ha ha. During the 6th year after he began the Nanshan 7 forms. Teacher. Luo Feng sat beside his teacher. How's the study of the Nanshan 7 forms? Do you have confidence in completing the first level within 3,000 years? Tru Yan looked at Luo Feng. He knew about his deal with the city leader. I'm doing well for now. Luo Feng smiled. My first 6 years into it have been smooth, however this beast god path is extremely profound. Just the first scale portion alone is incredibly complex. According to Shi Luo Duo, it has many barriers within. I don't know whether I'll be able to easily break through them. Tru Yan nodded. This was a true high-level manual. The moment one finished the 6 levels, he would stand at the pinnacle of humanity. Just like the Huge Axe Dojo founder, Primal Chaos City leader, Void Gold Master and other few rare existences, he may still be weaker than them, but it was still enough to dominate over trillions of races in the universe. Hence, every level was incredibly difficult. Smooth sailing at the start, that's good, it means you fit this path well. Tru Yan nodded satisfied. There was no way for him to know that the golden horned beast had been imitating the sleeping statue for a long time, studying the little beast god statue and its special presence, which was also infused with the fusion laws, and practicing it with its sky-tearing claw over and over. Amongst Luo Feng's three bodies, the earth body and the Masha body's training in the beast god path was far from the speed of the golden horned beast. The golden horned beast, the sleeping beast god statue, the little beast god statue, along with the Nanshan 7 forms and Nanshan 36 techniques, these were the ideal combination. Isham, a few more days and it'll be the Domain Lord Millennial qualification battles. Tru Yan laughed. You must remember to take part. I remember. Luo Feng laughed. Domain Lord qualification battles? The strongest of the 10 seniors had only just passed the 11th level. Even if he didn't use the beast god presence, just using his space laws and 3200 spirit energy amplitude, he could already easily pass the 13th level. Fighting them is simply bullying them, they are no challenge at all. Luo Feng muttered to himself. Even though it was obviously bullying, the date of the qualification battles still came. Virtual Universe Yuxiang Mountain, Primal Region. The Primal Region Domain Lord battles are about to begin, all gather. A thick voice resounded within the entire Primal Region. All 11 members looked up in the sky, gazing at the silhouette in the air, after which they all rushed up into the skies. Schwa, dot. 11 of them gathered in mid-air, looking at the purple-clothed man. He was the organizer of the battles sent by the Virtual Universe Company, and also a powerful Undying. Luo Feng? That's Luo Feng? Tuaka, that's Luo Feng, his training speed is absurd. The 10 seniors all seemed to gaze at him. Of the 10, only Tuaka was currently in Primal Chaos City, the other 9 were elsewhere, and as Luo Feng hardly attended classes in the Virtual Universe. He mostly attended them personally in Primal Chaos City, hence the other 9 weren't familiar with him. Interesting. Luo Feng could feel their gaze on him. He smiled. Forget it, it's no fun if I bully them too much. I'll show them some respect when we fight her later. I'll settle them quickly but not too badly. It was indeed bullying. Passing the 13th level compared to the 11th, the difference was too huge. It was purely elimination. Before Luo Feng had consecutively passed the 6 levels, the 10 seniors all thought Luo Feng had some capability, but at least they were still stronger than him, some couldn't wait to fight him. However, now that he had passed the 13th level, the group of seniors were all stunned. Dumbfounded. Tuaka, who was in Primal Chaos City, howled within, I've trained for 30,000 years, but he's only trained for a few hundred years. How is he so much stronger than me? This is too unfair. Is this another Kudi? To be in the same generation as a monster, what a tragedy. The 10 of them couldn't even face him. Some looked on at him like he was an absolute genius monster. They were very clear about the fact that Luo Feng wasn't on the same level as them at all. The purple-clothed man looked at the 11 before him, his gaze landing on Luo Feng. He couldn't help but carefully analyze Luo Feng. He had heard Luo Feng had become the Primal Chaos City leader's disciple in name. He was filled with envy. His level of Undying didn't even have the chance to meet the city leader, he was totally envious. Same rules as before. His gaze swept past the 11, expression serious. Once every millennium, the Domain Lord qualification battles occur. There are a total of 11 of you this time, everyone will fight against the other 10. In these matches, the victor will get 1 point, the loser will get 0, the final score will rank you all. The top 6 will continue to stay in the Primal Region, the remaining 5 will compete against the top 5 of the Absolute Beginning Region Domain Lords, fighting for the final 4 slots. I'm sure you all understand. Understood. The 11 of them nodded. Luo Feng was very relaxed. The 10 of them, however, all felt the pressure. No matter what, Luo Feng had already taken one slot. The top 5 of the absolute beginning region, the geniuses of over 100 in that region, wouldn't be too far behind. The moment they had to compete against them, it would extremely intense. The battles will all be held in special areas. The virtual universe system will automatically send you in pairs to them. Everyone will fight with everyone else, unless your opponent forfeits. Those not in battles can watch the live broadcasts of other battles. He smiled. Prepare yourselves, and await for the teleportation. 11 members nodded, their gazes changing to that of competition. Competition. From the day they stepped into the virtual universe company, this had always been the case. Luo Feng stood calmly in mid-air, as he didn't care about the 10 seniors. He wasn't competing against them, not even the geniuses of his generation. But the great beings of humanity and history, or the absolute geniuses of the other races in the universe. Hua! 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 10 of the 11 were immediately teleported, leaving only Luo Feng behind. The 5 matches that just begun, I'm the only one not taking part. Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. Don't be anxious, everyone will fight eventually. The purple-clothed man smiled at Luo Feng. And this is simply just a passing to you, there's no challenge at all. Luo Feng laughed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 740, Star-Eating Plant. Chapter 740, Star-Eating Plant. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. The Domain Lord level qualification battles just pass like that. The absolute pinnacle beings of humanity along with the other geniuses weren't even surprised at Luo Feng getting first place. They were all very clear that with his training speed, he was bound to become one of the absolute beings of the universe. Now everybody was just waiting to see if he was capable of completing the first form of the Nanshan's 7 forms in 3,000 years, and whether he'd become a true disciple of the city leader. Within Primal Chaos City. Your Majesty Luo Feng. 3 silver-armored sector lords walked up to where Luo Feng stayed. They looked up at his balcony where he sat cross-legged. On the balcony, Luo Feng opened his eyes to look down, a smile appearing on his face. So? He jumped down immediately. Is it what I ordered? Luo Feng looked at the 3 sector lords before him. Yes. The leader of the 3 silver-armored sector lords nodded. He respectfully passed over a world ring. The items and things your majesty ordered are all within this world ring. Luo Feng received it and used his spirit energy to scan the world ring. The world within this ring was small, with a diameter of only 10,000 kilometers. However, it was completely filled with large amounts of things. The goods took up over 1,000 kilometers in space, of which the most obvious were the 3 silver boxes within. Very good. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Thanks for the trouble. No problem, no problem. The 3 sector lords were somewhat taken aback, saying, We shall not disturb you further, we'll be leaving. The 3 swiftly left. Following the spacious walkways, they walked along, discussing. He's said to be a rare absolute genius of 10 million eras. But, I didn't expect him to be so humble and easy to get along with. When we went to deliver goods to the Primal Region Sector Lord before, he was acting all big and arrogant. This is called bearing. I heard His Majesty Luo Feng has been accepted as a disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader. I heard he's only a disciple in name. Rubbish, he is a true disciple. There may be some miscommunication. The 3 of them discussed mentally. Even though they were all sector lords, as they were simply staff of the Virtual Universe Company Corps, they often heard secrets from their interactions. Most of what they heard had been passed down from many sources, hence they would at most get them 50% right. Luo Feng held the world ring and immediately walked into his own training quarters living room. Sitting in the sofa, he rubbed the world ring and it swiftly refined. Come out. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with anticipation, immediately taking out the 3 silver boxes from within the world. The 3 silver boxes laid out on the dining table. Every box was about 1 m long, half a meter wide, and 30 centimeters tall. Luo Feng took a deep breath and swiftly opened all 3 of them. Click. 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 There was a white plant within each box. They were carefully placed within, 60 centimeters tall, their stolen silver white. Star-eating plant. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the 3 plants. They've finally come, but since 6 years ago, when he first began his training in the Nanshan 7 form's first form, he had studied on his rough power level after completing the first form. Hence, he got a clearer idea on what would happen in the future. His training in Primal Chaos City was set to be a very long time, hence he had to use the time here wisely. How? He had a large amount of Luoco holy water, that was a top-level treasure for nurturing plant life, hence he had decided to do so. One had to know that there were many warriors training within Primal Chaos City. They would often purchase a few treasures, and the Virtual Universe Company's ship would often frequent the place. Naturally, they could order things. Luo Feng had ordered 3 infant star-eating plants. Star-eating plant, a very special plant life form that was born in the universe. It could be produced on a normal mineral planet. But as it grew, it would swallow the planet's metals, minerals, and rocks, etc. Normal minerals on the planet were usually enough to let it evolve to universe level, and the mineral planet later collapse and the plant would begin to wander the galaxy with the large amounts of asteroids. While wandering the universe, it may swallow other special metals and stones, plant life forms, etc., evolving further. The plant life forms could be divided into many types, like those for defense, or attack, or both, along with others. As there were many types of plants, their abilities were also countless, even to the point where some plants could produce other living things, while others acted like trees and stayed rooted to the spot. Transplanting them had to be done carefully. Not all of them could be moved about like the cloud contact vine. In all, there were many types with countless abilities. The most suited was best. Star-eating plant, it was named the most sturdy attacking type plant. What most sturdy refers to is only within the plant's humanity cells. There are other special and mysterious types of plants in the vast universe that cannot be bought. The star-eating plant enjoys swallowing rocks, metal, trees, etc. It will make it even sturdier. Its attack method is very simple. Just one move, entangle and kill. The cloud contact vine and star-eating plant were very different. The cloud contact vine was mainly for defense, and its attacking ability was but average. The star-eating plant, however, is even more expensive than the cloud contact vine. One without position or an avenue wouldn't even be able to buy an infant star-eating plant. This was because it was the most sturdy attacking type plant, hence it was an extremely good assisting life form during a battle. Its countless vines could wrap about an opponent. As long as it affected the enemy's speed and attack, the battle outcome could be changed. The only ability of entangling and killing had given it the title of most sturdy attacking plant life form, leading to it being in high demand. 3 infant star-eating plants, they cost Luo Feng close to 900,000 mixed elements. Of course, the infant stage was all the same, the nurturing later on would make them different. Just like the cloud contact vine, the sector lord weakest had 36 vines, and the strongest with 360 vines. Back then, the Yunmo planet master Hu Yenbo's cloud contact vine at sector lord level only had 108 vines, yet it still took a whole lot of work for it to break through to Undying. Luo Feng's sector lord cloud contact vine had 216 vines. It was more than 10 times harder for his to break through to Undying. The star-eating plant was more expensive than the cloud contact vine, of which at sector lord level, the weakest would have 10 vines, the strongest would have 1,000 vines. Star-eating plant. Luo Feng looked at the 3 infant plants, smiling. The 3 star-eating plants, plus the huge amount of material to nurture the plants, had filled up the entire world ring. All of them added together had come up to close to 2 million mixed elements. Without enough wealth, how could one even begin to dwell on it? The cloud contact vine's defense and the star-eating plant's attack. Luo Feng thought, the star-eating plant's sturdiness is well reputed. At infant stage it can already swallow a planet. Luo Feng, don't get happy too early. Babata's voice resounded within his mind. Your teacher's cloud contact vine only had 108 vines, yet it still required 6.2 million mixed elements and luck for it to finally break through. And it only gave that cloud contact vine an early official undying level of strength. Your cloud contact vine has a total of 216 vines, it'll be 10 times harder than your teacher's. If it's the strongest 360 vines, it'll probably be 10 times harder than the golden horned beast breaking through to undying. And similarly, the moment it broke through to undying, the 360 vines cloud contact vine would have emperor level strength. The star-eating plant is even more expensive than the cloud contact vine. Nurturing the weakest 10 vine plant to become undying would definitely be easy. However, the 500 vines plant would be akin to the strongest cloud contact vine. And the legendary 1000 vine star-eating plant, breaking through to undying, would probably be even harder than a bug clan queen breaking through to undying. The difference would be minimal. Of course, the moment it succeeds, an undying 1000 vine star-eating plant would definitely have an emperor pinnacle level of strength. After hearing Babata's words, Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. Of course he knew this, the universe had trillions of life forms that were incredibly mysterious. However, there was never a free meal. The universe was fair, just like the space beasts, the bug clan queen, breaking through to undying was incredibly difficult. And the plant life forms were the same, the more powerful they were, the more absurd the difficulty of their breakthrough. If one nurtured a lower-level plant life form, it would be easy to break through to undying. If one nurtured a stronger plant life form, it could never break through to undying. The choice was all on the person. Hence I ordered 3 of them. Luo Feng laughed, 3 star-eating plants, I will make one with 100 vines, another with 300 and last one will be the best one with 1000 vines. He had spent close to 2 million mixed elements. 3 of the infant plants close to 900,000, and over 1.1 million mixed elements and the resources that were required to nurture them. The main thing was that nurturing the 1000 vine star-eating plant took up over 90% of the resources. Luckily, Luckily I have the Luoko holy water, otherwise producing a sector lord level 1000 vine star-eating plant would be enough to make an official level undying go bankrupt. Luo Feng thought. I'm lucky, I only spent 2 million, when I reach sector lord level, the virtual universe company will give me an extra 50 million mixed elements. Nurturing the star-eating plants was very easy. They first had to recognize their master, then the process was simple after. Most of the time the 3 plants would be left in the pond of Luoko holy water, with Babata watching over them and observing their evolution process, giving them the required resources when they needed to evolve. Right now all 3 are in the infant stage. However, I'll be here in Primal Chaos City for a very long time. When I complete the first form of Nanshan's 7 forms, the 3 would probably have already reached Sector Lord Pinnacle. Luo Feng smiled, he didn't think any more about it, immersing himself in his training of the Nanshan's 7 forms. Time passed. He spent long periods of time sitting cross-legged on his balcony, like the other warriors about. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, time passed continuously, Luo Feng kept improving. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 741, 800 years. Chapter 741, 800 years. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 800 years since Luo Feng was accepted as a disciple and named to the Primal Chaos City leader. There were another 2 domain lord level qualification battles. Actual universe every millennium equates to 300 years in Primal Chaos City. Without a doubt, Luo Feng still got number 1 each time. Everything else had been normal. Altogether, Luo Feng had been here for over 900 years, actual universe over 3,000 years. During this time, Bolin had become a primal region domain lord and Rong Jun had become an absolute beginning domain lord. Virtual universe, within an island in a special space, with palaces joining together, it was extremely beautiful, an absolute beautiful location. Master. The master is back. Many beams of lights immediately flew through the island. Many absolutely beautiful ladies and others rushed into the virtual universe the moment they got news from their friends, and silhouettes filled the island. Greetings, Master. Over 100 million staff and ladies all knelt respectfully. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Mad laughter resounded throughout the island. A demonically beautiful man stood before them. He was Yanzhu Emperor. You. Yanzhu's eyes burned with madness. He walked amongst the 100 million kneeling before him, and casually picked a few of them. Come with me, he ordered. Yes. The over 1,000 men and women he had picked followed him, but their eyes were somewhat nervous. Ever since 3,000 years ago, their master Yanzhu Emperor wouldn't even come into the virtual universe, coming in only once every century, and at most staying within for only a month. Every time he came, he would find all sorts of methods to vent. None of the staff dared to resist. There were cries of pain and shock, howling and all sorts of noises from the palace. After a while, he rubbed off the blood stains from his lips, and put on a long robe over his naked body as he walked barefoot. His body flashed as he quickly reached another hall and sat in the throne above. Lord! 2 men and a lady bowed respectfully within. These 3 were all undying. Who? Yanzhu let out a comfortable sigh of relief. Being cooped up in the 9th Starfield jail hell was too terrifying. He was set to be locked up for 1,000 eras. Normally, there was no way to connect to the virtual universe network from inside. That entire area was banned by the system from connecting. However, he was Yanzhu Emperor and his father was Shi Knight had gotten a chance for his son. He would be able to enter the virtual universe network every century for a month. He knew his son's mental state too. If he were to be locked up in there for 1,000 eras without any connection, he would probably go crazy or lose his mind. However, being able to enter the virtual universe every century to vent it out would help alleviate matters. I only get a chance every century, those other punks all have to battle it out to find ways to occasionally get a chance to connect, and they only get a short day. Yanzhu thought, however, I get a fixed chance every 100 years and for a month. If they knew, they'd be truly jealous. It was only thrilling with comparison. 9th Starfield jail hell, that was indeed a nightmare. Those who were all locked within were all that had committed grave sins, and all of them were extremely powerful. You 3, report to me the news of the past century. Yanzhu sat in his throne, lifting his wine and sipping it. Yes, Lord. The huge Axe Dojo has arranged for another manager at Wulong Starfield, Chili Emperor, to substitute you. He just took on the position. The black-robed Undying said respectfully. Scum. Yanzhu's expression grew heavy. Shi Knight's underling Bao Jin Emperor has led a group of Undyings heading to. The Undying continued with the reports. As all these were well prepared beforehand, Yanzhu could easily and swiftly read through them himself. However, he enjoyed bossing them around from high above and listening to them report to him. He enjoyed this feeling. One report after another. After a while. With regards to Tru Yan's disciple. Tru Yan has been in Primal Chaos City these past 100 years, without any movement. His disciple Bloodthirst Emperor has been hard to locate. As for his smallest disciple Luo Feng, he's still training in Primal Chaos City. He's on his balcony almost every day. The Lady of the Three Undyings said below. Ha ha. Training on the balcony like an idiot? He really thinks he can finish the first form of the Nanshan 7 forms within 3,000 years? He must be dreaming. Yen Shu mocked. When he had heard that Luo Feng had become a disciple and named to the city leader, he was extremely furious. He felt unfairness within. He was punished because of Luo Feng to suffer in the jail hell for 1,000 eras, yet this Luo Feng actually became a disciple and named to the primal chaos city leader. These were completely two different levels of fate. How could he feel at ease with this? After which, every time he entered the virtual universe every 100 years, almost every report he got of Luo Feng was of him training on his balcony. Keep dreaming. Oomph. 3 months after Yen Zhu got his report from his underlings, within virtual universe's Thunder Island. Thunder Island, it was the gathering point of the Undyings of the Virtual Universe Company. Within its highest quarters, there was a majestic palace engulfed in primal chaos energy flow. This was the living quarters of the primal chaos city leader. The palace was filled with primal chaos energies. One couldn't visibly see past 100 m. Teacher. Huge Axe Knight bowed respectfully. He still carried his huge axe on his back, and he also had 6 arms and eyes. What's the matter? A voice resounded from the depths of the primal energies. Huge Axe Knight had left Primal Chaos City long ago. Hence he had been teaching Luo Feng from the virtual universe all this while. Naturally, he reported to the city leader in the virtual universe as well. You let me give guidance to Luo Feng. In regards to him, I have some matters to report. Huge Axe Knight said respectfully. Speak. The voice resounded. I've been teaching him every 10 years, yet I discovered this Luo Feng is quite strange. He said. Strange? Explain. Huge Axe Knight spoke at the endless primal chaos energies, respectfully, yes. When I was teaching him, I discovered his improvement speed is simply terrifying. Although many problems would slightly obstruct him, he'd swiftly break through them every time. There was nothing that actually held him past 3 months, and currently, he's already close to completing the first level of the Nanshan 7 forms. Close to completion? A blur silhouette walked out from the primal chaos energies. Yes. Huge Axe Knight said respectfully. The city leader stood before Huge Axe Knight. This was a strong-looking gold-armored powerful-looking man, completely different from the one back in Primal Chaos City. He looked at Huge Axe Knight. How long do you think he will take to complete it? If he's fast, in half a year. If he's slow, maybe 3 years. He replied. Looks like I did underestimate him when I gave him 3,000 years. The city leader smiled. With that smile, it felt like the entire space about had livened up. Looks like you'll be getting one more junior. Huge Axe Knight smiled too. Luo Feng's talent in the Beast God path is indeed shocking. Even though the Nanshan 7 Forms is a top-class training manual, there are no tablets to refer to or anything. It can at most be studied. And for junior Luo Feng to break through so easily, it's very impressive indeed. His future is boundless. The city leader smiled and nodded. 800 years? 3,000 years? His eyes gleamed satisfied. Even though Luo Feng's golden space law improvement speed was heavenly, to the Primal Chaos City leader, it was but average. And in the Beast God path, however, it had made him very satisfied. 3 months after Huge Axe Knight's conversation with the city leader, on a balcony in Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng sat cross-legged. Suddenly illusionary scales appeared on the surface of his body. In an instant, there was a faint cloak of a single-horned lizard all over his body. This was the Beast God illusion. Rumble. He suddenly opened his eyes and 2 beams shot out. It was a terrifying power. The Nanshan 7 Forms, also called the Beast God 7 techniques, it was a way of training to materialize the Beast God itself. When one had finished the 7th level, he would be able to transform into a Beast God. The 7th level was purely imagination, it had yet to be completed. And Luo Feng already had a sense of its energy now. Powerful. Intrepid. The first level scales, completed. Luo Feng opened his eyes and gazed at his body below. During these 800 years, he had occasionally been studying the veins of the scales too, hence he was surrounded by many scattered veins as well. The city leader gave me 3,000 years to complete it. But, I've already completed it in 800 years. Luo Feng was gleeful. It's all thanks to the beast god presence, the beast god statue. Luo Feng was happy. While he was training, he discovered that the beast god presence he had grasped from his trillions of times imitating the statue had helped him a lot. Training the Nanshan 7 forms was ultimately for usage, and since he could already do it, it resonated well and made the first scale portion much easier. What's more, he could personally see the scales from the statue itself, almost like seeing a living beast god. Hence his improvement was so much faster. After tasting the benefits of the beast god presence, he naturally imitated the sleeping beast god statue intensely. His comprehension of the fusion laws grew even more as he began to understand it. Naturally, his grasp on the presence became easier. From not knowing anything, he copied the statue trillions of times to get a grasp of it. However, after understanding the fusion laws, it only took tens of millions of times of imitation to reach the same result. The beast god presence and the fusion laws were interlinked. The more one understood the fusion laws, the higher the efficiency of control of the beast god presence. The more one had a grasp of the beast god presence, the more he would be able to understand the fusion laws. Luo Feng had always maintained the beast god presence being above the fusion laws, both spurring each other, reaching optimum results. Just like that, it only took him 800 years to complete the first level. Of course. Within these 800 years, his benefits have been plenty too. His internal world had grown to its limit, with a diameter of 90 million kilometers. Golden Horned Beast and Masha Bodies 2 had reached Sector Lord Level 9. It's time to go visit the city leader, he thought. So, he jumped down from the balcony and landed in the walkways. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 742, True Disciple. Chapter 742, True Disciple. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Within the city leader's mansion. Your Majesty Luo Feng, the city leader has ordered earlier for you to enter when you arrive. The group of undying guards within didn't stop him. Luo Feng smiled and walked in. As they looked at his back, they began to discuss amongst themselves. Entering without a need for verification. Other than the very few individuals, they are all the city leader's disciples. Has Luo Feng become a true disciple? Very likely. The city leader's order didn't come too long ago. He should have accepted Luo Feng as a disciple. Luo Feng stood in the yard facing the primal chaos ruins. He stepped through. Rumble. Time and space warped and he appeared within a vast wasteland. Trillions of other races' corpses filled the land. There was a silhouette sitting cross-legged within. Teacher. Luo Feng got up and carefully bowed respectfully, not stepping on any of the corpses. The silhouette got up. He turned to look at Luo Feng. Despite the malevolent face he had, his eyes were gentle and warm. He smiled and nodded. Have you finished the first level? I just finished the first scale portion of it, hence I immediately came to report to you. Luo Feng said. Your 9th senior said you'd be here quickest in half a year, slowest in 3 years. I didn't expect you to come here after 3 months instead. He nodded. Demonstrate the first form for me. Yes. Luo Feng said respectfully. Actually, over these 800 years of training, even though he had finished the first level scale portion, in truth he had only gotten comprehension of the first form. As for its usage and techniques, he hadn't actually learnt anything. The law comprehension was simply that, usage was just as important. Luo Feng had thought of coming earlier to see the city leader, coming without any techniques at all. Luckily, I usually let the golden horned beast train with it, and my human body trained in the virtual universe, often mixing it with the 3000 space claw technique. Finally, I managed to comprehend the most basic usage. Luo Feng was happy within. Rumble. The genetic energy within him swirled as layers of scales appeared on the surface of his body. They even began to appear on his arms. Every scale's engravings were exactly the same as the sleeping beast god statues, but the only difference was that it was smaller. The city leader smiled. At this time Luo Feng had become a human form beast, covered in scales with its intrepid energy engulfing the area. It could be said to be a simple beast god transformation, however his power level had shot up greatly. Sky-tearing claw. Luo Feng rushed forward fiercely. His right hand covered in scales clawed forwards, almost like the golden horned beast unleashing the technique. Voila! The space within the ruins shook violently, a blurry, terrifying huge claw silhouette tore through space and dispersed after. After unleashing the move, the scales on his body immediately began to return to genetic energy and disappear within his body, regaining his original form. Teacher. Luo Feng said respectfully. Your claw work is not bad. The city leader nodded, satisfied. You've only gained comprehension of the first scale form. In terms of usage, you can use it in spirit weapons, blade work, and so on for various usage such as for movement and defense. However, these usage techniques have to be trained as well. Your claw work, however, is not bad at all. Luo Feng was shocked within. Could it be weak? Sky-tearing claw was his trump card, one that he had gotten from studying the beast god pictures and training for a very long time. Even though the golden horned beast had imitated the statue trillions of times, during that period, it had constantly used Sky-tearing claw to get a grasp of the beast god presence. From today, you will become my 32nd disciple. The city leader emphasized. The student greets the teacher. Luo Feng knelt down. The city leader looked at this young punk kneeling before him. Compared to his long life and power, this punk was indeed small and weak. Actually, it was like a parent speaking to his child. Normally they pamper the weakest of them the most. In truth, they care about all their children, however the youngest one is usually the one they naturally took care of the most. One theory. The total number of disciples the city leader had, including Luo Feng, was only 32. There were only 27 surviving, of which 25 were knights and one was an emperor-level pinnacle. The final one was Luo Feng, who was the smallest and weakest. Towards the smallest disciple, the city leader would naturally look after more. And seeing Luo Feng kneel before him today, he suddenly felt as though he was looking at a very lively punk Kudi from before. Kudi. The city leader couldn't help but feel hurt and rage as he thought of Kudi. He too was a true disciple of his. Back then, the Bug Clan warriors had ambushed him and made him lose his disciple. Actually, once anyone reached the city leader's level of power, killing his disciples was very hard. Even if they were killed and their souls were destroyed. The city leader could reverse time to the point before his disciple's death, reviving him. Of course, reversing time was extremely difficult, and this went against all the universe laws themselves. Hence, as a consequence, there would be a backlash. All in all, reversing time was an extremely hard thing to do. And this move wasn't invincible, it wasn't such that all the dead could be revived. Like Kudi, with the Bug Clan warriors planning everything out, the city leader still lost his disciple. Get up. The city leader said softly. Luo Feng obediently complied. Including you, of the 32 disciples I've had, 5 have already fallen. The city leader said. Among the surviving 26 seniors of yours, 25 are knights. Only one is an emperor-level pinnacle. You are still weak, however I believe you'll reach emperor pinnacle easily. Luo Feng heard the words still weak, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Weak? He had been in Primal Chaos City for over 900 years, but over 3,000 years had passed in the actual universe. According to Earth's time, he was already over 3,000 years old. 3,000 years of growth, the population of Earth humans had reached an incredibly level. They had filled the entire Milky Way galaxy, even reaching other galaxies. The limit of the population was mainly territory and food, etc. Without these restrictions, a small tribe of 10 can easily reach over 100 million in 1,000 years. Hence, with 3,000 years passing, the number of Earth humans and people in the Luo family had exploded to an extreme level, and with Luo Feng in such a high position on Earth, his family too had the same prestige. Many called him an ancient ancestor, calling him the sacred person of Earth and so on. However, before the city leader, he was still weak. He knew that the city leader wasn't wrong. Compared to the city leader or universe knights, those level of beings, anyone who hasn't lived over 100 million years would be considered small. Luo Feng muttered. From today onwards, you can teleport directly to my palace on Thunder Island. The city leader said. If you have any questions, you can ask me in the virtual universe Thunder Island. As for here, the Primal Chaos Ruins, without my order, you don't have to come here. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng said respectfully. Also, on the day you reach Sector Lord, and the day you decide to leave Primal Chaos City, come here. The city leader said. Yes. Luo Feng remembered. The day he became Sector Lord and the day he left Primal Chaos City? Come visit his city leader, teacher? You can leave now. He smiled indifferently. Ah, your authority has been risen. You can search for a lot more information regarding what you want to know through the virtual universe network from now on. The disciple takes his leave. Luo Feng replied happily. Shwa. The city leader immediately teleported Luo Feng out of the ruins. Only the city leader was left in the wastelands. Looking at the vast ruins, the trillions of other race warriors' bodies around, he sat down cross-legged again silently. Luo Feng felt the time and space warp before him. He was instantly standing at the entrance of the Primal Chaos Ruins yard. I still thought I'd get some reward after becoming a true disciple. Luo Feng thought and laughed. However, he told me to visit him when I become a Sector Lord, and when I'm about to leave the city, there should be some special reason. If there wasn't, we could simply meet in the virtual universe. Authority risen? Luo Feng was happy within as he walked within the residence, quickly walking out of it and returning to his quiet balcony. He sat cross-legged and immediately sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe to check information regarding the Primal Sky Mountain. With different levels of authority, the amount of information was naturally different. Even though he was a Primal Region member before, he still couldn't find much. He couldn't even find anything about the Home Alliance. And the status of a Primal Chaos City leader disciple was extremely high. The authority sure is different. I get much more detailed information now. He sat cross-legged and smiled. Primal Region Sky Mountain, it sure is hard. Universe level, Primal Region Sky Mountain, one had to have the capability of passing the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge to pass. Domain Lord level, Primal Region Sky Mountain, one had to have the capability of passing the 16th level of the Heavenly Bridge to pass. Sector Lord level, Primal Region Sky Mountain, one had to have the capability of passing the 20th level of the Heavenly Bridge to pass. Luo Feng looked at the information and couldn't help but exclaim. Tough. The Primal Region Sky Mountain was indeed the hardest of all. Using Truyan's words, they had no intention of letting the geniuses pass it. Only absolute geniuses of 10 million eras, very few of them had passed them before. Of course, geniuses of 10,000 eras didn't have such ability. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 743, Sector Lord Resource Rewards. Chapter 743, Sector Lord Resource Rewards. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Virtual Universe Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region. Luo Feng sat at his desk and looked at his laptop. The screen displayed detailed information on the Primal Region Sky Mountain. It's so tough, Luo Feng muttered to himself. The guardians of the Primal Region Sky Mountain were separated into the foot of the mountain, the middle, and the peak. Every level had a bullfighter, an ape-man spirit reader and a snake illusionist all working together. The foot of the mountain was the easiest, the middle was much harder and the peak was simply absurd. One had to pass all three of them to succeed. It could be said that the intent of the Sky Mountain was never to allow anyone to pass it, hence they erected a tall untouchable standard for all. However, there were bound to be some monster-like geniuses in humanity. Like some 1 in 10 million eras absolute geniuses that have passed it. Can I pass it now? Luo Feng muttered to himself. According to the Nanshan 7 Forms Manual, once I complete the first scale form, I should have law comprehension akin to the 15th level of the Heavenly Bridge. So I should be able to hit the 16th level. The moment I use the Beast God presence, my strength might rise even more. Luo Feng thought. This was in theory, a true battle that had many more factors. Like mental state, self-control etc., this was a group attack from a fighter, spirit reader, and illusionist. As long as one was somewhat affected by the illusionist, he could easily be killed off by the others. After looking through the data of the Primal Region Sky Mountain, Luo Feng began to search for information on the Sector Lord resource rewards. I had heard that the rewards for Primal Region Sector Lords would be shocking. All of the geniuses give it their all, for this specific reward. Luo Feng smiled. I didn't know it'd be this shocking. Large amounts of data immediately appeared on the screen. Higher authority sure is different. Luo Feng was satisfied. Before becoming a disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, when he searched for this, it had been completely blank. Right now, however, it displayed a large amount of information. Wow! Babata shouted out in shock, that's absurd. Yes it is. Luo Feng took a deep breath, pointing and tapping the screen, opening a file. Sector Lord, this is the most important training period. The way the Virtual Universe Company nurtures its geniuses, at universe level, they are simply doing some training and living within the secret regions. At Domain Lord level, they are given some missions and a guard team. It's still overall very safe without any dangers. However, it takes trials and tribulations for true growth. An absolute warrior has to be molded by the many wars and battles. Hence the Primal Region Universe and Domain Lord levels don't get much rewards. The true rewards come at the Primal Region Sector Lord level. They are as such. After becoming a Primal Region Sector Lord and taking part in the first qualification battle, ranking first will give out 1 billion points reward. Ranking 2 and D10th will have a 300 million points reward. Ranking 11th, 100th, will have a 100 million point reward. Of course. These rewards are only there for the first participation, the second, 3rd, 10th, even the 100th will not have any rewards. As for what the Sector Lords need to buy, they can use the points to exchange for them. Smart enough. Every Sector Lord needs different manuals and treasures etc., hence they simply give points. Luo Feng thought. That's very generous, however it's very hard to get the high points too. As everybody's first qualification battles would be when they had just broken through, they would be newbies in the Primal Region Sector Lord level. Compared to the seniors, ranking first and getting 1 billion points, that's tough. Extremely tough. The ones that get 300 million points would probably be very few. 100 million would be the majority. Luo Feng thought. The points were very valuable. As the Virtual Universe Company treasure trove had many treasures that had to be exchanged for with points, even the powerful True Yen Emperor, he had used points to exchange for the first half of the Nanshan 7 forms for Luo Feng. And later on, their buying power would get even stronger. Like the life fruit or Nanshan armament along with other cheap things, it wasn't actually worth it to exchange for them with points. Items priced at 1 mixed element may require 10 points. However, as the items get more and more expensive, the points begin to display their advantage. Like the Flame Void Gold, if it were to auction at 1.5 to 2 million mixed elements, with Luo Feng's current authority, he could get a huge discount when using his points to exchange for it. Using only 500,000 points to exchange for the Flame Void Gold. At this time, the buying power of 1 point was even more than 1 mixed element. And there were many items that couldn't be bought with money, hence many undyings would rather exchange their money into manuals and treasures and so on. 100 million points, its buying power exceeds 100 million mixed elements. Luo Feng thought. And an official level undying's wealth is mostly only around 10 million mixed elements. Every primal region sector lord. The moment they become undying, even the weakest usually become official level undyings, and they'd definitely be the more wealthy ones amongst the official level undyings. Luo Feng thought. Of course. The points were there to be spent. These points were given for free by the Virtual Universe Company for the Primal Region Sector Lords to use, for them maximize their growth. After all, with 100 Sector Lords in the Primal Region, it only added up to over 10 billion points or so. The Virtual Universe Company could easily afford this. It was only because Primal Region Sector Lords would constantly be produced, hence they limited the distribution. Luo Feng continued to look at the information on the Sector Lord rewards. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The Virtual Universe Company gave extra incentives. 1. After passing the Universe level Primal Region Sky Mountain, one would get 100 million points when he reached Sector Lord level. 2. After passing the Domain Lord level Primal Region Sky Mountain, one would get 3 billion points when he reached Sector Lord level. 3. After passing the Sector Lord level Primal Region Sky Mountain, one would immediately get 100 billion points. My God! Brutal! Luo Feng took a deep breath. This was a huge amount. Wow, that's generous. Babata cheered on his shoulder. That's normal though. How tough is it to pass the Primal Region Sky Mountain? Normally, only a rare genius of 10 million eras can do it. Naturally they'll give more points to these geniuses. This setup is probably because they are worried that the geniuses would start out strong and weaken and fall later. Hence, they give higher rewards later on. Luo Feng nodded. To succeed in the Sector Lord Primal Region Sky Mountain, that required the ability to pass the 20th level of the Heavenly Bridge. This was only one level away from becoming a knight. The moment such a Sector Lord broke through to undying, he would probably immediately reach True Yin Emperor's level. His chances of becoming a knight would be very high too. Hence, giving 100 billion points to nurture him would be normal. Phew! Luo Feng laid back and lay on his study sofa, lifting a cup of wine. Talent, resources, character, encounters, one cannot lack any of these to become an absolute warrior amongst the trillions of races. Luo Feng sighed. The Virtual Universe Company does work hard to nurture the future warriors. The highest rewards were in the Sky Mountain. Because, this was something usually only a genius of 10 million eras could attempt. To the large majority of geniuses, this wasn't realistic to them at all. Primal Region Sector Lords, their rewards were high too. This was more realistic, as it was the goal of countless geniuses. As for the Sector Lords of the Absolute Beginning and Sky and Land regions, they too would get rewards in their first qualification battles, but it was much lower. Let's check what Deities of the World Level 2 requires. Luo Feng thought. Deities of the World, this was a very heavenly technique. It could multiply one's strength. However, the resources needed for this technique were simply too harsh, and the price was absurd. Having a higher authority sure helps. There were many treasures I couldn't even search for in the past, now I can find them all. Luo Feng was happy. With his higher authority, the treasure trove was much more detailed than before. He easily found the materials he required for Deities of the World Level 2. However, calculating the points. My God. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Let's attempt the primal region Sky Mountain. There was no choice, he was just too poor. Even after he became Sector Lord level, he would only get 50 million mixed elements in cash. Nurturing his cloud contact vine and star-eating plants was like feeding a bottomless pit. The most absurd one was still deities of the world. Just a Can Luo Sea feather alone was priced at 12 million points in the treasure trove. There were even more expensive items required. Whatever he couldn't find before, they were all there now. However, their prices were even more ridiculous than the Can Luo Sea feather. To actually complete this second level, the amount of points required would exceed over 10 billion points. As for the third level, he didn't even dare think about it. With his authority, he could still only find 3 ingredients he required for it, everything else was still hidden. It was no wonder. Those amongst the golden horned beast sector lords, hardly any one of them had ever finished the second level. How could the solitary golden horned beasts have more treasures than humanity? The amount of treasures the virtual universe company had collected was naturally incredibly shocking. However, these were from countless absolute warriors risking their lives to acquire these. After passing the primal region Sky Mountain, I'll get 3 billion points. Luo Feng thought. With this 3 billion points, my power will rise greatly. So, Luo Feng instantly vanished from his study. In the center space of the Sky Mountain area, there stood 3 majestic mountains amidst the vast land, and on them glowed bright gold words, Sky and Land, Absolute Beginning, and Primal Region, of which the Primal Region Sky Mountain was obviously the highest. So, Luo Feng appeared on the land itself, swiftly flying towards the Primal Region Sky Mountain. He landed on the foot of the mountain and looked up at the mountain that stretched through the clouds, after which he looked down at the not-too-distant foot of the mountain. There lay a huge stone-like oxman sleeping on the ground, beside him lay a dark purple huge axe. It felt like it was formed from countless bloodshed, and it made one tremble within. Wake up, Oxman, get the ape man and the snake lady out, I want to attempt the Sky Mountain. Luo Feng shouted. The oxman that was deeply asleep suddenly climbed up, blinking his eyes as he looked about. He saw Luo Feng. You want to attempt the Primal Region Sky Mountain? Luo Feng nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 744, Primal Region Sector Lord. Chapter 744, Primal Region Sector Lord. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Ah! The oxman stared at him, immediately howling, there's someone here to attempt the Primal Region Sky Mountain. 2 beams of light flew over. It was the ape-man spirit reader and snake lady illusionist. The 3 guardians gathered at the foot of the mountain, quickly acquiring Luo Feng's information. Luo Feng? You've passed the Heavenly Bridge's 13th level? The snake lady smiled enticingly. Your Majesty Luo Feng, your strength is far from enough. Cut the crap. The dark golden long rod on Luo Feng's back immediately split into 10,081 little golden blades. The blur of gold lights immediately began to interweave perfectly, forming a 3.3 m long dark golden blade. This was the most perfect 9th form of the Nanshan armament, a match against Undying. Xiao. The battle started immediately. He killed from the foot of the mountain up to the middle level, successful in both levels. Phew. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and flew through the Primal Region Mountain's path that stretched into the clouds. After flying for a while, he finally reached the peak. The clouds engulfed the entire peak. The ox was lying and snoring thunderously there. The ape man was happily drinking at a large vat of wine and the snake lady was swimming in the water. When Luo Feng landed on the peak, the 3 of them simultaneously opened their eyes and gazed at him. The peak, this was the final level, and the toughest. How many years has it been? The snake lady sighed in the water. She slowly swam out of the water, putting on a silk robe. Even though she was a snake lady, her upper half revealed a little through the robe. She could easily seduce men from all over. Yes, it's been too long. A low voice resounded from the Oxman. Since the three of us have been created, it's been a million eras since we've been challenged. The ape-man stood up. Luo Feng was shocked as he heard. Created? After which he understood, these should be AIs created by the virtual universe system. One had to know that their system was heavenly. They were able to imitate the laws in places like the slaughterhouse, even creating any sort of opponent one requested. Hence, to create the guardians of the sky and land, absolute beginning and primal region sky mountains, this was just a small feat for them. The only thing was that they lived for so long, some had already become living AIs, ones who were able to feel emotions. Luo Feng. The snake lady looked at Luo Feng. Her voice was gentle and enticing. Even though I really wish to chat with you, we have to do our mission and fight with all our strength. Me too. Luo Feng said softly. Rumble. The dark golden long rod on his back immediately dispersed and became a golden long blade. At the same time, scales appeared throughout his body and he instantly became a human form beast god. Unleashing this move meant that he had only completed the first level. It wasn't too strong yet. Seems not bad. The snake lady smiled. With her smile, Luo Feng was thrown into an illusion. An arc light shot out from behind the skinny ape-man and slashed at Luo Feng's neck, and was about to chop off his head. Break! Luo Feng's gaze was like lightning as he roared, instantly breaking through the illusion. Dang! The gold long blade's instantaneous speed had reached an extreme level. It howled like a beast and was incredibly powerful, instantly tearing through space and crashing into that arc light. As they clashed, both the Nanshan armament and the arc blade was knocked far away. I've already unleashed my spirit energy amplitude, combined with the first level scale form infused in my Nanshan armament, yet my power is still only equal to the ape-man's. Luo Feng's expression changed as he roared. He immediately rushed straight at the Oxman. As he targeted the Oxman, he controlled his Nanshan armament to distract the ape-man. As for the snake woman, Luo Feng didn't care about her at all. He was confident in his ability to withstand the illusions. Ha ha! The Oxman laughed, rushing straight at Luo Feng. Every step he took shook the entire ground. He wielded his huge bloodthirsty axe and lifted it high up. The space around it instantly shook, and the image of a huge axe projected throughout. With just his roar, the space was instantly torn apart. Domain Lord level 9 strength, it could easily tear through space. Good. The beast god form Luo Feng waved his right hand. Break! Luo Feng's slash through the sky was almost like a big slap. A claw appeared and a projection of a blurry beast god claw emerged. This claw hit right at the huge axe. With a clash, the axe was knocked sideways. The Oxman immediately adapted, changing his vertical slice to that of a side one. So, Luo Feng, however, was as fast as lightning. After slashing with his claw once, he immediately rushed forwards, both hands facing the huge axe and clawing at it fiercely. Sky-tearing claw. Luo Feng unleashed everything for the first time. This claw was incomparably brutal. The moment he clawed, 5 tiers in space immediately appeared and his attack tore through the Oxman's chest armor. His terrifying attack destroyed his insides, easily destroying his life core. The Oxman was dead. Just 2 left now. Luo Feng turned immediately after tearing through the Oxman and looked around before flashing forward like a beast. Actually, the moment the Oxman was killed, this battle had already been decided. I've succeeded. Luo Feng stood at the peak, looking at the 3 bodies amidst the clouds, after which, their injuries vanished and they regenerated. All 3 of them stood up. Congratulations, Luo Feng. Congratulations on passing the primal sky mountain. But the 3 guardians smiled at Luo Feng. The snake woman couldn't help but ask, Luo Feng, how come my illusions didn't even work on you? They aren't strong enough. Luo Feng smiled. 900 years of training in Primal Chaos City, along with long periods of solitude, this was very good training for his mental state. Over these 900 years, Luo Feng's willpower had improved a lot. Even though knowing oneself was still only the first level in mental states, once it's trained beyond its limits, it could still continue to get stronger. Luo Feng's willpower was extremely sturdy. How could her illusions affect him? Primal Chaos City, on a particular balcony amidst others. Luo Feng sat cross-legged. I've succeeded. Luo Feng opened his eyes filled with glee. I've passed the Primal Region Sky Mountain. This way, the moment I reach Sector Lord, I'll receive a huge reward. With that, my strength will reach a new level again. I'll have a better chance in the life or death trials ahead. The Primal Chaos City leader teacher also told me to look for him when I reach Sector Lord level. Then, I'll break through to Sector Lord level right away. Luo Feng closed his eyes. At the same time, the virtual universe's Thunder Island was bustling. The management level members had all come to know of a piece of news. Luo Feng had passed the Primal Region Sky Mountain. It's been so long, there's finally someone from our humanity's later generation that has passed the Sky Mountain, and it's the Domain Lord level Sky Mountain. A tall and skinny green armored man with compound eyes sat there. He lifted a glass of wine and sipped, as he complimented. This Luo Feng is indeed one favored by the Primal Chaos City leader, since his capabilities are extraordinary. Another man in a silver robe, bald head, and with green engravings on his face smiled and shot a glance over. These were three knights chatting. The three of them were all the management level elders of the Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng's highest point mission from before was judged by these three. Hoof. A short, messy, green-haired man snorted coldly. This Luo Feng is extremely bloodthirsty and selfish. What's the point of being strong? He may be a calamity in the future. From what I see, we should restrict him as early as possible, stopping his growth. The two of us don't dare to do so. The compound eyes man mocked. That's the disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, the strongest in the Virtual Universe Company. With his control, I have to say, Bo Siwa, you sure got some guts to think about restricting his disciple. The short man's expression grew ugly. Beside him, the silver-robed bald man suddenly laughed. Right, I remember that the moment someone passed the Domain Lord Primal Region Sky Mountain, when he becomes a Sector Lord, he'll receive 3 billion points in rewards. There is such a thing. The compound eyes man nodded. 3 billion points, this Luo Feng improved so fast before without much resources. When he becomes Sector Lord, buying his treasures with these 3 billion points, also with the Primal Chaos City leader's instructions, he'll soar. He'll become an absolute being just like Kodi back then. The silver-robed bald man complimented. The compound-eyed man and the silver-robed man chatted together. It made the other short one unhappy. They couldn't be blamed for taunting him. The main thing was during Luo Feng's highest point mission's 4th level, the three were in conflict. Both of them thought that being a little selfish was very normal. It would be weird if he wasn't, and Luo Feng was very fair towards all the other members. They wanted to give him 90 to 100% completion, and a higher extra bonus after. This Bo Siwa, however, didn't agree. He thought Luo Feng was very selfish. He didn't even question his father. Obviously he didn't care about the Virtual Universe Company. If such a person was nurtured, maybe it will lead to a calamity in the future. In conflict. Hence the final decision. The points weren't high or too low. Just wait, I've said it, he could very likely be a calamity. The short man said. Ah. The other two just laughed. During their chat, they all received a bit of news. The number of Primal Region Sector Lords had risen from 100 to 101. There was a new Primal Region Sector Lord, Luo Feng. Luo Feng has become a Sector Lord? The compound eyes man and the silver-robed man both laughed. The short man, however, simply looked on coldly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 745 Secret. Chapter 745 Secret. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. The level of secrecy regarding the primal region members of the Virtual Universe Company wasn't considered too high. When Luo Feng became a sector lord and was confirmed by the Virtual Universe Network system, it automatically increased his status, thus becoming a primal region sector lord. The moment that happened, the name list changed and many undyings and absolute beings naturally found out about it. Luo Feng walked towards the city leader's mansion and saw many undyings looking at him. That's Luo Feng? He's already a primal region sector lord. I heard that he's already passed the domain lord primal region Sky Mountain. Where'd you get that news? The Sky Mountain results aren't public. I heard only the knights will know of such things. I just heard. There were many undyings discussing softly along the way. It was obvious that within the past 1,000 years, Luo Feng had become a reputed genius within Primal Chaos City. Hence, almost all the warriors knew him. Luo Feng entered the city leader's residence amidst the discussions, stepping into the Primal Chaos Ruins yard. Time and space warped. Amidst the vast ruins, trillions of bodies could be seen about. Luo Feng walked through the land and saw a silhouette sitting cross-legged in the distance. Teacher. Luo Feng stood there and bowed respectfully. Hua. The city leader got up, his snake tail swept as he looked at Luo Feng. This made Luo Feng shocked within. I've been visiting him for so many years in the virtual universe. My teacher in the virtual universe, the pressure and energy I feel from him is completely different compared to real life. The Primal Chaos City leader had 3 bodies. Luo Feng knew that this was one of them. You were finally willing to break through to sector lord level. The city leader's eyes seemed to smile at him. Luo Feng was stunned. Finally willing? From domain lord level 9 to sector lord, one would usually meet with a barrier. It wasn't an easy thing to break through. However, his teacher's tone. When did you possess the golden horned beast's body? Was it back when your home Earth was attacked by one? The city leader asked casually. Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. My God! Possess the golden horned beast? This. He had kept this secret extremely well, not ever disclosing it. How? Ha ha ha, you little punk. The city leader laughed loudly. Do you think you could hide that from me? Teacher. Luo Feng was very nervous. Don't worry, it's no big deal. The city leader shook his head and laughed. The main foundation of a flesh and blood life form is the soul. No matter what you possess, or what body you get, your soul never changes. It's still a human soul. Naturally, you'd still be part of humanity. Luo Feng let out a sigh or relief within. That was right, there were many possession techniques. Someone at Star Traveler level, or Star level, even those could use them. There were many that would possess others and try again if they weren't satisfied with the first, just like his teacher Hu Yen Bo had done so before. There were many warriors in the universe that possessed others to decrease the limits of their lower bloodlines. Hence, possession wasn't something that was degrading. The soul was the core. One that possessed a golden horned beast still possessed a human soul. Naturally he was still human. Don't be fooled by appearances. If one's appearance is human but their body has already been possessed by the other races, his soul would be that of theirs. Then, he would be from the other race. The city leader smiled. Being able to possess a golden horned beast's body is your own skill. If you can possess a stronger life form, that would be even better. The only worry is if you fail. Luo Feng finally calmed down within. He had been worried before, because Hu Yen Bo had at most possessed another human. As for him, he had possessed another race altogether. The moment it was revealed, if he was marked as another race, that would mean big trouble. He didn't dare gamble. Hence he had been hiding this fact. From the looks of it, the upper echelon of humanity seemed pretty open about it. "Teacher, how did you find out?" Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Every batch of geniuses absorbed, whether they are from the genius competitions or absorbed members for the 5 Leviathans, they all come to Primal Chaos City once. The city leader laughed. "When you first came here, one reason was for you to pick your Primal Chaos tablet, the second was to determine if there were any other race spies within. If we nurture you and you turn out to be from another race, that would be a joke. Within Primal Chaos City, I can instantly check through all of you." The city leader said, "I immediately saw the core within your body then." Ah. Luo Feng was shocked. Right. How could humanity not check through the geniuses and spend resources on them? And the Primal Chaos City leader, as one of the most pinnacle beings of humanity, was definitely one of the top 3 powers of humanity. He naturally could easily see through a person and his soul. Then. Luo Feng couldn't help but say, "Since you know I possessed a golden horned beast, and that it was at Sector Lord level, why'd you let me carry on as a Domain Lord level member? Even though I know about it, it doesn't mean others do." The city leader smiled indifferently. Luo Feng blinked. "My job is to make sure you aren't a spy of the other race." The city leader exclaimed, "There are many encounters in the universe. Your possession of the golden horned beast doesn't mean anything in the vast universe. As long as I can make sure you are human, that's enough. As for the management people not finding out and still taking you as a universe level, as a domain lord, I can't be bothered with it." Luo Feng nodded. Right. The city leader, he was the biggest boss of the virtual universe company. What level was that? Why would he bother about such matters? If you could find out, how could the others not? Luo Feng asked curiously. "I control the time and space here." The city leader smiled. "In this space, I can easily scan everything. Those knights, they may have comprehended space or time. They haven't reached my level. Unless they purposely send a piece of God energy into your body to check, they would never be able to discover you possessed a golden horned beast." Luo Feng realized. The universe master controlled both time and space. He was naturally much more powerful than a knight. It was a good thing you came here when you were weak. The city leader said, "If you had come here for the first time when you were undying, I may have mistaken you to be a spy of the space beasts." Luo Feng was stunned. The moment one becomes undying, his soul would begin to meld with the body, every bit of spirit imprint fusing with your cells. The city leader smiled. "When that happens, every cell is a part of your soul, as there's no clear soul itself, only the most basic spirit imprints about, and the imprint of every life that has a soul is different. There wouldn't be a way for me to determine if your soul imprint was that of human or not. Hence, I would suspect you to be a spy for the other race." The city leader smiled. Luo Feng nodded. Ah. Right, when a normal human reaches Sector Lord, his soul would gather. At Domain Lord level, it was a soul crystal. Sector Lord it became a pearl, completely condensed within. Naturally the city leader would be able to see if one was a human soul or not. However, after one became undying, the soul would crumble and disperse, melding into every cell. It wouldn't be possible to see the soul clearly anymore, as the soul had already become part of the undying body. If that was the case, wouldn't you be unable to determine if some undyings are spies if they come here for the first time? Luo Feng asked. Right. The city leader nodded. There's no way to. Hence, every undying that comes here for the first time are all suspects. They would be placed under supervision. After hearing this, Luo Feng felt that the security around humanity's sacred land, Primal Chaos City, sure was strict. His teacher had probably only told him about one level of security. There should be others. He had always thought his possession of the golden horned beast was a secret. He didn't expect the city leader to know of it. Only back then, he was too lazy to bother about this little punk. Possessing a golden horned beast, amongst the trillions of races in the universe, it's only considered an above-average encounter. The city leader smiled. The only good point is you get its natural bloodline ability of cloning. Picking good clones is extremely important. How many do you have now? 2. Luo Feng said respectfully. Looks like there's only one left. The city leader nodded. Let me advise you. Luo Feng listened hard. The universe is fair, this natural ability is not limitless. The leader emphasized, from what I know, there are some very mysterious and terrifying life forms in the universe, some of them are even completely unique. Even at Sector Lord level, your golden horned beast's internal world cannot produce such a life form. The internal world of the beast can at most produce one that's 10 to 100 times stronger than itself. If it were to produce such a life form, it wouldn't be too realistic. Of course, the golden horned beast itself has an exquisite bloodline, hence almost all the Sector Lord life forms of the universe are viable, only very few life forms are exceptions, but secondly, if you pick a powerful being close to your internal world's limit, at 100 times stronger than your golden horned beast, you'd definitely be able to produce it, yes. However, the universe is fair. If your clone is too heavenly, your growth will meet with some obstructions. Luo Feng was shocked. Obstructions? Right. The city leader nodded. If your clone is too strong, there would be some difficulties along the way. Good luck and misfortune are interdependent. He smiled. This is the fairness of the universe. Even though there would be obstructions, the moment you break through them, you will have a much greater power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 746, Shi Wu Wing. Chapter 746, Shi Wu Wing. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Hearing that from the primal chaos city leader, Luo Feng pondered carefully. He had made a choice back then to swallow high-grade metals to grow his golden horned beast to Sector Lord level 9. That way, his internal world could reach a size of 90 million kilometers in diameter. It would make his world projection extremely powerful. The downside was that breaking through to Undying would be 10 to hundreds of times harder than a normal golden horned beast, but just like the 1000 vine star-eating plant, the 360 vines cloud contact vine and the bug clan queen breaking through to Undying, they were all far harder than the golden horned beast. These heavenly beings breaking through to Undying was almost impossible. If the third clone he produced was a 100 times stronger than the beast itself, if he made a bug clan queen as the third clone, the moment the queen became Undying, she could create a powerful Undying army. That would make him invincible beneath anything of a knight, and he would be able to decimate many Undying armies. If his third clone was a bug clan queen ant and it broke through to Undying, would there be no chance? This didn't comply with the universe laws. The powerful clones would definitely create special obstructions. Luo Feng muttered to himself. My teacher is right. And before, the two clones I have, one is an Earth human and the other a Masha clansman. The Earth human is too much weaker than the golden horned beast. The Masha clansman too would probably only be a tenth of the golden horned beast. Luo Feng thought, the two clones before were too weak, hence there wasn't any special obstructions. Who cares? It's just like teacher said, the moment I break through the obstructions, my strength would naturally be even greater. Luo Feng thought. There were many other race warrior corpses scattered about. The primal chaos city leader, however, looked calmly at Luo Feng. He could feel a forward-looking drive from Luo Feng's gaze. Kudi was the same back then. He sighed within. Kudi from before was just like Luo Feng now, full of confidence despite any challenges, never ever disheartened. Luo Feng. The city leader shouted. Teacher. Luo Feng said respectfully. You haven't truly trained in the usage methods of the Nanshan 7 forms, right? the city leader said. Not yet, I just simply comprehended the law side of it and immediately came to visit you. Luo Feng said. Even though he hadn't trained in it. He had seen it before, the entire Nanshan 7 forms. Other than the details of the law side, it had 4 special techniques. Among these 4, 3 of them were very strong, and the 4th was the beast god transformation. Training in the Nanshan 7 forms would naturally allow one to use this. It was very simply, however the training for the 3 techniques was incredibly complex. The city leader nodded. Shi Luo Duo was also an absolute being of the universe, and the Nanshan 7 forms has all of his studies. You've only just studied the first form, you are still weak and small. Train the others first, they are beneficial. As for creating techniques and your own weapons. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he listened intently. Normally, Sector Lord Pinnacles would all begin to create their own techniques in weapons. Other Sector Lords mostly only comprehend the normal laws. Yet, you are different, you are training in the Beast God path. The city leader looked at him. Creating your own techniques won't be easy. Also, do you know, why do the Sector Lord Pinnacles begin to create their own techniques? Luo Feng said respectfully, it's because other people's techniques don't fit them. Right, they don't fit. The city leader nodded, and you haven't even trained in any of the battle techniques of the Nanshan 7 forms. Naturally you can't say that they don't fit you. Hence what you need to do, is first study hard at all of Shi Luo Duo's battle techniques. After that, learn from it and go battle. Through countless battles, you will slowly begin to feel that his techniques aren't able to unleash your full strength. When that happens, only then will you begin to create your own techniques. With the Nanshan 7 forms as the foundation, begin to build your own techniques. I understand. Luo Feng realized. The leader didn't want him to begin creating his own techniques simply because others were doing it at the same level. How could his situation be the same with others? He was training in the much tougher Beast God path. It was absurdly tough and also extremely powerful. The true time to create his own techniques was when the pathway was open. This Beast God armament is a spirit reader weapon suited for unleashing the Nanshan 7 forms. The leader flipped his hand and a thick heavy shield appeared in mid-air. It was completely gold and had some blood-red engravings. It was about 2 m tall and 1 m thick, on the sides were little Beast God engravings. It was exquisite. Luo Feng held his breath. It's called the Beast God armament. The city leader laughed. It's in memory of the Beast God. Luo Feng nodded. He had never trained in the battle techniques yet, however he had seen them. He naturally knew that back then, Shi Luo Duo had used the Beast God armament to dominate the vast universe. Of course this isn't the Beast God armament Shi Luo Duo used, the one he used has vanished long ago with him. The city leader said, there have been many human warriors that have tried training in the Nanshan 7 forms. Even though many give up after a while, they all mostly order this Beast God armament. It naturally became the standard Beast God armament weapon. Also, it's not considered expensive, just average. Standard? Not expensive? Average. Luo Feng muttered to himself. He couldn't trust every word the city leader said. His perspectives were simply too high. Luo Feng's possession of the golden horned beast was actually only regarded as an above-average encounter amidst the trillions of universe races. Of course, many that start in the Nanshan 7 forms are knights. Hence this Beast God armament is enough to make many knights kill for. It's not that bad. The city leader said. Weapons used by knights, being deemed average. Luo Feng muttered to himself. Teacher. Your perspective is simply too high. This Beast God armament, you can use it from now on. When you want to create your own techniques, it wouldn't be too late to create your own weapons then. The city leader floated the shield to Luo Feng. Thank you, teacher. Luo Feng said gratefully. He used both hands to receive the shield. Once he received it. It was pretty heavy. It was indeed a weapon used by knights. Luo Feng could feel it was comparable to even a destroyer of Earth during the Great Nirvana. Naturally, when one reached Luo Feng's level, he could easily destroy the Earth with one move. This little bit of weight was nothing. My teacher asked me to come when I reach Sector Lord level. The main thing is to advise me and give me this weapon? Luo Feng thought, simultaneously keeping the Beast God armament in his world ring. Sector Lord is the most important period for training. As your teacher, I definitely have to give you a treasure. The city leader said. Primal Chaos City Leader. He was indeed the big boss of the Virtual Universe Company. One of the top 3 in the entire human race. He took out the Beast God armament like it was nothing. He still thought his teacher called him over to simply give him one Beast God armament, but it looks like he underestimated his teacher. This is a rare treasure, even I'm unable to refine it. If you reveal its abilities, it would make knights fight over to get it. The city leader smiled. However, this treasure has yet to been made public, it's always been with me. Hence, no other life forms in the universe know of its existence. Naturally, its usefulness to me is almost negligible. Luo Feng held his breath. Almost? It meant that this treasure still had some use to his teacher. It would draw attention from even the knights. Just what was this treasure? His teacher sure was generous. Hua! The city leader flipped his hand and the surrounding space shook. A huge treasure floated in the air. Ah! Luo Feng looked at it, stunned. It was a pair of exquisite silver wings, 80 tall and huge as it shook the space about it. Each feather was clearly visible on it, however it was easy to see that each feather was made from special metals and all of them were extremely sharp. And they were not real feathers either. These could become weapons themselves. So big. Luo Feng muttered softly. Once you've refined and absorbed it into your body, it can change in size. When it's big, it can even reach 1 trillion km and cover the Lao's world easily. If you wish so, it can even shrink down smaller than a single cell. The city leader said. Luo Feng was completely stunned. Such a powerful weapon. Smaller than a cell? Bigger than Lao's world? It was no wonder that it would make even the knights go crazy go for it. Luckily it had never been exposed, and no other life forms knew of its ability. It's called the Sure Wu Wings. The city leader said. You can rely on it to fly and flee or battle. As for its true use and how to use it, I will send a manual to you via the Virtual Universe Network. Study it well. Yes. Luo Feng said respectfully. The manual for the Sure Wu Wings couldn't be disclosed, hence it was better to do it in the virtual universe. Remember, don't divulge information about it. Just from looking at it, or even if others see you use it, even a knight wouldn't be able to confirm its true ability. The city leader emphasized. However, if you divulge information on it, the knights crazy for power will definitely come for it. I understand. Luo Feng replied respectfully. The city leader nodded, sighing within. Kudi was dead. Luo Feng, with the Sure Wu Wings, should have a much higher chance of survival. Go on. The leader waved his hand. When you are about to leave Primal Chaos City to go through your life and death trials, come and look for me first. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng said respectfully. After which, he was immediately warped out of the Primal Chaos ruins. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 747, Universe Limit. Chapter 747, Universe Limit. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. After getting the 2 weapons, the Beast God armament and the Sure Wu Wings, Luo Feng left the city leader's residence excitedly and returned to his own quiet training quarters. The moment he got back, he immediately connected to the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region. Your Majesty, did you request for the nutrition cabin to be sent to Primal Chaos City? A clear voice resounded on the screen. Yes. Luo Feng sat at his desk and nodded, send it as soon as possible. Yes. After which the call ended. Luo Feng revealed a smile, with different position, one's authority was different too. Back when he first came to Primal Chaos City, he had mostly always had to listen to orders. Things like sending the nutrition cabin etc., the service wouldn't be this good, sending it personally to Primal Chaos City. Now it was different, his position was much higher than a Primal Region Sector Lord. Nanshan 7 Forms. Luo Feng waved his hand and a thick book flew out from the bookshelf, landing on the table before him. As for the laptop, he tossed it on a small table beside his sofa. I had only briefly seen through the 4 techniques before, never really studying them. Now that I've completed the first form scale formation, I know more about the Beast God path. Naturally, it's time to learn how to use it. Luo Feng flipped open the thick book. It was half a meter thick, every page however was extremely thin, the first volume alone was close to 10,000 pages long. The first 1/3 pages of the first volume was information related to studying the laws, mostly on how to train the scale formation. The remaining 2/3 RDS was about the 4 techniques and their usage. The first Beast God transformation was the easiest to learn. As long as one understood the laws, it could be learnt. However, it was still one of the ultimate paths. And it was an extremely important one. This particular move Shi Luo Duo made had let Luo Feng understand a big secret of the universe. According to Shi Luo Duo, using one's body to 100% perfection is something all undyings can do. A true absolute warrior, however, can totally exceed that limit. For example, using 200% to 300% strength instead. Like Luo Feng, his golden horned beast's natural ability strengthen was strengthening in overall, of which his body strength would double as well. And deities of the world, it was an extremely valuable technique. The moment it was unleashed, the golden horned beast would shrink and its muscle and bone density would increase at a shocking rate. This would make his strength rise by a few times. The highest was the legendary 36 times. These were all special techniques used to instantly raise one's strength. And the body's universe limit was a 100 times. Whether it was through techniques or any other method, the highest was still 100 times. Same theory. The spirit energy amplitude had a universe limit of 100 times. Luo Feng's, however, could reach over 200, and as the perfect form was only 100, his was over 32 times that. And according to what he deduced, the final goal of the demon node inheritance was probably 100 times amplitude. 100 times, this was the universe limit. There was no way to exceed that. Completing the deities of the world would increase one's amplitude to 36 times, and according to Luo Feng's inherited memories, other than the one golden horned beast that created deities of the world back then, the other generations of beasts never ever completed the 3rd level. Very few even made great progress in the 2nd level. Amplitude of 36 times, it was extremely tough. Beast God transformation only had 6 levels. The first would amplify 2 times. The second, 4 times. The third, 8 times. The sixth, 64 times. This meant that the great Shi Luo Duo, a being invincible amongst anything below a universe master, could at most amplify his strength 64 times when he unleashed the Beast God transformation. Not even mentioning 64 times, simply being able to reach the 5th level of 32 times alone was already incredible. It could be seen that reaching the universe limit was extremely tough, whether it was the soul amplitude or body amplitude, or not even reaching the limit. Just reaching 50 times, that was enough to stand over countless absolute beings. Demon node inheritance, many emperor-level undyings would go receive the inheritance. Even with such an encounter, many were unable to complete even the 1st level. Those without such an encounter would naturally be even weaker. 10,000 soul control technique, its pinnacle 10,000 control required one's spirit energy amplitude to reach 10,100 times. However, even the creator of the technique never completed it, it was but an imagination. The Demon Note inheritance had stayed in Demon Note Mountain for a countless amount of time. Yet none had ever fully completed it. Hard. Extremely tough. The universe limit had held back Shi Luo Duo, the creator of the 10,000 soul control and other countless absolute beings. And Luo Feng's golden horned beast body. Its true amplifying techniques were deities of the world and its natural ability strengthen. Of which, deities of the world could amplify his strength 5 times, and strengthen could raise it only 2 times. Hence, using those alone, he could raise his golden horned beast's strength by only 10 times. Of course, from the black metal nameless manual, it made the beast's cells evolve and strengthen it by 3 times. However, this was a cellular evolution. It was the foundation. Not a technique that amplified. Like the blood river energy, using it could instantly change the genes of the right claw, making its right claw become almost like the beast god's, its strength amplifying 11 times from before. However, this too was a genetic change, not an amplitude technique. Hence genetics and bloodline is very important. Luo Feng thought within. With good genes and bloodline, one's basics would far exceed that of others. Even if there were 2 Sector Lord Pinnacles, a golden horned beast's body attack strength will be already 10 times that of a human Sector Lord Pinnacle. Stronger in foundation by 10 times, I have to say, that black metal nameless manual is incredibly terrifying. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He had acquired that black metal on Earth and gotten the incomplete nameless manual's first level. Just its first level alone, its price was immeasurable. Normally when one reached Domain Lord or Sector Lord Pinnacle, their bodies would no longer be able to evolve. However, relying on this nameless manual, raising one's genetic makeup by another 3 times. This wasn't an instantaneous amplification, but a true evolution of the genes, raising the foundation altogether. This was definitely against the universe laws. A manual that goes against the universe laws, it's a pity there's only that first level. Luo Feng thought. If I have all 9 levels, this nameless manual, its price would far exceed any manual I know of. The first beast transformation was a body amplification, similar to deities of the world and the demon note inheritance and other amplification techniques. The second beast god armament was a technique to use the beast god armament. This was a true technique Shi Luo Duo had used to dominate the universe, killing many others. It seemed like a simple standard beast god armament, however in Shi Luo Duo's hands, it could decimate almost everything, dominating trillions of races. The third technique was the beast god howl. This was a soul defense technique, and was similar to the void pagoda Luo Feng studied. However, it was much stronger than that. No matter who it was, as long as he had a soul, it was necessary for them to study soul defense. And Shi Luo Duo was a spirit reader, hence the soul defense technique he created was naturally extremely powerful. The fourth was Beast God Run. This was used to flee. The universe was vast and mysterious, with many ambushes hidden within. Being strong in battle was one thing, however what truly determined how long one lived was his ability to flee. Like undying night, going through countless life or death situations, treating the universe's secret regions like his own garden, surviving through everything. Like the primal chaos guardian, having many separate bodies, this was a survival technique. Beast God Run, if trained well, could raise one's survival chances by at least 10 times. 4 techniques. 1 for body amplification, 1 for spirit weapon attacks, 1 for soul defense, 1 for fleeing. The names of the 4 techniques sure are interesting. Beast God Transformation, Beast God Armament, Beast God Howl and Beast God Run. It truly is a manual designed to fully transform one into a beast god. Luo Feng smiled. On his shoulder, Babata suddenly shouted, "Luo Feng, why are there no soul amplification techniques?" "How would I know?" Luo Feng shook his head. He didn't know. The beast god was a path of the body, not a soul path. Hence, the fusion of the golden space laws with the final goal of becoming a beast god, it was only a body amplification, it didn't have any soul amplification. As for Shi Luo Duo himself, he naturally had other encounters. He knew other soul amplification techniques, the only thing was, they weren't created by him. 4 techniques. Every one of them was extremely crucial and profound, and after carefully studying them, Luo Feng was even more shocked. He didn't even have any thoughts about creating his own techniques. His city leader teacher was right, learn the great techniques of the elders first, and once he had fully comprehended them, through battles and all, he would someday feel they weren't fully unleashing his strength. Only then would it be a good time to create his own techniques. He was still learning the basics now, it was better to study these 4 of Shi Luo Duo's techniques. Do. Luo Feng, there's a call request. Babata shouted. Accept. Luo Feng gently tapped the air and a screen appeared. On it was a white-bearded, white-robed old man. He was the manager of the primal region, AI Tua Air. He bowed slightly and said, Your Majesty Luo Feng, there's a briefcase with a manual here for you. Ah? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The city leader had said that he would send someone who would bring the details about the Shi Wu wings. I'm coming. Luo Feng immediately closed the call, so he flew out of his windows. He rushed into the skies and headed straight for the entrance of the primal region. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived. There at the entrance stood a few maids, AI Tua Air the Undying stood there too, he held a silver briefcase. The standard beast god armament, my teacher the city leader doesn't care too much about. However, he did say these Shi Wu wings were a true treasure that hadn't been seen by the universe yet, who knows what wonders it holds. Luo Feng was very clear that such a treasure would take him an extremely long time to train in to fully understand it, looking at the manual would speed things up a lot more. Thanks. Luo Feng landed and received the briefcase. Ha, I heard you've become a true disciple of the primal chaos city leader. Congratulations. AI Tua Air said passionately. Luo Feng looked at him shocked, this was the manager of the primal region, he sure was well informed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 748, Along 300 Years. Chapter 748, Along 300 Years. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Luo Feng carried the briefcase back to his villa. Pa. He sat on his sofa and opened the case, and in it a gray book lay within. He lifted it and took a look. So it's like that. He nodded and continued to read. Shi Wu wings, a treasure suitable for one trained in the fusion of the golden space laws. As it suited for this fusion, the city leader gave it to Luo Feng. The origin of this item was a mystery. Its material was incredibly sturdy, so much so that even a universe master wouldn't be able to destroy it. The city leader didn't walk the path of the beast god, hence he wouldn't be able to use it perfectly. However, his vision and perspective was incredibly broad, he was able to see its true power. The Shi Wu wings was mainly used for fleeing. According to the research, the city leader had discovered that the wings should have 3 forms. The first form was its normal form. After completing the Nanshan 7 forms first level, one would be able to trigger it. Using the wings, one's flying movement would be incredibly unpredictable. The second form was where the wings would change. After completing the Nanshan 7 forms third form, the bone transformation, one would be able to unleash the second form of the Shi Wu wings. When used, there would be a massive space disruption in the area, and that disruption would be the domain of the Shi Wu wings. The third form, after completing the 5th form, horn section of the Nanshan 7 forms, one would be able to unleash this third form. When used, it would become a space tide. Flying within this tide wouldn't affect the wings at all. Of course. As its material was so sturdy even a universe master wouldn't be able to break through, as long as they wrapped around the owner, it was a very good defensive item which was able to disperse a lot of attacks. And the feathers weren't exactly real feathers, but sharp piercing knives. In flight, they could be used to attack and slash through anything. There's a technique at the back of this book: most of humanity doesn't have wings. Hence, the usage of such items are incredibly limited. I believe you've never trained in such a technique before too. However, this sure Wu wings should be your strongest treasure. In order to unleash it well, I've prepared a technique called Universe Line. This is one that has space as the main law and gold as the secondary law. Fleeing and survival ability is very important. After studying Beast God Run and Universe Line, Luo Feng immediately began to search through the golden horned beast's inherited memories for techniques. The golden horned beast had wings, and there were huge amounts of such techniques for the usage of its wings. Luo Feng searched through and began to study them. Looking through Beast God Run and Universe Line, Luo Feng's perspectives had grown. He quickly found a technique specialized in fleeing. This had some similarities with the other two techniques. Its name was Universe Strike Travel. Amongst my three bodies, the golden horned beast is the strongest. Naturally, the strong would work best with the strong. This sure Wu wings will go to the beast. And this Universe Strike Travel, it's created by one of the ancestors of the golden horned beast. It's very suited for its use. I'll use it as the main technique, and Beast God Run and Universe Line as the secondary. In the study. On his screen, there was a silhouette covered in fog. It said with a low voice, "Primal Region Sector Lord Member Luo Feng, you've passed the domain Lord Primal Sky Mountain, hence the Virtual Universe Company will reward you with 3 billion points. You can use this to exchange for items that will add to your strength. This will give you a higher chance of survival in the outer region wars." Understood. Luo Feng stood before the screen. "We hope you'll be able to survive and return from the wars." After which, the silhouette cut off the connection. Luo Feng smiled, his eyes filled with excitement. It's finally here. 3 billion points. Luo Feng checked his points. 3 billion had just been transferred to his account. I'll first check in exchange for the materials required for deities of the world. Luo Feng sat before his laptop and searched through. Even though he had searched before, he didn't exactly check how to use the least amount of points to get the best effect. "Babada, help me calculate, with my 3 billion points, how far can I raise deities of the world?" "Yes, calculating." Babada blinked on his shoulder. "Complete. 3 billion points will be able to raise deities of the world to amplify your strength by 7.9 times. Babada said. The first level was 3 times. The second was 9 times, however that required over 10 billion points to complete. 7.9? Luo Feng frowned. How much does 7.5 times require? 2.12 billion points. Babada said. Very good. Luo Feng nodded. Help me exchange. He didn't even hesitate, immediately exchanging for the items. Luo Feng was very clear on the logic of the strong going with the strong. The golden horned beast's body was over 100 times stronger than his earth body. Even adding multiple times of his earth body's strength wouldn't be any good. It was better to simply amplify the beast's strength. Exchange successful, a total of 12 billion points have been spent, and the materials will arrive in Primal Chaos City within 6 months. Babada said. He couldn't help but shout out, damn, 2.12 billion points, and this is with your huge discount. If it was cash, even 5 billion mixed elements wouldn't be enough. Damn, it's enough to make a poor emperor-level undying go completely bankrupt. Luo Feng laughed. He continued to search for information on how to make his cloud contact vine, star-eating plant and the bug clan queen become undying. For the 2 plants to break through, the price was extremely high. And there wasn't even a 100% chance at all. For example, the best option for the 100 vine star-eating plant to have a chance of breaking through to an undying was at 80%, and the price required however was 10. 86 million points. The 300 vine star-eating plant, its best method would only be at 60% chance, and the cost was 920 million points. As for the 1000 vine star-eating plant, the best method would only yield a 30% chance, and the cost was close to 120 billion points. The higher it climbed, the more terrifying the costs were. And the chances of breaking through kept going lower. Whoever spent 120 billion points but failed in making his 1000 vine star-eating plant breakthrough to undying would definitely feel the pinch. When it came to the 108 vine cloud contact vine, the best method had a 80% chance, and the cost was 18.1 million points. For the 216 vines cloud contact vine, the best method had a 50% chance, and the cost was 1.53 billion points. As for the 360 vines cloud contact vine, the best method had a 40% chance of breaking through, and the cost was close to 11.6 billion points. These were the best methods. If one spent lesser, and used lousier methods, the chances of breakthrough would be even lower. When Huyen Bo's cloud contact vine broke through back then, luck played a big part. As his investment and method wasn't exactly the best, his chances were only 40%, however he still succeeded. Exchanging for materials and treasures. Exchanging for time-space scribbles 4th, 5th, and 6th volumes. Exchanging for some automaton weapons. Many such weapons were prohibited. 10. Luo Feng's authority, however, was high enough for him to purchase them. Even though the price of these weapons was extremely high, it was usable by weak warriors, giving them the ability to fight the strong. Large amounts of point usage. He used the 3 billion points till only a pitiful 200 million was left. He then used it to exchange for many other items, things that could help raise his strength further and also deal with crisis. Time passed. In a flash, it had been 300 years since he became Sector Lord. Actual universe 1000 years. Within Primal Chaos City, countless warriors sat cross-legged on their balconies. Luo Feng sat cross-legged on his and looked up at the space tiers with the universe laws revolving about. Ha ha ha. He suddenly laughed and got up. 300 years, I've been able to study the 9 universe tablet a total of 18 times. I've finally comprehended the 4th star picture and the 5th galaxy picture. Luo Feng was happy within. Normal study of the 5th picture gave one the capability of passing the 15th level of the Heavenly Bridge, which was comparable to the 1st level of the Nanshan 7 forms. However, it was much easier than the 1st level of the Nanshan 7 forms. Including the 108 wonders that he had completed earlier on, along with the 18 times of study of the tablet, his efficiency had risen greatly. Even if he needed to concentrate on the 2nd level of the Nanshan 7 forms alongside it, he wouldn't require 300 years. It's a pity that the 2nd level of the Nanshan 7 forms is much harder than the 1st. Even after 300 years, I barely scratched the surface of it. So, he jumped down and landed below, walking to his door and gently touched the door. The color began to change back to white. I've stayed here for over 1,200 years. Luo Feng said softly, over 4,000 years have passed in the actual universe. Most of my time since I've been born have been used training, and now, I can't bear to leave. It's time I left. Luo Feng shook his head. He turned and left towards the not-too-distant Truyan's residence. Before leaving Primal Chaos City, he had to bid goodbye to his 2 teachers. Junior Luo Feng. Junior. Walking within, he would occasionally see his seniors who would wave at him passionately. After knowing the face that he had become the true disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, they naturally treated him much better. Teacher is that way. A senior pointed. Luo Feng arrived before the yard. Come in. A voice resounded from within. Luo Feng stepped in and saw Truyan sitting before a table, with wine in a bamboo pot. Teacher. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Are you leaving? Truyan continued to drink. Yes. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Tru Yen glanced at him. Go on, don't spoil my reputation. Luo Feng knelt down respectfully, bowing very heavily before getting up. I'll be leaving, teacher. He turned to head out. Tru Yen looked at his back and shouted, come back alive. Also bring some good wine. I haven't tasted any good wine from you yet. I will definitely bring some when I return. Luo Feng said as he vanished into the distance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 749, Leaving Primal Chaos City. Chapter 749, Leaving Primal Chaos City. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Walking out of Tru Yan's residence, Luo Feng had made up his mind to make a name for himself. He has had 3 teachers so far. One of them was Hu Yenbo, another was Tru Yan, and the third one was the Primal Chaos City leader. In terms of relationship, Tru Yan was without doubt the top, as he had spent so much time with him, and Tru Yan was also very dedicated in teaching him. It was almost like a father teaching his child. Just buying the Nanshan 7 forms alone, that was a debt Luo Feng found hard to repay. One had to know that Tru Yan wasn't a knight. The cost of buying the first half of the Nanshan 7 forms was extremely high for him. Your Majesty Luo Feng. Your Majesty Luo Feng. The undying guards within the city leader's residence all said respectfully, opening a path for him. Luo Feng stepped into the residence and quickly reached the yard. With a deep breath, he stepped in. Scattered corpses lay throughout the entire vast continent. One had to know that this was reality and not the virtual universe. All the bodies were real, not decaying over countless years. It was obvious all these were undying bodies, just the energies from them alone was terrifying. Teacher. Luo Feng walked towards the man sitting cross-legged and bowed. The city leader stood up and turned to look at Luo Feng. Are you prepared to leave Primal Chaos City? His eyes were calm and vast like the ocean. Yes. Luo Feng replied. It's time you went out and explored. The city leader nodded. Where are you prepared to head out to? Universe Secret Region? Outer Region Wars. Outer Region Wars. Luo Feng said respectfully. Sector lords were required to go through life or death training. This was the long-time tradition of the Virtual Universe Company. The life or death training was split into 2 types. One was the Outer Region Wars and the other was the Secret Regions. Both places were extremely dangerous. The Outer Region Wars were where the races battled each other. There were many warriors hidden within, and a combined army's force. Even if they were weaker individually than Luo Feng, the combined attacks could end him immediately. As for the Secret Regions, they were also comparable to the Outer Region Wars. Just like how Luo Feng's senior Kudi had fallen in one of the Secret Regions, some of the dangers there were enough to make knights fall, but... Outer Region Wars? The city leader frowned. There are many races hidden out there. You are now my true disciple, and are also regarded as a rare genius of 10 million eras. Countless warriors will have made plans to kill you, the moment you head there, I'm afraid. Luo Feng smiled. I understand, I've been ambushed by the Bug Clan before. And that was even before my reputation had grown. The Bug Clan did all they could to kill me in Wulong Starfield. And right now, they are probably willing to sacrifice even more to kill me. Bug Clan. The city leader snorted coldly. The surrounding vast space immediately shook. Luo Feng was shocked. He could feel the city leader's rage the moment the Bug Clan was mentioned. Automaton race, demons, Bug Clans, the 3 pinnacle races that are neighbors to our territory. The city leader said coldly. As they are nearby, anybody that wants to expand or doesn't want to be invaded has to go to war. Among these 3 races, the Bug Clan is the most sinister. As they have many underhanded methods, you have to be most careful of them when you head to the Outer Region Wars. Luo Feng nodded. Yes, teacher. You must be prudent. because your senior Squad-Re fell to them. The city leader emphasized his strength, his self-preservation methods, etc., were much more than yours currently. You only received 3 billion points to buy large amounts of items. He on the other hand had passed the sector Lord Primal Sky Mountain, getting 100 billion points. His treasures all far exceed yours. He also had many encounters, still he fell. Luo Feng shook within. I will be prudent. Right. He had thought that he had many techniques and methods. However, he recalled the last few words Hu Yanbo had told Babata to tell him. One had to always hold respect for the universe, and keep a humble heart. This was the mindset of a lone warrior undying exploring the universe. Never ever get proud. The moment you get careless, you might lose your life. Luo Feng warned himself. The inter-race wars are extremely brutal, as they are wars for survival. Over countless years, countless warriors have fallen. The grudge between each race grows more and more. It's already reached a very terrifying level. The city leader turned and looked at the vast land of countless corpses. Look at all these bodies. Luo Feng looked about. Countless bodies, some as big as 1,000 kilometers tall, some less than half a meter, some metal life forms, energy life forms, etc. The energy levels were all different, some no weaker than a living Shirhuanite. These are all beings I've killed personally. He said softly. Just me alone, I've killed countless other warriors, and this is not even a fraction of it. There are many that have been reduced to nothing by energy ripples. Humanity hates other races. They hate us too. It's not clear who's right or wrong, or maybe nobody's wrong, it's simply for survival. A weaker race will want to get stronger, the strong will find ways to control and stop them. The city leader said softly. The massacres are endless. Even though I have the ability to revive, the cost of it is too much. Revival? Luo Feng was shocked. The city leader glanced at Luo Feng. Universe masters control time and space. Naturally they can reverse time and space. Even if you die. I can reverse time and space and return it to a time before you died, reviving you within. The city leader shook his head and sighed. The theory is simple, the cost however is extremely high. After all, reviving a soul that had been destroyed goes against the universe laws. It would get a backlash from the universe laws. I can withstand the backlash from reviving an official or emperor level undying. However, if I revive a knight, even I would be heavily injured. Some pinnacle beings amongst the knights, like Shi Luo Duo, if I revive him, just the backlash alone would probably make me fall. The city leader said, if I die, there's no one that can revive me. Luo Feng was shocked. What a terrifying price. The backlash from reviving a knight was actually enough to heavily damage the primal chaos city leader. Reviving a pinnacle being like Shi Luo Duo would even make him fall. Reversing time and space, reviving the dead, one would not only receive a backlash from the universe laws. He shook his head. There are many flaws in this heavenly technique, of which I cannot explain everything shortly. It makes it so that I can only try to bring you back if you die. Like your senior Squad-Re, I had no way to revive him. Hence you have to be prudent. When they make a move against you, they'll definitely think of a way to stop me from reviving you. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Remember. He emphasized, the most important thing is that don't ever let your soul be possessed or taken control of. The moment you become a soul slave, even I have no way to save you. Luo Feng was shocked. Becoming a soul slave was indeed the end. If you receive a soul attack you cannot withstand, self-destruct. That would still be the better choice than becoming a soul slave. He stared at Luo Feng. Self-destruct? Luo Feng nodded. This is my keepsake. He flipped his hand, a gold card appeared, on it were faint engravings, the picture of a city. Luo Feng received it respectfully. If you encounter a danger you cannot deal with, you can immediately destroy this card. The material that makes up this card is very weak, it's only C9 grade alloy, you can easily destroy it. It has my spirit imprint, and the moment you destroy it, I will know and will rush over in a short time. The city leader emphasized. Luo Feng nodded. Of course, I hope you won't ever be forced to use it. The city leader looked at him. I hope, for you to rely on your own strength and become an absolute warrior. Then the other races cannot touch you. Before you leave, I have one last thing to tell you. Remember, survival is number one. He emphasized, with an absolute survival method, the other races won't dare to mess with you. Like Undying Knight of the Huge Axe Dojo, his strength is at Knight Pinnacle level, however his survival ability is very strong. Even the Universe Masters would find it extremely hard to kill him. The moment one cannot kill, he would get revenge. While he may not be your match, he can take it out on your disciples and race people. Luo Feng got a revelation as he heard this. Right. Survival ability was not something to be messed with. If you can't kill him, don't make a move against him, otherwise messing with such an unkillable enemy would bring only trouble. I do not need you to become like Undying Knight, his survival ability is simply absurd. However, try your best to raise your survival skills. He emphasized, don't ever think that you are absolutely safe, even up to my level. I do not dare say such words. I will remember this well. Luo Feng said gratefully. Go on. Go and explore the universe. The city leader waved his hand. Luo Feng knelt and bid goodbye to his teacher. Shwa. Luo Feng was immediately warped out of the primal chaos ruins. He glanced at the yard, then turned and left. There were frequent ships that flew through the universe pathways between the primal universe and the virtual universe company's headquarters in the actual universe. Luo Feng decided to leave that day, checking up on the schedules and requesting to leave. So, he rushed into the sky and headed to the air. There floated a huge ship. Your Majesty Luo Feng, we are all ready. The purple-robed Undying stood there at the entrance and smiled passionately at him. Luo Feng glanced back at Primal Chaos City. This was where he had lived for 1,200 years, the place where his teachers Tru Yen and the Primal Chaos City leader were. It's time to go. He flew into the ship. Hua! The cabin door shut, rumble. The ship began to fly deep through the primal chaos energies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 750, Luo Feng's Bug Army. Chapter 750, Luo Feng's Bug Army. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Primal Universe, Virtual Universe Company Headquarters. It was an extremely vast continent, bigger than even the Laos world of the Gold Horn race. This was the Virtual Universe Company's headquarters. Rumble. Within the core, two heavy doors automatically opened, revealing a magnificent pathway. This was the Universe Pathway. It connected the primal universe with the actual universe. A ship flew through and later accelerated. Within a few minutes, it finally landed at a gathering spot. Hua! The cabin door opened. Your Majesty Luo Feng, please. Your Majesty Luo Feng. Everyone else standing at the entrance was incredibly passionate and humble towards him. Even the two Emperor-level Undying stood at the side and allowed him to pass first. The news of every disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader was made public, and their position was incredibly high. Luo Feng's authority naturally stood above many Emperor-level Undyings now. He stepped out and landed on the ground. Your Majesty Luo Feng, this way please, we will swiftly leave the headquarters. And along this way, you will find the gathering spot 3 space. The host of the universe ship guided him passionately. Thank you. Luo Feng smiled. No problem. The host said. Luo Feng turned and walked alone towards the pathway that headed towards the third gathering space. As he walked along, Luo Feng easily crossed hundreds of thousands of km every second. After a few minutes, he reached the pathway. Wow! Luo Feng looked at the screen before him. He couldn't help but exclaim, 36 fixed space pathways. These 36 pathways were headed in 36 different sections of humanity's territories. One had to know that the costs of God Country teleportation were incredibly shocking, and these fixed pathways connected the headquarters to many regions, as many Undyings frequently used these. As the demand was huge, it had become the norm. Since the costs were much lower, even those able to use God Country teleportation would rather use these pathways. Saving money. Luo Feng naturally didn't lack money. He was even nurturing 3 star-eating plants and a cloud contact vine, and he had successfully made the 100 vine star-eating plant breakthrough to Undying. He was able to use God Country teleportation. It was a pity the time it had become Undying had been too short. He hadn't left any markers about the universe, hence he couldn't use it to teleport to other areas. With the 100 vine plant breaking through to Undying, I can make a few hidden Undying crystals from the plant. Luo Feng thought. In dire times, I'll be able to teleport to these places. Your Majesty, Luo Feng? A smartly dressed green-skinned man walked over from afar. His body emanated powerful life energy. Undying? Luo Feng looked at him curiously. Most of the staff around were all sector lords or domain lords. There were very few Undyings sent here to do work. From the looks of it, he should be the head of the staff here. Your Majesty has requested to be sent to the 9th Division. We received the news long ago. Hence I, Pupuka, have been here waiting for you. Please follow me. The green-skinned man smiled. Thank you. Luo Feng smiled. Haha, no problem. After getting Luo Feng's thanks, this Pupuka who was in charge of the 3rd gathering spot was all smiles. He passionately led Luo Feng to a space pathway. The space pathway, from a glance, was just like a rippling water screen. 9th Division, it's the closest to Wulong Starfield. Pupuka said passionately. Luo Feng nodded. He stepped through the water screen. The space pathways were using the God countries and teleportation points. These Undyings had given up their God countries. Of course, even under such circumstances, their God countries were kept incredibly safe. Through the space pathway, in an instant, they traveled over 100 million light-years. After which Luo Feng sat in the Yun-Mo planet ship and began to head to Wulong Starfield. Within the control room, Luo Feng was sipping some wine, pondering. While traveling at a steady 50 times light speed, in half a month, we'll arrive at Wulong Starfield. Babata said. Luo Feng nodded, sending his consciousness into the virtual universe network. Virtual Universe Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region. Sitting before his desk, he gently tapped the screen on his laptop. Purchasing 10,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Clan Corpse units. Confirm. With a 60% discount, it costs 60 million points. Points deducted. Luo Feng looked at his remaining points. He only had 180 million points left. He couldn't help but exclaim at his lack of points. However, these were meant to be used in crucial times. Hence, buying the 10,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Corpse units was already something he had planned long ago. Your Majesty Luo Feng, you just purchased 10,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Corpse units. Where should we send it to? A voice resounded from the screen. I will go directly to Wulong to Starfield to pick them. Luo Feng said. After which he closed the call. Luo Feng revealed a smile, disconnecting from the virtual universe. Within his vast internal world. Bug Clan Island. Countless 30m tall Sector Lord Pinnacle Tiger armored bugs lived on this island. There were also few 20m tall, streamlined hunting mantis kings, and even fewer 6m tall shadow spear kings. And right in the center of the island was an over 1000m tall mother nest. So, Masha Luo Feng appeared in mid-air and floated above the island. Alina. Luo Feng gazed downwards. Master. A beam of light shot out from the mother nest. It was the absolute beauty bug clan queen Alina. Rumble. Millions of Sector Lord Pinnacle bugs all knelt down respectfully, showing their respect to Luo Feng. There are 3 million tiger armored bugs, 10,000 hunting mantis kings and 1,000 shadow spear kings. Black-clothed Luo Feng smiled. Alina, you've done well. Working for Master is my honor. Her voice was gentle. Luo Feng nodded. The last time he came to Wulong Starfield he had taken away 400 units of Sector Lord bug corpses, of which 300 units were taken when he was ambushed. Those, however, weren't considered top tier. It could at most produce about over 3 million tiger armored bugs, and the 100 units he had bought was the best. It could produce close to 1.8 million tiger armored bugs. With the two combined, he finally managed to get 3 million tiger armored bugs, 10,000 hunting mantis kings and 1,000 shadow spear kings. The number of soldiers the bug clan queen could control was limited. For example, if she wanted to control all of them to attack at once, that was not possible. She could at most control 10,000 of them to do it. This was the limit. The moment the number exceeded that, she would be unable to make all of them attack. As the numbers grew, the control would get more ragged. When the numbers reached 1 million, the queen could at most control countless soldiers to attack and withdraw. As for the precision, it wasn't as precise. If the numbers exceeded 1 million, reaching a few millions and above 10 million, she would be unable to even gather all of them in one spot. 10,000 was the limit. 1 million was another barrier. Luo Feng thought. As long as the soldier numbers are within 10,000, the soldiers would be precise, even infused with laws, akin to humans. When their numbers are within 1 million, it can at most be like a perfect army, coordinated and directed. But, anything over that, it would get messy. This was also why the Undying Bug Clan Queen would never control over 10,000 Undying Bug soldiers. Alina. Luo Feng said. Master. She replied respectfully. I'm prepared to make 1 million king soldier army. Luo Feng said. Bug clan kings, 1 million? She was shocked. Luo Feng nodded. Tiger armored kings. Tiger armored bugs were huge with strong defense and attack. Compared to the hunting mantis, they were slower. However, in other areas, they were comparable. For the million-strong army, speed wasn't a required thing. Master, creating 1 Sector Lord Pinnacle Tiger Armored King, has the cost of creating 100 Sector Lord Pinnacle Normal Tiger Armored Bugs. Alina said, the king's body is incredibly tough, his strength and attacks are about 10 times that of a normal tiger armored bugs. She said. If the million-strong tiger armored bug army battled against a 10,000 tiger armored king army, the million-strong army would definitely win. However, 100 million tiger armored bugs army, compared to a million-strong king army, the million kings would definitely win. As it exceeds 1 million, with just Alina controlling everything, she wouldn't be able to control so many soldiers. Master, you are sure you want to make them? She asked. Luo Feng nodded. How long will it take? Producing the kings will actually be faster. She said. As I can easily make endless streams of star and universe levels tiger armored bugs, the burden on me is actually less. It'll take more time during their killing and massacre process, producing the many Sector Lord Pinnacle tier armored kings. I can probably produce about 100 every day. 100 a day, the million-strong army will take 30 years. Luo Feng nodded. Thanks for your work, Alina. Luo Feng said. No trouble at all. She said happily. Producing soldiers is a way for the queen to strengthen herself. I've never had so many materials before for me to make so many soldiers. Luo Feng smiled. The bug corpses will come in about half a month. The ship continued to progress. After half a month of flying, it finally reached Wulong Starfield. Wulong Starfield. Luo Feng stood within the control room, gazing at the endless vast goods that filled up the entire space. Million Sector Lord King Army. Also, mysterious silver armor. These two are extremely important in my plans. Finally, they'll be in my hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 751, Wulong Starfield. Chapter 751, Wulong Starfield. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Wulong Starfield, Longju Emperor's Palace. At this time, the 5 managers of Wulong Starfield were gathered here. Life is so fickle. Luo Feng was so pitiful the last time he was bullied by Yanju Emperor. In the blink of an eye, only a few thousand years have passed. Longju Emperor shook his head. The tables have turned now. Yanju is now in the 9th jail hell, imprisoned for 1,000 eras, and Luo Feng is soaring, becoming the disciple of the primal Chaos City leader. Longju Emperor, you'll have to help us this time. The skinny Dinyan Emperor put down his wine glass. The last time Yanju treated Luo Feng like that, we all didn't even stop him. I'm afraid he will remember it. Yingu Emperor nodded too. Longju Emperor, will rely on you to persuade him. Sangyu Emperor said. To be able to take on the position of manager here, it showed they all knew how to deal with people. They were clear on the fact that even though Luo Feng was still unable to do anything to them, and they were a different level of power with him at the moment. However, what about the future? The way he's growing, he may become the new Shi Knight. The moment his strength grew, dealing with them would be easy. Those petty and vengeful warriors, there were plenty of them. Haha, relax. Longju Emperor nodded and smiled. He was however proud within. Him helping them out would mean they would owe him a favor. I'll have to thank His Majesty Luo Feng too. Beside them sat a handsome man. In terms of beauty, Yanju back then was so beautiful it was hard to tell whether he was a man or lady. This man, however, was easily distinguishable as a man. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here. The man smiled. Haha, Qili Emperor, you'll have to thank him. Indeed. Otherwise, Yanju wouldn't be chased away so easily. The other 4 all laughed. Suddenly, Lord. A silver-armored sector lord rushed in from outside, kneeling respectfully. His Majesty Luo Feng has already arrived. Luo Feng? Longju and the others were shocked. Hua! The 5 got up simultaneously. Let's go welcome him. Dinyan Emperor said. The 5 managers rushed out, as they were clear on Luo Feng's relationship with Longju Emperor. They guessed that he would come here first, hence they had all gathered here to welcome him. Outside the palace, Luo Feng had already kept his Yunmo planet ship and stood outside the entrance. Luo Feng! A powerful voice resounded. Luo Feng turned and saw 5 people approaching, smiling. Longju Emperor, Dinyan Emperor, Yingu Emperor, Sengyu Emperor too. Even though he wasn't vengeful against the other 3 emperors, he didn't have a good impression of them. Back then when Yanju wanted to jail him in the jail hell, the 3 simply stood there and did nothing to stop him. We knew that you were coming, so we've been waiting for you here. The tall and skinny Dinyan Emperor smiled. Luo Feng nodded without saying anything else. Luo Feng, let me introduce you. Longju Emperor smiled and pointed to the handsome man beside him. This is Qili Emperor from the huge Axe Dojo. Qili Emperor? Luo Feng looked over. Damn! Another handsome fellow. Back then Yanju had reached such a level of beauty, and even though this man before him wasn't at that level, he was definitely a dashing guy. The emperors that the huge Axe Dojo sends out, are they all handsome fellows? Luo Feng muttered to himself. Greetings, Your Majesty. Qili smiled. I just took on this position, I really have to thank you for this. If it weren't for your incident and Yanzhou Emperor being locked up in the 9th jail hell, I wouldn't be here. Thank you, Your Majesty. Luo Feng immediately smiled. Looks like this Chili wasn't on the same side as Yanzhou. Luo Feng, let's go in, we can sit and discuss matters. Longzhou Emperor said. Go, let's go in. Your Majesty, please. They were all incredibly passionate, as Luo Feng showed them respect. With the 5 managers welcoming him, he entered the palace. This scene made all the sector lord guards about mutter amongst themselves, just who was this, able to make the 5 managers welcome him so passionately. Within the palace, a luxurious banquet was spread out as the 6 of them sat down. In the blink of an eye, 4,000 years had passed already. In the past, Luo Feng, you were still a normal Primal Region member. Now, you've already become the Primal Chaos City leader's disciple. Longzhou Emperor lifted his wineglass. I respect you, come, let's toast to that. Damn. Everybody lifted their glasses, Luo Feng followed suit. Bottoms up. Luo. Longzhou Emperor was about to say something when Luo Feng smiled. Longzhou Emperor, we can discuss these later. I'm here at Wulong Starfield this time to purchase Bug Corps units. Naturally, I want to go search for treasure too. Hence, we'll discuss business first and settle the matters. Alright, we'll get to work. Longzhou Emperor nodded. We should get to work. Business is more important. The other managers all chimed in. Luo Feng was shocked. There was a saying on Earth, the poor are ignored in the busiest streets, the rich will find relatives in the deepest mountains. One theory, when one is weak, the emperors with power didn't care about him at all, they were all either cold or arrogant before him. In all, they weren't exactly smiling when they met him the first time. However, after he became the disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, every word he said, they complied. Forget it. Luo Feng's dissatisfaction towards them within dissolved. They are all in charge of business departments, they should be used to such matters. Luo Feng, you purchased 10,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Corps units. Since you've already ordered, then it's simple. Longzhou Emperor smiled. I'll arrange for people to go to the storage area and bring over the 10,000 units. Since the size of this deal is huge, it'll have to go and discuss it with the other 4 managers. No problem. I will definitely pick the best 10,000 units for Your Majesty. Relax. Shili Emperor was still okay. The other 3 were obviously much more passionate than before. They were obviously trying to make amends for the actions before. Since their goal was achieved, Luo Feng was pleased with the scene. How long will it take? Luo Feng asked. Within 10 days. Longzhou Emperor said confidently. So fast? Luo Feng was shocked. The last time he bought 100 units, it took quite long. But this time it was 10,000 units, the time required however was shorter. I'll arrange for 100 members to head straight to where the best units are kept. Yingu Emperor laughed. Naturally it'll be very fast. Your Majesty just needs to rest here, and within 10 days you'll receive your bug corpses. Within his 10 short days in Wulong Starfield, the 5 emperors brainstormed and used all sorts of methods to make him happy and enjoy his stay. Luo Feng realized just how important strength and position was. Your Majesty. Longzhou Emperor's voice resounded within the entire palace. Luo Feng walked out. 2 maids stood by the entrance. In the distance, Longzhou Emperor swiftly walked over, one step crossing over 1,000 kilometers. Longzhou Emperor. Luo Feng smiled. What's the matter, have the Bug Corps units all been gathered? Yes, they have. Longzhou Emperor nodded and smiled. With a flip of his hand, a black world ring appeared, 10,000 Bug Corps units all in here. Luo Feng received it happily. This world ring was without an owner, hence he easily used his world energy to enter it and begin to check the 10,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Corps units. From the looks of it, Luo Feng couldn't help but reveal a smile. Long Ju Emperor, Dinyan Emperor, Gu Emperor, they were generous and straightforward. Luo Feng was happy. These 10,000 units, their average standard is even better than the 100 units I bought the last time. The last time he bought 100 Sector Lord units, he could produce about 1.8 million Tiger Armored Bugs. It was already top tier. And ordering through the Virtual Universe Network, he also roughly knew the standards. If he had ordered the shipment to be sent to him, the 100 units he bought would roughly produce 1 million Bug Soldiers. That meant that the 10,000 Bug units he ordered would probably be able to produce 1 million Tiger Armored Kings. However, he was delightfully surprised. He had come personally to choose, and the 10,000 units the 5 managers had given him were enough to create 2 million Tiger Armored Kings. Double the amount. 60 million points, yet I managed to buy 120 million points worth of goods. These 5 managers sure have treated me well. He was happy within. Of course, this is the overall wealth of humanity, not their own money, but if Dinyan Emperor and the others were to foot the bill, they probably wouldn't have been so generous. Long Ju Emperor saw the look of glee on Luo Feng's face. He laughed loudly. How is it? Is it good enough? Very good, these units are really good. Luo Feng nodded. Some of the units are bad while others are good. This time, the other emperors have really worked hard to pick the best ones to send over. Long Ju Emperor smiled. The 3 have actually been trying hard to make amends for matters from before. We hope you don't take it to heart. I understand, Yan Zhu Emperor has Shi Huanite behind him. I understand their actions. Luo Feng nodded and smiled. I don't blame them. Ah, that's good. Long Ju Emperor nodded. After getting some benefit, it was sort of a payment for before. Luo Feng naturally didn't hold it to heart. I remember you wanted to head to Rubbish Mountain. Long Ju Emperor asked. How long are you prepared to search for treasure? Not more than 100 years. Luo Feng said. The aim of this time was to collect enough silver fragments to form a silver armor. According to his estimate, a few decades should be enough. Ah, here are 100 world rings, every one of them represents you can hunt for treasure for a year. With a flip of his hand, Long Ju Emperor retrieved 100 world rings. Also, I'll send you a surveillance map. With your authority, you can view it. When the time comes, you can freely search for the treasures without needing anybody to follow you, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 752, Silver Armor. Chapter 752, Silver Armor. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Luo Feng received the 100 world rings. These sort of huge deals normally came with free chances to hunt for treasure. Buying 10,000 Bug Corps units was 100 times that of the previous time. Naturally he had 100 years to hunt for treasure. Searching about freely within Wulong Starfield would be much better. Luo Feng smiled. Ha! Connect to the Virtual Universe Network. Long Ju Emperor said. I will send the map to you. This has to pass the audit of the Virtual Universe system. Luo Feng nodded. The Virtual Universe system had many abilities, witnessing, audit, etc. Like the Universe First Bank, the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Universe Mercenary Alliance, the Huge Axe Dojo, they all had to use this Virtual Universe Network. This made it so that Luo Feng could not help but exclaim again despite knowing how powerful it was. After a while, Luo Feng got the authority and the screen on his arm displayed the entire Wulong Starfield map. Long Ju Emperor, I'll be heading out to hunt for treasure. Luo Feng smiled. I hope you get a treasure. Long Ju said. Ha ha. Luo Feng smiled, becoming a beam of light and leaving the palace. Watching him leave, Long Ju couldn't help but exclaim, he's actually wasting time by hunting for treasure? Now that he's Sector Lord level, he should be about to go through life or death training. But, before that, he probably wants to relax a little by hunting for treasure. Pitiful punk, who knows whether he can survive the training. In history, there were simply too many absolute geniuses that had fallen during this period of training. Without it, they would never truly become strong warriors. Despite knowing of the dangers, humanity still sent their Sector Lord geniuses to go through these trials. Wulong Starfield, the entire starfield was filled with countless remains from the inter-race wars. All sorts of remains were lying around. Naturally, they were still neatly organized. I always had guides beside me the last time I searched for the fragments. It was so troublesome. This time is better. Being alone, I can be free. Luo Feng sat in his universe ship and looked at the map on his arm screen. There are so many white dots on the map, they should all be internal members. This red light, the place I'm at also has a red. Looks like it represents an outsider. Very quickly, Luo Feng understood the map system. The authority required for the map system wasn't exactly very high. One had to know that these internal members were all simply staff members. With Luo Feng's current level of authority, it was easy for him to get it. Babada, we'll stop here. Understood. The UNMO planet ship swiftly slowed down and stopped, returning to the actual universe. Xie. Wulong Starfield, a blood-colored triangular ship, stopped at one of the stop points. Luo Feng flew out. Calling. Luo Feng could once again feel the calling. Turning into the distance, that way, there are fragments there. With a flip of his hand, he kept the UNMO planet ship and flew swiftly in that direction. He accelerated and quickly reached light speed, flying at about 280,000 kilometers per second. Light speed was the limit of the actual universe. Accelerating past that would send one straight into the dark universe, going through universe travel. Undyings were all capable of doing that with their bodies alone. Sector Lords were mostly unable to do that. Normal Sector Lord pinnacle humans usually only reached up to 150,000 kilometers per second. The main thing was their body structures weren't strong enough. Hence, as they accelerate faster and faster, the burden on their bodies would increase. It would compound and get heavier on them. The golden horned beast's body was huge. It was able to go through universe travel with its body. These are extremely rare, but even after training in the Nameless Manual, Luo Feng's body structure was 3 times stronger than that of a normal Sector Lord pinnacle, yet he still couldn't do it. However, he had the soldier armor on him now. Back when he was Domain Lord Pinnacle, he was unable to unleash its true strength. Now, however, he could do it. The soldier armor could unleash 1,000 times that of a Sector Lord Pinnacle strength. In acceleration, this armor could withstand most of the burden, allowing him to easily reach 280,000 kilometers per second, even reaching lightspeed. That wasn't a hard thing. My luck is not bad. Just from this trip, I've discovered 2 silver fragments. Luo Feng stood within a rubbish mountain, filled with glee. He was happy. The last time, it took 2 years for me to collect 232 black fragments and 12 silver fragments along with 1 shard. I was only able to assemble 2 full soldier armors. Soldier armor, it was incredible. Its defense was strong, its strength was also incredible, and it also had some effect withstanding spirit energy attacks. However, its ability to give an additional 1,000 Sector Lord Pinnacles amount of strength, it was not bad for the Golden Horned Beast back then, but after 1,200 years in Primal Chaos City, the current beast was much stronger than before. Just 1 soldier armor didn't do much for it. One had to know the basic strength of the beast alone was 30 times that of a human. Normal Golden Horned Beasts were 10 times that of humans, but training in the Nameless Manual, it became 30. With the Blood River energy triggered, it was 11 times. And with Deities of the World, 7.5 times, and its natural ability strengthened, 2 times, it could raise its strength a total of 15 times. In total, it added up to 4,950 times that of a Sector Lord's strength. The reason it was so ridiculous was mainly due to the nameless manual and the blood river energy. Without these two, the beast would only be 150 times that of a human sector lord. It would have been only be a normal golden horned beast sector lord pinnacle level. The blood river energy in the nameless manual allowed its body strength to increase a lot. The soldier armor's effect was naturally not as obvious. Luo Feng stood within Wulong Starfield, almost like treasure hunting rat, searching within the mountains. Searching for the silver fragments was incredibly tough. His efficiency was not bad at first, however as time went on, it began to decrease. Along the way, he had already collected a few other soldier armors. It was obviously much easier to find the black fragments. The main aim for him this time, however, was to get the silver fragments. Luo Feng didn't give up. Actually, he had only sent out a thread of consciousness to search for treasures. The golden horned beast and Masha bodies were studying the second level of the Nanshan 7 armaments. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-Star Bay. Dad! Dad! Luo Ping and Luo Hai shouted outside the door. Luo Ping, Luo Hai, your dad just returned. Can't you let me have some time alone with him first? Su Xian said unhappily, come in. Didn't he come back frequently these 21 years? Luo Hai laughed loudly and stepped in. The two youths stepped in. Even though they had lived for over 4,000 years, they hadn't aged at all. Among the two of them, Luo Ping was much more poised. He was managing the entire family matters. He was the main authority within the family. Since he was normally calm and collected, naturally the aura he gave off was so. Luo Hai was the exact opposite, almost like an uncivilized bandit, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Two sons with two different characters. Dad, have you been in Wulong Starfield these past 21 years? Luo Hai asked. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Collecting a full silver armor wasn't easy, he hadn't succeeded yet. What's more, his plan was to collect 2. He had to spend quite some time at Wulong Starfield. A sharpened knife was much more effective than a blunt one. Only with proper preparation could he head out into the outer region wars fully prepared. After Wulong Starfield is done, you'll head to the outer region wars? Luo Hai couldn't help but ask. Dad, can you take me along? I have a Sector Lord plant life form, it's very safe. You? Luo Feng shook his head, you are still far from it. Even with the plant life form, your body is only Domain Lord level 9, you'll be cannon fodder in the outer region wars. A strong spirit attack from the other races will easily kill you. Even I have to be extremely careful there, I won't have a way to protect you at all. Just focus on your training, exploring within humanity's territories. Don't think about the outer region wars yet. When you reach Sector Lord Pinnacle and you have the strength of an Undying, then we'll talk. Ah. Luo Hai drooped his head and replied, within the family, he feared nothing and was almost like a tyrant. However, he truly feared his father. Calm down, Luo Feng ordered. You have resources many will never have, treasure them. Understood, Dad. Luo Hai replied. The Luo family was currently one of the biggest families in the Ganwu universe countries. Naturally it had to have some backing. Back when Earth was eyed by many knights and Luo Feng made the deal with the Virtual Universe Company, he placed about 10 million mixed elements worth of Luoco holy water within the family to nurture plant life forms. 10 million mixed elements worth of Luoco holy water, it was enough to nurture 100 Sector Lord level 9 plant life forms. And he had plenty of it, this was but a small portion. Of course, the family was still weak now. Without an Undying within, Luo Feng didn't dare leave too many treasures within the family. However, with the main location on Earth, it was extremely safe. Luo Feng suddenly revealed a look of glee. What's up, Dad? Luo Hai asked loudly. Dad? Luo Ping looked curiously at him too. Good thing. Luo Feng smiled. Wulong Starfield, within a rubbish mountain. How many years has it been? 21 years. I've collected a total of 1,985 black fragments before finally completing 113 silver fragments. Luo Feng stood within the mountain. He forced the soldier armor pearl out from his body, then the large amounts of silver fragments entered and a special change began to occur. Fusion. Luo Feng had experienced this before. He knew what it meant. The silver armor was complete. Large amounts of silver liquid gathered within his body until it reached its limit. Rumble. A change happened instantly. Luo Feng felt his entire body shudder, after which, a mysterious word appeared on his chest. This was a dark silver word imprint. It was the flame god race word, General. Luo Feng looked down at the silver world on his chest and muttered softly, General? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 753, Songbird Star. Chapter 753, Songbird Star. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Looking at the flame god race words, many thoughts appeared in Luo Feng's mind. The black armor before had the word soldier, this time it was general. As the imprint disappeared under his skin with his thought, it vanished. Let's feel its strength. Luo Feng thought. Rumble. Countless silver threads swiftly expanded from the core imprint, almost like it entered every muscle, and every bit of skin throughout his body. Also on the surface of his skin, a silver armor appeared, boots appearing below the soles of his feet. A silver mask and helmet appeared over his head. Luo Feng took a deep breath. He could feel pain in every muscle throughout his body, almost like it was being torn apart. This armor far exceeded the strength of the soldier armor. With a push, he could already feel the limit of his body being reached. It made it extremely painful. I can only trigger about 1,200 times Sector Lord strength. Luo Feng made his judgment. When one reached his level of strength, it was easy to make such accurate and precise measurements. When I use the soldier armor, I can easily trigger all of the armor's power, 1000 times Sector Lord Pinnacle. Luo Feng pondered, and according to the golden horned beast using the armor back then, normal human Sector Lord Pinnacle can use this soldier armor. And I'm 3 times stronger than a normal human Sector Lord Pinnacle. Yet, I can only use 200 times Sector Lord strength. He began to understand. The further back it got, the harsher the requirements on the body. Looks like my body is still too weak. The soldier armor fits me better. This general armor, it's too harsh on my body now. Luo Feng thought. His guess wasn't wrong. The soldier armor was the most basic armor. It was meant for Sector Lord Pinnacles to use, and this general armor was for Undyings. Naturally, the requirements were much harsher. General Pearl. With a thought, he forced the general armor out into a pearl. This was a round silver ball, smaller than the soldier one by a little. On it the imprint general could be seen. I'll let the golden horned beast try it. The beast's body structure is much stronger than my earth body. He thought. So, he sent the general pearl into his dark red world ring. The Masha body in the main core was hidden in this. This dark red world ring was the one he specially ordered while in Primal Chaos City. For the sake of safety, he spent 180,000 points. Within his internal world, a vast grassland. Howl, the mountain-like golden horned beast howled, its voice filled with excitement. It forced out a black soldier pearl and it immediately fell on the grass beside. After which it raised its majestic head and looked at the little general pearl. It extended its right claw and touched it. Immediately, the silver pearl entered its body. In an instant, the flame god race word general appeared on its chest and vanished after. General armor. Trigger. The beast's eyes gleamed with a gold light as it howled. Rumble. The imprint within its chest instantly triggered and countless silver threads spread out and covered every part of its muscles, skin, scales. Immediately a powerful force spread throughout its body. The shocking amount of strength kept rising, and rising. 1,000 times Sector Lord strength, 2,000 times. 3,000 times. 4,000. 5,000. The severe pain spread too, almost like it was tearing apart its muscles. Howl. The beast let out an enraged howl. Even with its body strength, it couldn't fully trigger the strength of the general armor. One had to know that a normal golden horned beast had 30 times a sector lord's strength. Howl. It howled and immediately unleashed deities of the world. Immediately all its scales, muscles, internal organs and horns began to shrink, its density rising rapidly. As it shrank, the beast continued to trigger the general armor. Its muscles, bones, scales and horn density kept rising. It was indeed able to withstand the strength of the armor. 6,000. 7,000. 8,000. 9,000. 10,000. Rumble. The beast no longer felt the fatigue from the armor. It had been pushed to its limit, and at this time, the beast had shrunk to about 300 kilometers long. One had to know that a sector lord pinnacle golden horned beast was usually about 1,000 kilometers long. Deities of the world had reached amplification of 3.3 times. The beast was about 30 times a normal human sector lord before, a total of 100 times. Luo Feng nodded. This is about the lowest level of a normal undying. Looks like this general armor is for undyings after all. Shrink. Shrink more. The beast howled and its huge body shrank even more. Its muscles, bones, scale density all continued to rise. Finally it stopped and it reached the limit of deities of the world. Using 2.12 billion points, deities of the world's amplification had risen from 5 times back then to 7.5. Easy, trigger the armor, Chi-Chi, 10,000 times sector lord strength. This is about an official level pinnacle, almost an emperor level. The beast was now about a little over 100 kilometers long, still bigger than any mountain on earth. Beside it a black-clothed Luo Feng appeared. He muttered, combined with sky-tearing claw, and the sure Wu Wing's teacher gave me, hee. Luo Feng nodded satisfied. Even though it was still far from his end goal, against a being like his teacher Tru Yen, he could still be instantly destroyed. However, at least the beast now had reached his short-term goal. Not bad. Luo Feng nodded satisfied. The golden horned beast was considered his hidden trump card. After receiving guidance from his teacher the primal Chaos City leader, Luo Feng didn't dare feel proud. His possession of the beast was but an above-average encounter, and he had only received 3 billion points. Kadi had over a 100 billion back then. Hence it was better to be humble. At least the current him didn't have the ability to kill an official level undying with an undying body. After collecting one general armor, Luo Feng didn't want to end it yet. His earth body may not be able to use the armor yet, but what about the future? He didn't want to waste more time coming back here again to search for the fragments. Years passed. His earth body stayed and explored Wulong Starfield, constantly searching for silver armor fragments. The golden horned beast and the Masha clansmen continued their training. In blink of an eye, he had stayed there for close to 60 years, another 3 months and it would be 6 decades. Ha ha. Finally, I've finally completed the second general armor. A silver armor appeared on the surface of his skin. He was all smiles. It gets harder and harder to find more silver fragments. The efficiency of the search dropped the more he searched. It took 21 years for him to complete the first armor, and another 39 to complete the second. I've completed 2 general armors, the soldier armor. I've collected a total of 58. Luo Feng laughed. That mysterious shard, I've got a total of 9 of them now. It's a pity I still don't know what it's for now. Even though I can feel its calling, I cannot absorb it. Dripping blood on it is useless too, and the spirit imprint cannot invade it. Luo Feng shook his head. 9 shards, he didn't know what they were, at least how to make them recognize him. With the 2 general armors, 58 soldier armors plus the February 1st soldier armors he got during the first time he was here, he had a total of 60 soldier armors. 60 years, I finally got 2 general armors. My other trump card, the Bug Army, now has a King Army. Luo Feng smiled. Within his internal world. Bug Island. Howl, The completely dark red tiger armored bug about 26 m tall was intrepid and thick, its compound eyes terrifying. In terms of height it was about 4 m shorter than a normal tiger armored bug, its size smaller. However, whether it was the shell strength, its power, or speed, world energy gathering etc., it far exceeded a normal tiger armored bug. King. Every tiger armored king had a high cost of production. Using universe crystals, it required 2,500 mixed elements. Enough to make a poorer normal undying go bankrupt. Of course this was too extravagant. If I simply ordered them to be delivered, I'd only be able to produce 1 million kings. However, since I personally came to choose the goods and made the deal with the 5 managers, I got twice the number. Luo Feng was happy. 60 years. Alina had produced a total of 1.5 million tiger armored kings along with 200,000 hunting mantis kings and 200,000 shadow spear kings. The remaining corpses were used to create normal tiger armored bugs. Her production days continued. Bug King Army. Luo Feng was very excited. The strong all enjoyed the feeling of leading an army. The Million King Army was indeed very powerful. It was at least 10 times stronger than a normal million-strong army. One combined attack, if it hit, would even kill an emperor-level undying. Of course the chances of it actually hitting was very very low, however with the Bug Queen commanding them, they naturally had other methods. I've completed the 2 missions I've come to Wulong Starfield for, the General Armor and the Bug King Army. Now that everything is settled, it's time I left Wulong Starfield and headed to the Outer Region Wars. As Luo Feng left, he was naturally sent off with a luxurious banquet thrown by Longju, Chile, Ingud, Dinyan, and Songyu Emperor. The shortest path from here to the Outer Region Wars is to first head to Songbird Star. Longju Emperor said, that is a logistics base and troop transport point. A large number of the soldiers and many lone wolves wanting to participate in the wars can all head there and be sent out. Luo Feng nodded. Since he was at Wulong Starfield, the natural path was to head to Songbird Star and be sent out from there. Thank you all for your hospitality, I'll be taking my leave. Luo Feng laughed and got up. Be extremely careful. Longju Emperor said. The Outer Region Wars are very dangerous, be on alert at all times. Ingu Emperor emphasized. Don't get careless. The 5 emperors all reminded him strongly. I will definitely return alive from the Outer Region Wars. Luo Feng laughed, after which he turned and left, taking his ship and heading towards the troop deportation point Songbird Star. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 754, Sector Lord General. Chapter 754, Sector Lord General. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Songbird Star, one of the 8 great logistics bases of humanity. It was also the transportation point for the Universe Army. Large amounts of the army would be sent to the Outer Region Wars from here. It was a very important location. We've arrived. That's Songbird Star. Luo Feng gazed at the huge planet from his blood-colored triangular ship. Songbird Star had a diameter of 1.028 million kilometers. It was a man-made planet. It was a fortress. Luo Feng, we've received a signal from Songbird Star. Babata shouted from the control room, it's already been answered, just follow their instructions. Luo Feng nodded. So, the Yunamel planet ship swiftly entered Songbird Star. Within its landing points. Wow, an F-grade ship, completely covered in hybrid copper essence. This ship should at least be a few million mixed elements. A silver-armored man said shocked. At this time, Luo Feng flew out from the ship and kept it within his world ring. How are you? I'm a worker here. The armored man smiled. He was shocked within, looking at his forehead. It's a law-recognized sector lord. A sector lord could actually afford a ship like this. He must have a huge background. Luo Feng glanced at him. This man's head was like a jellyfish, somewhat translucent. I requested to enter the outer region wars. Where do I head to? Luo Feng asked. The universe armies are all gather here. The lone wolves all follow this pathway to another gathering spot. The man pointed to a distant transparent glass-made pathway. This pathway is over 3,000 kilometers long. The end of it is where the gathering spot is. Thanks. Luo Feng nodded. He followed the pathway, every step passing over a few tens of kilometers. After a while, he reached the end. It was a beautiful scenic plaza with over 10,000 people gathered there. As it was huge with a diameter over 100 kilometers, the 10,000 people barely filled it. How do you do? Please head this way to rest. An enchanting lady worker with a furry tail walked over and said, When will we head out to the wars? Luo Feng asked. We have to hit a certain number of people, otherwise the cost of travel alone would be too high. The lady smiled. Sector Lord, your timing is already good. Many like you have already been waiting here for 12 days. The lone wolves gathering are after all not like the armies. The armies that come here are all extremely vast. The lone wolves take time to fill up to hit a number. Luo Feng nodded. He walked to the side. There were many alloy benches where many soldiers wanting to participate in the wars were scattered throughout. Luo Feng sat casually. Hey, how do you do? Another has come? Two similar-looking sector lords with fur on their faces like wolfmen walked over. Luo Feng looked up curiously at the two of them. These two were both sector lord pinnacle, and from their forehead, they were both recognized by their laws. One had to know that even though there were over 10,000 people there, most of them were domain lords, and very few of them were sector lords in universe level. There were even less universe levels than domain lords, mainly because they were very weak. Few universe level lone wolves would come take part in the wars, just the far distance of flying alone would be a huge deterrence. Luo Feng nodded, I'm alone. One person coming to Songbird Star alone, it must have been hard. We brothers took a ship over, it took a total of 12 years to get here. The bigger Wolfman sector lord smiled, after which, he and his brother sat on an opposite bench. With a flip of his hand, a bottle of wine and 3 glasses appeared. World Energy Control. He poured the wine and it floated before the three of them. Thanks. Luo Feng lifted his glass. I'm okay though. My travel time isn't as long as 12 years. Ah. The Wolfman laughed loudly. I'm called Klaus and this is my younger brother Batty. The skinnier Wolfman seemed humble, he nodded at Luo Feng and said hi. I'm called. Luo Feng muttered, Madman. Madman? The two Wolfman sector lords knew straight away that was a nickname. And such a nickname was too common. Many within the army didn't reveal their true names, they preferred nicknames. And 1 out of 100 were probably called Madman. They both felt like Luo Feng didn't want to reveal his true name, naturally they didn't ask. Ah, look, another sector lord has come. The stronger-looking Wolfman looked into the distance. Luo Feng glanced over, it was another sector lord. There are already 96 sector lords here. The skinnier Badi said softly. We are close to leaving. They always have to gather 100 sector lords before sending out the troops. This is truly, after traveling in space for 12 years, I have to come here and wait even more. Not killing after so many years, my blade is starving. The older brother said unhappily. Luo Feng answered sparsely to both of them, not revealing anything about himself. Luo Feng was very clear that as a disciple of the primal Chaos City leader, there were many warriors out there that wanted to kill him. Caution was extremely important, it was best not to reveal his identity. The strong were numerous as the wind in the outer region wars, if he revealed his identity early on, the dangers would probably multiply by 100 times. Luo Feng waited for a day and the number of sector lords that arrived had finally reached 100. Universe level, gather here. Domain lords, gather here. Sector lords, all come here. The entrance of the pathway opened and over 10,000 lone wolves swiftly split apart. Luo Feng got up and gathered with the other sector lords. As they gathered, another one came, making the total number of sector lords 101. It made them all discuss about the luck of the last female sector lord, not having to wait at all. All sector lord soldiers, you will be heading to the most glorious and most brutal outer region wars. An undying, emanating powerful killing aura. His entire body looked like it was made of metal that stood before them. However, you must all understand, the army has its rules, you won't be as relaxed as before. Luo Feng and the other 100 sector lords listened. Before we leave, I need all of you to go through the traditional authority award ceremony. The Undying emphasized. Authority award ceremony? What does it mean? What's that? The group of sector lords all discussed amongst themselves. It was obvious that most of these lone wolves didn't know much about the details of taking part in the outer region wars. The Undying seemed to know this. He continued, this ceremony is to confirm your position in the army, the level of command and so on. Hence, we need to award you your authority within the army, and how we do it is to test your strengths. Are they going to make us fight? Test? Some sector lords shouted out. Wrong. The Undying shook his head. Every one of you have probably trained countless times within the virtual universe network, and the network will judge you based on your performance within. This judgment is very important to your position within the army. The judgment is split into 3. One is a normal sector lord soldier, the second is an elite sector lord soldier, and the third is a sector lord general. Most sector lords are normal sector lord soldiers. With law recognition, they can barely be considered elite soldiers. Out of 100 elites, there may be an occasional sector lord general. The Undying said, I believe every one of you have displayed your true strength in the virtual universe before. If anyone has never done so, and you are worried your position may not be fair, you can now enter the virtual universe network and do so. In a while, the ceremony will begin. The Undying went silent for 10 seconds before speaking again. Shouldn't be a problem now, right? All of you come one by one to receive your position. The 101 sector lords walked up to him and his armband shot out a blue light that covered the sector lords that approached him. Elite sector lord soldier. Normal sector lord soldier. Elite sector lord soldier. Elite sector lord soldier. His armband automatically shouted out the positions. Also, every sector lord that received his post would get a mail from the virtual universe system. The higher one's authority was, his position in the army too would naturally be different. Luo Feng looked at this and was shocked. There are so many elites. According to theory, normal sector lord soldiers should make up most of the army. Seems right. Those lone wolves that dare go to the wars alone all have confidence in themselves. Most of them have acquired law recognition. The sector lords all lined up to receive their posts. It quickly reached Luo Feng's turn. The blue light engulfed him and shouted out. Sector Lord General. Hua. This scene immediately made a large number of the sector lords, including the distant domain lords and universe levels collecting their posts, all turned over shocked. Amongst the 101 sector lords, there was actually one general. Not bad. The Undying glanced over shocked at Luo Feng, nodding his head. Luo Feng walked to the side calmly. The other sector lords continued to receive their posts. Elite sector lord soldier. Normal sector lord soldier. Sector lord general. Once again, the group all turned over. Within this group of 101 sector lords there were actually 2 sector lord generals. Luo Feng looked over too. This was a 3m tall well-built youth. His eyes gleamed like 2 blades clashing. They made it so that no one dared look down on him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 755 Secrets of the Territory. Chapter 755 Secrets of the Territory. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. He looks quite strong, I wonder where he's from. Luo Feng glanced at him and didn't think much about it. The ceremony ended quickly. There were a total of 2 sector lord generals, 62 elites, and 37 normal soldiers within the 101. The sector lord and universe level ceremonies ended quickly. Even with 10 of them receiving their posts simultaneously, the domain lord level ceremony took quite a while. The ceremony has all ended. The Undying's voice suddenly boomed, resounding throughout the over 10,000 soldiers' ears. Follow me, we will send you all in a group to the outer region wars. This race wars involve a large amount of soldiers. There are a total of 11 battlefields, and all of them are outside our territories. Hence they are called the outer region wars. You'll all be heading to the 7th battlefield. 7th? All outside humanity's territories? My teacher is in the 2nd battlefield, looks like there's no hope of meeting him. Discussions popped up all over. Luo Feng thought to himself, 7th battlefield? Average death rate is 96.8%, it's ranked 3rd amongst the 11 battlefields. Seems like a good place to train. Depart, the Undying ordered. Immediately, the over 10,000 soldiers moved forward. Luo Feng and the other sector lords were naturally right at the front. After a while, they arrived at a huge hall. The palace had a diameter of over 1,000 li. This huge hall had 11 huge spacewater screen pathways. This is the pathway that heads to the 7th battlefield. The Undying walked towards it. The 7th battlefield is a huge universe region with a diameter of about 1.1 million light-years. Of course, with trillions of years of war within, the region itself isn't dangerous at all. The main threat is the other races and the enemies. The 7th battlefield has a total of 100 soldier bases. You'll be transported to the 26th base. The pathway was 1 kilometer wide, it was also 1 kilometer tall. The sector lords all entered and Luo Feng stepped in too. Over 10,000 soldiers all entered. With the God Country as the hub, Luo Feng and the others quickly reached the God Country stop and once again entered the pathway, being transferred to the 7th battlefield's 26th base. Luo Feng stood at the God Country stop and stepped through. He felt the time and space before him warp as he instantly reached another spot. The new soldiers are here. There are new soldiers. Quickly, hurry, stop wasting time, there are things to do. Orders were shouted immediately. Luo Feng saw 10 white armored soldiers. They weren't all completely in armor. There was one white-haired Undying in a white robe. He smiled at them, his eyes gleaming with thunder within. New soldiers, welcome to the 26th base of the 7th battlefield. Sector lords follow him, domain lord will go with this punk, universe levels will all follow that little lady. The white-robed Undying swiftly introduced the 3 guides. Universe level, domain lord and sector lords all followed different pathways. Sector lords, ahead lies the sector lord camp. The guide said. After a while, they reached an elegant hall. Within 10 million seats were located. With just one glance, Luo Feng could see that there were already a few hundreds of thousands of sector lords sitting within. How are there so many sector lord soldiers? Luo Feng was shocked. Each universe country only has a few million sector lords, and humanity only has 1,008 universe countries. And there are a total of 11 battlefields, everyone with 100 bases. On average, how many sector lords can there be in one base? It can't be such that all of humanity's sector lords are fighting in the wars, right? And in theory, there should be many out fighting, only very few staying in the base. How can there be so many here? The other 100 sector lord new soldiers were shocked too. Alas! The guide shouted loudly, "The new soldiers are here, there are 2 generals in this new group, huh?" The guide finished and simply left. Sector Lord Generals? Generals? The other soldiers that were originally drinking and chatting all ran over 10,000 of them. When the soldiers got close to each other, their quantum computers would immediately inform each other of their positions. Hence, the over 10,000 soldiers all turned their attention to Luo Feng and the other tall youth. "Join our elite team, we have an undying leading our team. The army contribution points are much more, and the chances of survival are much higher as well. Our little team is stronger. You too." The old soldiers madly invited Luo Feng and the other, they couldn't even be bothered with the other 99 new soldiers. After a while, Luo Feng and the other youth sat at the dining table, beside them sat a blood-armored undying with a scaled snake tail. This undying was called Taiwa, his was a ground undying. And as he was the first undying to actually go invite them, Luo Feng and the other sector lord general chatted with him despite the over 10,000 sector lords clamoring to invite them. As to whether they would join, no one agreed yet. "Captain Taiwa, why are there so many sector lords here?" Luo Feng asked. "There are a total of 11 battlefields and every one of them has 100 bases, how can there be so many resting here?" "I'm curious too," the youth beside him asked. "Ha ha." Taiwa poured some wine for himself, "We'll drink and chat." "Madman, Rock, it's not just you two, there are many new soldiers that are curious too as to why there are so many here. If you actually interact with many of them, you'd find out the reason easily." Luo Feng and Rock looked at him. The 1008 universe countries of humanity are actually just one part of humanity. The captain smiled. "From what I know, there are many continents within secret regions that have countless humans living within, and those large continents have diameters of over 100 billion kilometers, etc. The population on these continents can match that of a universe country." Luo Feng was shocked. "Continent?" "Right. The Goldhorn race lived in Lao's world, that itself was a supercontinent. The Blood River world was one too. The number of warriors on these 2 continents definitely exceeded that of a universe country. Humanity's territories lead into many of these secret region continents. And these are filled with universe energies. The humans living there all mostly become star travelers at maturity. The number of strong warriors are plenty." Taiwa smiled. "That's just one part of it, there are large amounts of people living within Undying's god countries too. People within god countries, secret regions, universe countries, these form humanity." Taiwa smiled. "Many of our life and death brothers grow up within god countries, and some in the supercontinents. However, their materialistic wealth cannot compare to ours, just like the virtual universe network, they can only access it when they reach universe level." Luo Feng was shocked when he heard. He immediately sent a thread of consciousness into the network to check. With his authority, he immediately found lots of information. Humans, according to their living environments, could indeed be separated into God country, secret regions, and universe humans. The number of universe humans weren't that many. One had to know that the secret region had continents akin to a universe country, and it was easy to build over 10,000 large continents within these secret regions. And the God countries of Undyings were incredibly vast, many humans could live within. So, large amounts of humans can live in the secret regions, then why do we still have to fight for territory? When Luo Feng had gone to Lao's world before, he was curious about this. Only after becoming the disciple of the primal Chaos City leader did he have the authority to search for answers. The war was for territory. Why fight? According to the information he found, it was just like a plant life form requiring sufficient sunlight. The moment the population was too dense, all the plants wouldn't grow well, same logic. The formation of life was very special, whether it was flesh and blood or automaton or plants etc., as long as there is life, during its growth it would absorb the universe's essence. The production and growth relied on the absorption of this special energy. For example, with a 1,000 light-year area, with only one life planet and 10 billion people on that planet, almost all of the universe energy within that 1,000 light-year area will be given to that planet. And the secret regions. If the population comparable to a universe country were all squeezed within a huge continent, its population density was much higher, hence the essence they received was naturally much lower. The God Country humans. The God countries exist in slits of space, not the actual space itself. The universe essence absorbed was even lesser than that of the secret region humans. The information said. God country humans, their numbers are the most plentiful, they can only train till Sector Lord level. Over countless years, the number of undyings produced only reaches 9,082, they all had miraculous encounters. Without these encounters, they are set never to reach undying. Universe secret region humans rank number 2 in population. They can reach undying like the universe humans, however, the chances of them reaching night is extremely low. Universe humans, least in population, they own the most territory. There have been many undyings in history, and the number of knights in humanity, 98.2% of them are from the universe humans. Territory was like a fertile land. The larger it was, the stronger the race could grow, the chances of producing absolute warriors would be higher too. Within the hall. Among the Sector Lord soldiers, most of them are from the God countries? Luo Feng asked. Right. Taiwan nodded. Luo Feng was shocked. The God country humans probably didn't know of the secret that their chances of becoming undying were extremely low, even producing one was extremely rare. The Sector Lords themselves probably didn't even feel this problem. The number of soldiers from the God countries are the most. Hence, many Sector Lord warriors are from the God countries. Taiwa laughed. Through many life or death situations and threats, their strength will grow, and gaining enough contribution points, they can exchange for treasures to strengthen themselves. Even though they are only Sector Lord, they can match up against normal undyings, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 756, Integration. Chapter 756, Integration. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. The three chatted and drank. At this time, a Sector Lord walked over. Luo Feng glanced at him. He was a 1m tall punk with a cute round face. There was a green engraving on his cheek. He stood at 1m tall like a child. The armor he wore, however, was not ordinary. Hi, Captain, have you pulled them in? The short Sector Lord pulled a chair over and sat noisily beside them. It's not that easy. 30% of the new Sector Lord soldiers are only elites, 0.3% of them are generals. To actually have a general amongst the new recruits is already extremely rare, and these people aren't easily convinced. Taiwa smiled, after which he turned to Luo Feng and Rock. Let me introduce you, this is. I can do it myself. The short Sector Lord picked up a glass and poured himself a full glass. Smiling at the two of them, he said, I am a member of Captain Taiwa's team, the Sector Lord Team 026-208-9491. You can call me Poison. I am a chemist, of course. I'm also a Sector Lord General. Poison? Chemist? Sector Lord General? Luo Feng was shocked. The strong were mainly native fighters, spirit readers, and illusionists, the three great paths. Puppeteers, chemists, and beast tamers etc. were extremely rare, especially chemists. It was extremely hard to make any progress with it. Back then during universe level, there was a universe level genius in the absolute beginning region Ufone. He was a chemist. The chemists could win over people much stronger than themselves. They were the most dangerous to be underestimated. Even a god had to be careful against one, as their battle strength was determined by their potions. There are a total of 8 in our team including me. I am an undying. The other 7 are Sector Lord Generals, of which 2 are fighters, 2 are spirit readers, 2 are illusionists and 1 is a chemist. Taiwa said proudly, Poison is very important in our team. My 2 new friends, Come, let's toast. The dwarf Poison smiled and lifted his wine glass. Luo Feng and Rock lifted their glasses. Even though my 7 members are all generals, they are all those that have gone through countless life or death battles and gotten stronger over time, until they were finally awarded the general position. Only Poison, he was a general when he first came. Taiwo looked at both of them. I wonder if you two are willing to join my team. We are still short of 2 members. For a small sector lord team like ourselves, we are definitely one of the most exceptional. You won't be disappointed if you join us. Tai Wei is a good captain. The dwarf Poison drank his wine and occasionally said a couple of things. The tall and calm youth nodded. I, Rock, am willing to join your team. Ha, good. The undying Taiwo was very happy. He turned to Luo Feng. Will Madman join us too? There were many thoughts within Luo Feng's mind. The army had its rules. Everyone who took part in the wars had to fulfill their own requests. Luo Feng naturally had to do so too. Before accumulating sufficient contribution points, one had to join a group and take orders. Since that was so, joining a more elite sector lord team seemed like a good idea. Okay. Luo Feng nodded. Ha ha. The Undying was very happy. He turned to look in the distant corner, using his god energy to communicate, come here all of you. Very quickly, 6 silhouettes came from distance. They were of all sizes, some built, some small, some enchanting while others cold and filled with killing aura, and another smiling happily as he looked at the two. One was over 6 m tall, seemingly made of red rocks with 2 bent horns on his forehead. There was a rhombus crystal engraved there. He was from the Mother Flame race. Another was enchanting, a lady of the demon lady race covered in fog. The 6 of them came over, all dragging a chair and sitting about. The 10 of them gathered. Let me introduce you. The Undying Taiwo pointed about. This is the new soldier sector Lord General. You can call him Madman. Madman? That's an arrogant nickname. A skeleton-like man sat at the side, carrying a silky white-furred cat. This cat had purple eyes and seemed to enjoy its owner's stroking. Wei! Don't pick a fight. The chemist Poison, who had already drank a lot, frowned as he ordered. Wei, little Chen Chen is right. The demon lady sector lord smiled. Don't call me little Chen Chen. The dwarf Poison raged. You can call me by my real name Zhu Chen, not little Chen Chen. I like the name Poison too. Little Chen Chen is angry. The lady covered her mouth and laughed. Poison looked helplessly at her, continuing to drink his wine. The Captain Taiwai laughed at the scene and pointed at the tall youth. This is another sector Lord General, you can call him Rock. Madman and Rock. Taiwa said, you already know Poison, let me introduce the others to you. Demon Lady is an exceptional illusionist. Very few sector Lord warriors can escape her illusions. You should both know that the Demon Lady race all have exceptional enchanting abilities. At this time, the lady engulfed in fog smiled. Even though it made her face unclear, it made her seem even more mysterious. Tornado, a powerful fighter. The expressionless masked fighter with pointy ears glanced at them without saying anything. Mad Wu, spirit reader. The smiling purple-haired man nodded at them. God is this white-armored punk. Despite knowing the dangers, he still wears the most glaring white armor. He calls himself God, he's another spirit reader. The white-armored man with white scales on his head smiled brightly like the sun. He gave off a feeling of warmth. It made Luo Feng deduce that this was definitely a sector lord trained in the light laws, and his comprehension level must be pretty high. Wei, is this bony fellow with the cat which had explored the universe for so many years was taken in by him. However, Wei cannot be underestimated, he is an illusionist too, his soul attack is very strong. Wei, who hugged the cat, only snorted as he glanced at the two of them. The last one, you can call him Hammer. He's a very steady and solid person from the Mother Flame race, and also a powerful fighter. The 6M tall Mother Flame Race Sector Lord Wei smiled at the two of them. Poison, Demon Lady, Tornado, Mad Wu, God, Wei and Hammer, these were the 7 members of the team. They were all Sector Lord Generals, definitely warriors that had survived countless battles. I'm a spirit reader, Luo Feng said. I'm a fighter, Rock said. From then on, the little team had 2 new members. After Luo Feng sent the request, he joined Team 026-208941. The next few days, Luo Feng and Rock would listen to stories and advice from the older soldiers. Even though both of them had background, they listened intently. What, Allied forces? Rock was shocked. Right, Allied forces. The main participants in this war are of course the 4 pinnacle races. However, all of them have other allied races. If we enter a battlefield, we will meet other allied forces, even though they are from other races, they are still our partners. Relax, the virtual universe system will tell you if they are our allies. If they don't, just kill them. Ah. Rock was stunned. Luo Feng sat quietly. Allied forces? As a pinnacle race, humanity naturally had many subservient races, like the Gold Horn race. These races would naturally go to war too. Luo Feng knew about this long ago. The battlefield is cruel with high death rates, exceeding over 95%? Rock was shocked again. Only with a high death rate will absolute warriors be trained. Out of 20 new recruits, only 1 usually survives, however it may take up to 20 normal Sector Lord soldiers to get rid of 1 elite or even a general. Such high death rates in terrifying battles, plus countless treasures and ability to exchange for manuals etc., it's made the Outer Region Wars the place where most absolute warriors are forged. And is a 95% death rate high? It's not high. From what I know, every 1,000 eras, there are huge scale battles where countless warriors face off against each other. Even Emperor-level Undyings have to be extremely careful. That death rate is what I consider high. I heard it exceeds 99%. However, we cannot engage in such battles frequently. Even a pinnacle race would suffer huge losses. Every 1,000 eras, it's still within our limit. Huge scale battle? Decisive battle? When will the next be? It's still early. Ah. Rock listened obediently. Luo Feng, who sat in the corner, frowned. He exclaimed within. The normal war that goes on already has a death rate over 95%, this is used to forge absolute warriors. It may seem like huge losses, in truth it's similar to creating a bug clan king, losing large amounts of normal sector lords to create one powerful one, their chances of breaking through to Undying are much higher. Long periods of brutal war, that was training. And every 1,000 eras, a huge decisive battle, that was called the race meat grinder. After staying in the base for 8 days, Rock learned of many new things that totally shocked him. Luo Feng, however, remained very calm. He had naturally learned most of this online before. However, regarding the main experiences on the battlefield itself, he too had to listen to them. On the battlefield, there were countless other race warriors, with all sorts of strategies and methods. Undyings were hidden throughout, even Emperor-level Undyings could easily fall, how could he be careless? They stayed until the 9th day. This little sector lord team with its new members finally departed and headed to the battlefield. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 757, AAA God Base. Chapter 757, AAA God Base. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. So many people. So many ships. Luo Feng and the others were shocked at this scene. This was a huge hall with a diameter exceeding 30,000 kilometers, and was able to hold billions of soldiers. There's at least a few million people here, right? Definitely. There are a few thousand ships lining up ahead. The many ships lined up in order to stop within the hall. Some of these ships were over 1000 m in diameter, and some with a few hundred meters in diameter. The soldiers differed too. Some could hold up to 1 million soldiers while some only held the few. "Don't stand there stupidly, get on the ship," Captain Taiwa ordered, swiftly releasing a disc-shaped ship with a 100-meter diameter from his world ring. It appeared within the hall. "Yes. Coming." Taiwa first entered the ship, followed by the 9-sector Lord Generals Mad Wu, God, Poison, Rock, and Madman. "The material here is E9 alloy." Luo Feng gazed at the ship. Carefully examining the engravings on its surface, it's actually the most basic law engravings? Taiwa is after all an undying, and he's one that has lived very long in the outer region wars. It shouldn't be too hard for him to get a better ship. Luo Feng didn't think more about it, quickly boarding the ship. The cabin door closed. A blur of ships stopped within the hall, after which they all flew forward through the same pathway. Luo Feng and the others had just entered the ship before Taiwa, who walked ahead of them, shouted, "To the resting quarters." "Not the control room?" Luo Feng laughed and asked. "It's an AI-controlled ship after all. He can give us orders both from the resting quarters and the control room." Mad Wu smiled beside him. He was a handsome purple-haired youth, who seemed very friendly. He was the one Luo Feng had gotten most close to on the ship, and there was one more reason. The two of them were both spirit readers, and their appearances were closest. After all, there were many types of humans in the universe with all sorts of appearances, but the two of them happened to look alike. After a while, they arrived in the resting quarters. It was about 20 m in length and width and was also 10 m tall, for a total of 400 square meters in space. The 10-sector lords had enough space within. "Arriving in our safety nest, I naturally feel more comfortable." Poison jumped and landed in the sofa, rolling about in it. "Safety nest?" Rock looked about and asked curiously, "The material of this wall within here seems to be F9 metal tungsten mother rock." Luo Feng said softly. "F9 metal?" Rock looked shocked at Luo Feng. "Right." The always smiling white-armored god smiled. "The resting quarters is the safest place in the ship. The ship's main material is E9 alloy. However, in the battlefield, it cannot withstand some terrifying attacks, hence the captain ordered a completely tungsten mother rock resting room. This is our safety nest. If we encounter any danger, at the least we will have some time to react." Luo Feng nodded. It was a smart decision. Since they were not able to afford an F-grade ship, it was better to simply make one room that's strong. "I can afford one room. However, if it's the entire ship, I cannot," the captain said, ordering, "External simulation 100%. D." Even though Luo Feng was sitting in the sofa, he couldn't see it visibly. The ground vanished below him and all he could see was the vast hall outside with the other ships around them. As time passed, the ships swiftly flew through the pathway and very quickly, it was their turn to fly through. Following the pathway, they flew straight for a few 100s of thousands of km before turning and flying along an arc. All the ships followed the same path. After a while, rumble, 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 rumble. The straight pathway, which was hundreds of thousands of km long, began to close off its entrance. Simultaneously, the outermost door of the entire base began to open. Although there were over 10,000 pathways there, only a few hundred opened. "Activate energy barrier. Depart," the captain ordered. Luo Feng and the others sat in the ship and left through a pathway from the base. All the sector lords turned to look back at the huge soldier base as they flew through the door. Even the ones that had been through this countless times still looked back, and Luo Feng with his high perspectives and vision did the same. It was because it was simply too majestic. "That is the soldier base," Luo Feng said, shocked. Through the external simulator, he clearly saw the huge base floating in space. The entire base, from what Luo Feng estimated was at least a few million km in diameter. This was a base which was even larger than the sun. The base was completely covered in a colorful energy barrier, a barrier that covered a base that huge. It was absurd. If one went up close to see the sun, how shocking would that be? What's more, they were looking up close at this malevolent base. Colorful energy barrier, mysterious powerful law engravings, automaton cannons with diameters of a few hundred km, blur of pathways, countless energy points. This was a war machine that had been upgraded to the point of perfection. It's too majestic, Tai would exclaimed. Look at that cannon. Normal universe ships use energy laser beams. However, the god base uses the very backdated huge cannon hull. It may seem backdated, but when it truly unleashes its power, that terrifying scene, it would reduce everything in its path to nothing. The white-armored god's eyes gleamed with passion. The new recruit Rock was completely stunned. Even having seen a lot before, Luo Feng was still stunned. God base, what grade of a god base is this? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. AAA grade. Poison's eyes were fixed on it too. He said softly, the Outer Region Wars is a battle between the races. The entire 7th battlefield only has these 100 bases, and these are the bases of humanity. Naturally they made sure that it was of the highest grade. Even the universe country leaders, that level of warriors wouldn't be able to destroy this base. Luo Feng nodded. He had checked on the automaton's terrifying weapons before. Some huge weapons were very expensive, like the Space Fortress. It was still absurdly expensive, and that was just one fortress. The god base was still the pinnacle level of huge weapons. Every one of them were much more expensive than a fortress. And among the god bases, the AAA grade was the highest grade of them all. At least from what he knew. Within the automaton nests, there may even be more terrifying things. It was safest within the base. Every base was made at AAA grade. Even with trillions of warriors rushing it, it could still instantly reduce everything to nothing. The base serves as the harbor for the soldiers. Poison lay on his sofa and lifted a wine bottle. It's the safest there. You don't even have to worry about anything. However, the moment you leave it, danger lurks all around us. After all, this entire region of over 1 million light-years in diameter is a battlefield. Luo Feng kept looking outside. With a glance. With his vision, one had to know that he could fly close to light speed and still easily dodge items around him. Even though the ship was reaching sublight speed, he could still clearly see the scene outside. He saw a few broken bug bodies, ship remains, human remains, etc., all floating in space. Some were simply knocked aside by the ship. Are some of the remains and corpses valuable? The new recruit Rock frowned and asked. No one is an idiot. The Mother Flame Race Hammer said with a low voice. The ship's scanning system has long scanned through everything. Those floating around in space aren't worth anything. If they were, they would have been taken away. Those that haven't, may simply be traps. Rock, if you haven't noticed, our ship hasn't been flying in a straight line, but dodging all the remains, the huge ship remains? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. It was indeed so. Those places may very likely have enemies hiding within. You have to know, the entire starfield, excluding the bases, are battlefields. Hammer said seriously. Don't think that we all look very relaxed right now. Every one of us is prepared to battle at any moment. Alright, don't scare the new recruits. Captain Taiwa smiled. Our destination this time is about 80,000 light-years from the 26th base. It's extremely brutal over there. A squad like ours normally does guerrilla tactics. In a while, when we reach an open area that doesn't have rubbish or remains, we will begin universe travel. It's usually safe once we go to the dark universe. We'll be able to rest well, and we'll travel for another 3 days. We can rest till then. Once we reach the destination, it'll be a bloodthirsty battle. Luo Feng nodded. The universe secret regions weren't like the normal space. There were large amounts of rubbish and dust about. hence one had to specially clear a spot of space to be able to accelerate to light speed. There were over 100 million such spots in the 7th battlefield. Rumble. Rumble. The universe ship dodged the dangerous regions as much as it could, reaching the clear spot after a while. However, just from that short distance, Luo Feng had seen the aftermath of many large energy explosions about, and the other sector lord generals were all on high alert because they knew a battle could occur at any time. Entering Dark Universe, everybody can relax now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Universe Travel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 758, Collapse. Chapter 758, Collapse. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. After flying in the Dark Universe for 3 days, they went through universe travel again. Be on alert, don't get careless. Within the resting room, Taiwo ordered, pointing to a space outside which had no remains obstructing it. From this clear spot of space to our destination, we have to fly for 2 months, and within these 2 months, we'll be flying in dangerous spots. Battles could erupt at any moment. We know, Captain. Poison lifted his wine bottle and smiled. Among the 7 old soldiers, even the newest of us have been here for over 8,000 years. Even when we are drunk, we are still on high alert. It's already become part of our subconscious. If you have to say it, you just have to let the new recruits know. Don't drag us down. The white bony Wei hugging the cat said coldly. It won't be considered dragging. Poison looked at the 2 of them. Older soldiers all started from scratch as well. Rock, madman, you 2 better remember all the experiences we shared with you. Don't look down on these, they were formed from countless life or death battles. Understood. Rock nodded. Luo Feng nodded too. Luo Feng had learnt much from the 7 old soldiers. Firstly, Poison was the highest ranking among them. Even Taiwo was very courteous to him. Normally Poison would occasionally reprimand the others, and they all wouldn't complain about it. This was a natural authority formed from countless battles. Actually, back when Taiwo had come to ask the 2 of them to join their team, Poison was the first to run over. One could already feel some of the problems. Rock, madman, be on alert. If a battle occurs, Captain Taiwo ordered, we do not need you 2 to fight well with us, just be of some sort of assistance. If you see any of the others in danger, go and help them. In the beginning, we will rely on the 7 old soldiers for strength. The ship flew at sublight speed, carefully making progress within the space, dodging any space that could hide other enemies. Within a broken universe ship's control room, there were 3 automaton clansmen gathered within. These 3 were completely made of metal. They looked very similar. From a glance, it looked like 3 robots were all sitting in alloy chairs. With the 3 of us together, we destroyed that Undying's team. He should be an official level Undying, right? One of them smiled and said, Pilati, you did good work back there. You heavily injured the Undying, and it allowed us to kill the other sector lords, and later ganged up to kill the Undying. He was indeed an official, he had lots of wealth. Pilati, we better distribute the goods. After which, the 2 automaton clansmen looked at the 3rd one. This 3rd automaton clansman called Pilati wore a dark red armor. He looked beautiful. He looked uncalmly at the other 2. With a flip of his hand, 2 space rings appeared and he tossed it to them. Our temporary alliance ends here, you 2 can go. He said coldly. The 2 automaton clansmen smiled and received their space rings, swiftly checking them. As they checked, their eyes immediately erupted with rage. Pilati. Pilati. They were both suppressing their rage. Still not leaving? He looked coldly at them. We worked together, and you got the benefit from killing that official level Undying already. As for the spoils, you actually dared to take 95% of it? The dark green armored clansman roared, the other silver armored clansman raged too. You are going overboard. Pilati looked coldly at both of them. The two fought hard to suppress their rage. We don't ask for much, just split 40% between the two of us. You'll get 60% and we'll each get 20%. The dark green armored clansman said, beside him the other one nodded in approval. Get lost, Dot. Pilati roared fiercely, without me, do you think you can deal with the official level undying? Even though he had just become an official, he already had an undying body. To kill him, you all think it was that easy, do you know how much it cost me? You still want to split the spoils with me? On account that you are from my race, I gave you part of the spoils. If there wasn't a punishment for killing within our race, I would have killed you too long ago. The other two glanced at each other and gritted their teeth. Oof. We hope you live a little longer. The two automaton clansmen instantly became beams of light and left the broken remains of the control room. Two idiots. Pilati snorted coldly, and his eyes flashing with brutality. Even though he seemed like a metal person, he was still a life form. Even though his body was sturdy, it was still flexible. I lost quite a bit this time, however to actually kill an official level undying, my contribution points were enough compensation. Including the spoils itself, it's not bad. However, the army I own has suffered huge losses, it's time to return to the god base to replenish and repair my strength. He pondered. Every automaton clansman could be called an empire themselves. Of course, the strength of an automaton empire was its controlling ability and its wealth level, both were crucial. If one had a huge army, but simply relying on its AI battle abilities wouldn't do. They had to use the automaton clansmen to control the army, allowing the army to use law-infused attacks with precise combinations. That way, it could raise their strength by tens to hundreds of times. The automaton race were living AIs. And living AIs, the moment they knew the laws, combined with their natural absurd calculation and commanding abilities, it was terrifying. Combined with the automaton weapons, their strength was terrifying. It was a pinnacle race as terrifying as the Bug Clan. The Bug Queen had natural battle instincts. The automaton race was even more technical and knowledgeable, and were very scheming. There's a human ship? Sitting in the control room, Pilati's eyes gleamed. An E9 grade alloy ship, low-level engravings on surface, looks like a normal Sector Lord teen ship. However, there's a possibility of it being an elite Sector Lord ship. However, as long as it's within my abilities, I can settle it. After this, I can head back to replenish my strength. Pilati smiled. Pitiful humans, you can try in vain to detect my location. In terms of technological abilities, compared to our automaton race, you are just average. Remains could be easily seen everywhere, be it corpses or ships or weapons. The vein lines of a seemingly normal floating piece of metal began to give off terrifying energy, storing energy, and gradually, a translucent light ball could be seen. Attack! In the distance, Pilati ordered. D. Rumble, dot. A blinding pillar of light instantly tore through space, rushing at the disc-shaped ship flying. It instantly hit and part of the ship melted. The powerful pillar of light tore through the thick E9 grade alloy ship's body, causing it to explode into a fireball. Rumble. Ripples shot out in all directions, spreading over tens of thousands of km, causing large amounts of debris and remains to be knocked far away. Within the ship. I dare to bet Madman would get more contribution points. I bet on Rock, look at him, such a calm fellow. This time, he will definitely get more contribution points than Madman. I bet one mixed element on Rock. You really dare to bet? I bet on Madman, I too bet one mixed element. I bet on Rock. Madman, dot. The old sector soldiers were all gathered around setting their bets. Because, each time they came out to battle, it would go on for quite a few years, and sometimes up to thousands of years. Hence they naturally gambled on which of the two new recruits would do better. Poison led this gamble. They swiftly made their bets. You two aren't betting? If you do, I'll accept it too. Poison said as he squatted in his sofa. Rock grinned. Luo Feng laughed too. Warning, imminent. An ear-piercing alarm rang throughout the resting quarters, causing the chatting soldiers to instantly change their expressions. Almost simultaneously, every one of them had swiftly retrieved their weapons. Rumble. The moment the alarm rang, the entire ship shook fiercely. The resting quarters was shaking violently too. The outer layer of the ship was completely blown apart, and this completely F9 grade resting quarters was kicked about like a can. Under the powerful impact, it spun madly in space. The entire room kept spinning. All the members in there all felt uncomfortable. Rumble. Taiwo instantly released his powerful undying energy and covered the entire room. Everybody out. Taiwo ordered. Rumble. 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 4 cabin doors opened simultaneously within. Go! Poison ordered. Armor instantly covered his body and he revealed only his eyes. Beside him, the Mother Flame Race Hammer carried a large hammer and shield. The two simultaneously flew out of a door. The others flew out of the other doors. So. The old soldiers all swiftly headed out. Luo Feng carried the Nanshan armament and followed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 759, Danger. Chapter 759, Danger. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. They flew out of the resting room and into the space, where ripples from the explosion before were still reverberating. Luo Feng gazed about and saw the remains of the ship that had just exploded, not seeing any enemy. Be careful, everybody. Captain Taiwo communicated, simultaneously keeping the resting room in his world ring. He didn't care much about the ship being destroyed. After all, the most valuable place within was the completely intact F9 metal tungsten mother rock resting room. Where's the enemy? Rock's eyes gleamed and he looked about. New recruit, don't get anxious. Just be vigilant, but leave everything else to us. Demon Lady smiled. The other old soldiers all smiled as they looked around carefully. They had experienced too many such incidents. Even in the face of danger, they were completely calm and composed. Since they are not showing themselves, let's go. Taiwo suddenly flew in a direction. So. The other 9 followed him and swiftly tore through space and fled. Rumble. 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 9 spots from the distance shot out a glaring thunderbolt, and all of them were converging around Luo Feng and his group. Even a powerful undying wouldn't be able to reach light speed in an instant in the actual universe. However, thunder and light, etc., the moment it was unleashed, it was light speed. Luo Feng and the others, however, required a certain amount of time to accelerate to close to light speed. As for the ships, it required even more time to do so. Hence, as the 9 points shot out its light beams, it quickly joined together, forming a huge thunder cage. The huge cage completely surrounded Luo Feng and his little group. Chi, the instant it formed, countless thunder snakes tore through space and wrapped about the over 100 million km in diameter cage. Without a doubt, Luo Feng and his group of 10 were attacked by them. Thunder hell! It's thunder hell! The old soldiers seemed shocked. Let's go, this is the work of the automaton race, and a powerful one at that. It's very troublesome. Taiwo ordered. Immediately, he led the way and the others followed him. Luo Feng and Rock, however, were curious. Why flee? This thunder hell was no threat at all. If the lightning bolts attack us, it can instantly kill a sector lord. However, the cage it formed and its lightning snakes have spread over 100 million km in diameter. It probably wouldn't even be able to kill a sector lord or two. There's no threat, right? The new recruit Rock asked. What's terrifying about the thunder hell? Luo Feng asked as they fled too. Being able to multitask was a very normal thing, chatting while fleeing was normal. New recruit, you'll see in a while, we are definitely in trouble. This thunder hell, it's not something a normal automaton clansman can set up. Poison's expression was serious. Luo Feng nodded. His perspectives were extremely high, easily seeing that this thunder hell was able to spread over 100 million km in diameter. For it to reach so far, the amount of equipment usage would easily range in the millions of mixed elements. And the automaton race was proficient in this, hence their costs may be lower. However, it would still probably exceed hundreds of thousands of mixed elements. This was definitely something not any ordinary automaton sector lord could afford. As for its energy usage, it wasn't too shocking. As the thunder snakes could keep revolving about the cage, if there wasn't anyone in the cage, they could keep doing so, creating an energy loop, making its usage close to zero. Energy loop, it was like the AAA God base. The energy barrier of the huge base was able to withstand even attacks of a knight. The colorful barrier was maintained throughout. As long as it wasn't attacked, it would have no energy usage at all. As Luo Feng and his team fled, suddenly, rumble! A blur of light dots shot out from the 9 spots in the thunder cage. These dots swiftly shot towards the group to surround them, forcing them to slow down as a large number of dots shot at them. It's automaton puppets. Luo Feng easily saw through them. They seemed like light dots from far, however on careful examination, one could tell. They were silver robots that were 12 m tall. They carried a thick alloy blade on their backs and their surface body had thunder snakes wrapped about. Countless thunder snakes within the hell didn't have any effect on them whatsoever. It's thunder automaton puppets. Tai Wei emphasized. We are in trouble, thunder hell and thunder puppet army. This is a common combination in the automaton race, however it is still terrifying. Normally only undyings have this level of equipment. The 9 members all listened to his orders. Luo Feng began to feel his own weakness. He was very familiar with battle tactics within humanity itself. However, the other races and their strategies, even though he had researched a lot about it through the virtual universe network, the explanations were too ambiguous. Like the automaton race, the sites had said they were living AIs and every one of them represented an automaton empire. Using their own resources, great control, combination and tactics, they could form a terrifying attack. Everybody listen. Follow me, we'll break through with the greatest speed, we have to get out of the thunder hell. Tai Wu ordered. Yes. The 9 listened. The team immediately flew at shocking speed, as the cage was simply too huge. Their little team had to fight hard just to get around the thunder puppet army. Within the broken ship's control room, the automaton Pilates smiled, trying to escape. Army 6, Formation CI-9, engage. These puppets have lower flexibility, they shouldn't be able to catch us. Luo Feng dodged the thunder puppets and continued to flee. The closest puppet army suddenly absorbed a large amount of the thunder snakes. Over 100,000 thunder puppets seemed to form an electric circuit, as countless snakes were flowing through them, of which 21 of the puppets suddenly produced glaring thunder balls. Rumble! 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 21 thunder balls, they all formed a special engraving, almost like a thunder fishing net. So, the fishing net shot out at light speed. As it got close to Luo Feng and his team, the powerful binding slowed down and covered the team. The powerful pressure was trapping the team, it was actually infused with space laws. This made Luo Feng shocked. Ha! Taiwa howled, unleashing his undying energy and law domain. Countless yellow light dots spread throughout tens of thousands of kilometers. Every one of them were extremely heavy, smashing against the huge thunder cage. His undying energy swiftly attacked. Break open. The Mother Flame Race hammer used a huge hammer to hit the fishing net. Break. The Sector Lord Mad Wu controlled his spirit energy weapon, one of the 9 god weapons for spirit readers, the god-tearing armament. It instantly formed a glaring light wheel and slashed madly at the net. Tear open. The white-robed Sector Lord God had a drizzle of light beams float about him, causing the space to warp and tear open. The 9 members all unleashed their attacks. Luo Feng used his Nanshan armament too. The thunder fishing net didn't really attack them, but it trapped them there. And from the distance, one of the 9 puppet armies had already caught up. Rumble. Captain Taiwa howled and he finally broke a tens of km wide hole in the net. At the same time, the entire fishing net instantly crumbled. Rumble, the originally unstable net crumbled, the powerful lightning energy exploded open, instantly tearing through the surrounding space. The powerful ripples hit Luo Feng's little team too. Captain Taiwa however blocked them. Captain. Rock looked worried at the captain. I'm fine, he said softly. All of you, looks like this will be troublesome. The puppet army has already surrounded us, looks like we won't be able to avoid this fight. Why flee, since we are heading to a place to fight anyway, might as well start the fight from here. Poison licked his lips, his eyes gleaming. Hammer nodded. The other members' eyes all gleamed with fighting spirit. Demon Lady, Wei, you two be more careful. Tai Wu ordered. We can protect ourselves, killing the enemy however will be hard. Against the automaton race, our illusions have no effect at all. The skinny Wei communicated back. Every illusionist knew how to control spirit weapons too, only thing was that they were more proficient in illusions, but not so much at using the weapons themselves. The space swiftly recovered. And 3 teams of puppets had already surrounded the little team. Every army had over 100,000 puppets. With a glance, they had the team completely surrounded. In the distance, 6 other teams were rushing over at sublight speed. It would take only a few seconds for them to be completely blocked off. I wonder how the team will deal with this. Luo Feng was very calm. The automaton puppet army, as long as he took out his undying star-eating plant, with its regenerative abilities and ability to grow over 1,000,000 km, it could wrap all of them instantly. Within the distant broken ship's control room. The trap is set, time to collect. Pilati said softly in his alloy chair. 1 undying and 9 sector lords, I'll at most lose 27% of the puppets before I am able to win. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 760, Kicking a Metal Board? Chapter 760, Kicking a Metal Board? Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. In space, the 3 teams of thunder puppets surrounding Luo Feng's team instantly began their attacks. Kill. Die. The puppets were all 12 m tall, brandishing the alloy blade from their backs orderly, after which they roared and rushed at the team. 10 people, against 1,000,000 thunder puppets. The scene of the team being surrounded by 1,000,000 thunder puppets made the inexperienced Rock shudder. Kill. The Flame Mother Race fighter Hammer howled and unleashed his world projection, instantly engulfing the surrounding puppets and slowing them down. With his huge shield, he easily defended against their attacks. They were 12 m tall and this made it hard for too many to attack at a time. Hammer easily defended against them. 1 large shield and 1 large hammer. Rumble. The hammer struck as fast as lightning against the chest of a puppet. The alloy chest of the puppet was knocked in and it was knocked far away. Behind him, the quick puppets easily dodged it. New recruits, use your heavy attacks. These thunder puppets are all E9 grade alloys. Destroying their bodies will take up too much energy, it's not worth it. Just use heavy attacks to destroy their machinery within, these quantity-based puppets probably wouldn't cost too much. Hit them hard, even if their body is still intact, they won't be able to move after. The Mother Flame Race Hammer ordered Luo Feng and Rock. Rock brandished 2 blades as he used his world projection. Understood. He replied. He began to madly attack the thunder puppets, every blade with enough vibrations as he slashed through their bodies. Even though it only left little scratches on the surface and seemingly undamaged, in truth, the internal machinery of each robot was destroyed from inside. After receiving each attack, they were immobilized. A tornado was rushing through the puppets. The tornado slashed through with a cold flash of the blade, however only 1/3 of the puppets hit were immobilized. This was Tornado of the 9 Sector Lord Generals, he was the fastest amongst the 7 old soldiers. Tornado, you are disadvantaged. The distant demon lady controlled a ball of liquid that floated about. This liquid-like spirit weapon easily blocked off the surrounding thunder puppets. At least I'm killing more than you. Tornado said seriously. The many Sector Lord Generals easily destroyed the enemies. Other than the illusionist demon lady, the others were clearing off the puppets. Even the illusionist Wei controlled a Nanshan armament and he used its 7th form, the Sky and Land Pillar. It was about 20 centimeters thick and 6 m long, the golden rod hit heavily on each puppet. This Sky and Land Pillar was the model of heavy attacks. The moment they were hit, the puppets all fell. Madman, your achievements in the Nanshan armament is very high too, the 8th level Space Slicer? Or the 9th level a match against Undying? The skinny illusionist Wei asked. Luo Feng's killing rate was extremely high. He too used the 7th form's pillar, however the gold pillar formed had a huge void about it. As it rolled, it easily destroyed tens of puppets at a time. With just one sweep, a whole bunch of them were destroyed. This gold pillar was infused with space laws, and were extremely heavy and powerful. Its enemy killing efficiency was shocking. Anyone could easily tell that anyone able to unleash the 7th form to such a level could probably unleash a level higher than that, 8th or even the 9th. Hence the illusionist Wei asked. This thunder puppet army shouldn't be that weak. Luo Feng controlled the Nanshan armament and easily destroyed the surrounding puppets. He should still have other tactics. The automaton puppets are much weaker than bug soldiers. They are after all simply robots. One heavy attack can shake and damage their internal machinery, making them immobilized. Luo Feng thought. The bug soldiers are actually life forms. In terms of production, theirs are much higher. E9 grade automaton puppets are simply huge robots made with E9 alloys. As there were over 1,000 E9 puppets, the cost of production would probably be akin to that of a E9 grade ship with a diameter of a 100 m. As for the Sector Lord Pinnacle bug soldiers, each one of them was priced around an E9 grade ship. Just from the price alone one could see which was better. Collect, I will collect all. The chemist Poison stood in space. 2 dark green vines extended from his armor, easily clearing the puppets around him. The many puppets were all immobilized after being hit and were kept in his world ring. Collect them after immobilizing them. It'll make the enemy feel the pinch. These puppets are only valuable because of their alloys, one alone won't be worth much, but a 1000 will be enough for a ship. If we can get 10,000 of them, we'll earn much. Poison was very excited. Right, collect. Demon Lady nodded. Collect and make him feel the pinch and flee. Let that enemy know that he's hit a metal board. The Captain Taiwa was laughing loudly too. While laughing, he used his law domain to carefully scan the surrounding endless thunder puppet army. Even though close to 10,000 puppets had been lost already, compared to the million-strong army, that was but just 1%. In the distant broken ship, Pilati smiled in his alloy chair. They are already gathered, first trap the Undying and kill the 9 Sector Lords. Then use all strength to kill the Undying, let the massacre begin. In space, the 10-sector lords surrounded by the million automaton puppets finally changed their expressions. Captain. Be careful, Captain. The others all clearly saw 3,000 bolts of thunder shooting out from the million-strong army, surrounding the Captain Taiwa. These 3,000 bolts were space-infused attacks. The countless puppets about madly absorbed the thunder and passed it on to the 3,000 core puppets. These 3,000 core puppets surrounded and attacked Taiwa. Ah! Get lost! Taiwa roared. With a flash he appeared before one of them and punched its body. Rumble! The puppet was knocked far away. Its surface E9 grade alloy exploded open, revealing a purple metal within. As the surface E9 exploded open, it finally revealed its true face. A completely purple metal puppet. After being knocked by an Undying, it was undamaged and flew right back, rejoining the other 2,999 puppets and continuing its attack. In the distance, Luo Feng's expression changed slightly. It's actually AF8 metal amethyst essence. Looks like the 3,000 puppets surrounding the captain are all F8 grade puppets. This is troublesome, such high-level puppets, just shaking them with a heart attack won't do. Amethyst essence. It's amethyst essence. That's not the E9 grade puppets but the expensive F grade puppets. The 7 old soldiers changed their expressions. They weren't as relaxed as before. 1 million E9 puppets could probably only be worth as much as 100 F8 puppets. But, just the 3,000 F8 puppets were enough to distract the Undying Taiwa. Countless normal puppets are absorbing the Thunder Hell's energy and are turning into the F8 puppets, making them completely able to pressure the captain. Luo Feng thought. Be careful, there are other F8 grade puppets. The captain warned them anxiously. It was indeed so. Rumble. 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 Countless bolts of lightning shot towards 800 core puppets. These 800 instantly surrounded and attacked Luo Feng and the other 8 sector lords. The illusionists Wei and Demon Lady each had 50 core puppets attacking them. Hammer, Tornado, God and Rock, including Luo Feng, each had 100 surrounding them. And they used combined law attacks. Their power was absurd. This is troublesome, poison, poison, save me. Demon Lady's expression changed as she shouted. Everybody give it your all. The chemist Poison shouted. Take out some of your trump cards, don't save them. We can always exchange for more treasure when it's gone. However, if you die, it's really over. Dark green vines shot out from his body and spread over many directions. Each of them reached hundreds of km long, and wrapped up a large amount of the normal puppets and madly sweeping them aside. Howl. Hammer howled too. The rhombus crystal on his forehead lit up and his body grew quite a bit. Kill. The white-armored god gave off a glaring white light. The book he wielded ripped apart and countless fragments melded with the pike he held, making it more ancient than before. I'll have to use some effort. The most calm amongst the group was Luo Feng, who looked at the Nanshan armament. The 9th form match against Undying should be enough to destroy these stupid puppets. Wang. The dark gold long rod on his back instantly separated along with the golden pillar. Countless gold blades swiftly formed together and became the Nanshan armament's most perfect form, the Nanshan gold blade. A 3m long normal-looking gold blade was formed. Nanshan gold blade? A match against Undying? 9th form? The scene completely shocked the other generals. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 761, Luo Feng's Blade. Chapter 761, Luo Feng's Blade. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Even though the defenses of the F-grade Thunder Puppet were incredibly strong, their attacks were naturally weak. They relied on the countless E-grade puppets supplying energy from the Thunder Hell, and gathering them within the core of the F-grade puppets to make them stronger. Even so, just one F-grade puppet alone was simply akin to one sector Lord General in strength. Bastards, these punks sure are hard to deal with. Taiwo raged. 3,000 F-grade thunder puppets spread themselves about Taiwo and surrounded him heavily. They continued to absorb energy from the countless thunder puppets that were around. At this time, Taiwo was constantly being attacked. Even though he didn't care about the single attacks, with 3,000 of them, as long as 1/3 of the attacks hit him, it would be a nightmare. Luckily he dodged well. Rumble. Rumble. He knocked them over and over away, making the number that surrounded him decrease. However, after a while, they would once again return almost undamaged. Despite his fast attacking speed, the number of F-grade puppets surrounding him never went below 2,500. Just like that, Taiwo was held up by the 3,000 thunder puppets, unable to break free. Everybody be careful, these F-grade puppets are all comparable to Sector Lord Generals after receiving all the energy. Taiwo communicated urgently. Poison, we are relying on you. The enemy doesn't know your strength, give it your all. Keep Demon Lady and Wei and the others into your world ring. And Madman. Taiwo observed the battle, discovering Luo Feng's strength. You can unleash the 9th form of the Nanshan armament, help the other members. Understood. Understood. Poison and Luo Feng replied simultaneously. Poison relied on the large amount of dark green vines extending out of his armor that wrapped about large amounts of normal automaton puppets. It dug through them in all directions, causing a big stir within the army of puppets. The 100 F-grade puppets that surrounded him were hence unable to absorb sufficient energy from the others. Actually, from the scene, everybody could tell that the F-grade puppets were simply large chunks of metal. One dead piece of metal without any attacking ability. The only reason their attacks were strong was because of the countless normal robots absorbing energy from the Thunder Hell and sending it over. Without the Thunder Hell, these F-grade puppets would be no threat at all. Without the large amount of normal puppets, the F-grade puppets' absorption of energy would be decreased by tens of thousands of times. Be careful, Poison. Luo Feng communicated. The number of F-grade puppets on him rose from 400 to 800 in an instant. The other 400 aimed at Luo Feng and the others. Little punks. Luo Feng stood on the Dark Cloud shuttle and controlled the Nanshan Gold Blade. Shio. The Nanshan Gold Blade was demonic, appearing occasionally and instantly vanishing from sight as it traveled through space, appearing hundreds of meters elsewhere. Rumble. The blade hit one F-grade puppet. This 9th form was powerful enough to harm an undying, one could only imagine its power. Rumble. That F-grade puppet was knocked far away as it spun out of control. Rumble. 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 It was extremely fast as it traveled and knocked the many F-grade puppets away. One had to know that it had the ability to travel through the slits of space. How terrifying was the speed of teleportation? It far exceeded the speed of Taiwo's movements. As long as an undying hadn't reached the level of teleportation, their speed couldn't match up to this blade. Even Taiwo could easily knock close to 500 of them away in an instant. The 50 puppets surrounding Luo Feng, in the blink of an eye, had been knocked away as the gold blade attacked 50 times. Shio. Luo Feng stood on the Dark Cloud shuttle and flashed, swiftly heading towards Demon Lady, who was getting fatigued from constantly defending. Demon Lady. Luo Feng flashed over, his gold blade flashing through and knocking away the 50 F-grade puppets. Madman, madman. I love you to death. The fatigued Demon Lady shouted with glee. Quickly keep me into your world ring. So, Demon Lady was kept in Luo Feng's world ring. Bastard. Poison gritted his teeth. He had already brandished a bottle of colorful liquid, however after he saw Luo Feng unleash his strength, he immediately smiled and kept the bottle. On the battlefield, Luo Feng was fast as lightning as he passed through the puppet army. His gold blade flashed through simultaneously, appearing occasionally and attacking with terrifying speed. Ha ha, this new recruit the captain got sure is powerful. Madman, I really respect you. The illusionist Wei, who was getting worn out from defending against the 50 puppets, laughed loudly too. He sent a flying kiss to Luo Feng. He was obviously excited to escape death. South. The illusionist Wei was kept in Luo Feng's world ring. One had to know that he easily got 100 world rings at Wulong Staffield. The world rings, he had plenty of them. Come here quickly. Hammer roared urgently, I can't hold on much longer. Hammer was an incredibly intrepid fighter, and his offense and defense were strong. His only weakness was his flexibility. He was often hit by the F-grade puppets' attacks. If it weren't for his natural strength, he would have died long ago. So, as the 50 puppets were knocked away, Luo Feng kept Hammer in his world ring. Madman, you sure are powerful. The new recruit Rock complimented as well. Damn, the first time I met him, I knew this madman was a powerful warrior. Haha, look how powerful he is, how decisive he is. 50 F-grade puppets, they are merely toys against his Nanshan gold blade. This final level of the Nanshan armament sure is powerful. The white-armored god laughed carefree. Hee, we are set for the future. Ha ha. The fighter Tornado laughed too. They were all kept in Luo Feng's world ring. Only 4 people were left fighting against the puppets: Taiwo, Poison, Luo Feng, and Madwu. Madwu was a spirit reader. He used the combination of wind and space. Also, the god-tearing armament, his current usage of the weapon was akin to the Nanshan armament's 8th level space slicer, and its speed was terrifying. He could easily defend against the 50 puppets himself. Ha, madman, come help me. Taiwo communicated excitedly. Coming. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and rushed forward, controlling the Nanshan gold blade. 1. The blade became countless images. In almost a blink of an eye, it knocked over 100 of the puppets over 10,000 kilometers away, and this was also only because of the countless normal puppets stopping them, otherwise they would have been knocked millions of km away. Shwa! 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 The Nanshan gold blade was fast as lightning, appearing everywhere occasionally. The normal puppets didn't even affect its speed in the slightest. The ability to pass through the slits of space was simply heavenly. It made its speed terrifying. In an instant, over 500 puppets were knocked far away. When the first knocked away puppet had returned, Luo Feng had already knocked away 2,000 F-grade puppets. Taiwo took the chance to escape their trap. Ha, madman, beautifully executed. Taiwo exclaimed happily. Rumble. The little team of thunder puppet armies surrounding their group swiftly began to retreat, dispersing in all directions, and the activated thunder hell closed off too. They are gone. They've retreated. Madwu, Poison, Taiwo and Luo Feng looked at the huge army dispersing in 9 directions. Should we chase? Luo Feng asked. We cannot. Taiwo shook his head. An automaton who is able to produce such a huge army definitely has a self-destruct core crystal akin to a normal undying. Even the cheapest fire god core crystal would be extremely expensive. If that was used to attack us, it's simply a small loss to them. However, if we continue to chase them down and force him to give his all, one fire god core crystal's explosion, if we are not careful, might wipe us out. Luo Feng was shocked. The fire god core crystal, he had used it as an excuse against Yanzhou Emperor back then. One low-grade fire god crystal, akin to a normal flame undying self-destruct, with his current status he could purchase it at a discounted rate of 600,000 points. And the automaton race proficient in making them could get them at an even lower price. An automaton capable of setting up the thunder hell would most likely have a fire god core crystal or such an item for self-protection. My guess was right. This thunder puppet army should have suffered a huge loss before attacking us. Poison laughed. We've experienced such battles before. Looking at his control and resources, he could definitely do much better. Within the distant broken ship's control room, Pilati roared in his alloy chair, a Sector Lord level 9 plant assisting life form, another with the Nanshan armament's 9th form. How can my luck be so bad? To actually meet such a rare human Sector Lord group, if only my losses from killing the official level Undying before weren't that huge. With the Thunder Hell's attacking system being damaged, how could you escape? It's your good luck, just pray you don't meet me ever again. In space, Taiwa brandished an E9 grade universe ship. Captain, this ship seems very similar to the previous one, the only difference is the resting area is empty. Luo Feng smiled. It's not empty anymore. He stood within the ship and pointed ahead. South. The resting quarters suddenly appeared and locked right into place, completing the layout. Luo Feng and the four immediately stepped in. I ordered a total of 600 of these E9 exactly similar ships back then. Taiwa smiled. All of them are completely alike, and are able to at most hit 1.2 light speed in the dark universe, with simple law engravings outside. It can be said to be the cheapest E9 grade ships. However, over the many years, we've already had 182 of them destroyed. Right, get everybody out. Luo Feng nodded and with a thought. Tornado, Wei, God, Rock, Demon Lady and Hammer all appeared. 9 members and the captain all gathered there. Madman. Demon Lady said, I love you to death. Our team has one more powerful warrior. The resting quarters erupted in cheers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 762 Contribution Points. Chapter 762 Contribution Points. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. The disc-shaped E9 grade ship flew at sublight speed carefully through the space, dodging the dangerous spots. Within the resting quarters. Everybody sit. Taiwa smiled and sat in the sofa. Using his undying energy to control a wine bottle and some glasses, he poured 10 cups of wine. The crystal clear glasses floated before the 10 of them. He lifted his glass. Let's toast, he said. Ha. The 9 members smiled carefree and lifted their glasses. For our luck in this battle, for our 2 new exceptional members, let's toast. Taiwa said. Cheers. Cheers. The group of Sector Lords laughed loudly. Any one of them, when placed in the normal starfields, would all be large figures living it up. However, they all chose to come to the outer region wars, because they all had the hopes of becoming even stronger and fighting other stronger warriors. As per usual, we'll first reflect on the battle. Taiwa placed his glass down. That battle before, everything was within the enemy's control. Whether it was the Thunder Hell setup or the 9 armies of Thunder puppets, the 3000 F grade puppets holding me up and killing you all after, etc., everything was within his plan. The 9 members listened intently. All the other old members did well, staying not too far from me in Poison. Even in danger, Poison would be able to give his all and save you all. Taiwa revealed a smile. The 2 new recruits did very well too. Amongst which I'm very satisfied with Rock, he did as well as the old members. I believe that through some more experience, he will get stronger too. Of course. The one that made everybody the happiest was, we got a new powerful member, Madman. Taiwa looked at Luo Feng. Madman. Madman. The group looked at him and cheered. In such a dangerous place such as the battlefields, it was a good thing to have such powerful teammates. Because of him, Poison didn't need to go all out, and we saved a valuable potion. Taiwa looked at the childlike Poison squatting on the sofa. Poison, you've got it made. He. Poison grinned at Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked shocked at him. This chemist was very strong? Madman. Demon Lady's voice was enchanting. Poison is the second strongest in our group. He once defeated an Undying before. Defeated an Undying? Luo Feng looked shocked at him. What? Rock was even more shocked. Even the ninth form of the Nanshan armament, a match against Undying, was only a match, and could be used for survival. It couldn't exactly defeat an Undying. Of course the Heavenly Bridges level 13, 14, and 15 all use this move, of which the 15th level's move had the ability to already kill a normal Undying. However, that was the Heavenly Bridge level 15, the requirement for official level Undyings. Such an absolute genius would definitely become a Sector Lord core member of the Virtual Universe Company. The main thing is that I can rely on my natural ability and potions combined with the plant life form I nurtured. Poison smiled. One potion costs close to 80 mixed elements to succeed. Madman, you've saved me 80 mixed elements. Come, let's drink. Luo Feng lifted his glass, filled with respect within. A chemist was able to create special potions, even according to one's own needs, nurturing special plant life forms. To reach this level, he is pretty impressive. Luo Feng thought. Other than the captain and Poison, Madman, you are our third-ranked warrior now. Mad Wu laughed. The third, And you don't need potions like Poison. The others all laughed and said. This battle allowed everyone to know the strengths of their two new recruits. They got a good grasp on the two of them. Especially the new Madman, who was regarded as the third-ranked in the team. Luo Feng was indifferent. He didn't care about such ranks, even though his earth body alone had the ability to kill an Undying. The ship continued forward. In a flash, 2 months had passed, and even though they did encounter 2 other attacks, they were able to easily settle it. After all, a team led by an Undying with 9 Sector Lord Generals wasn't something just anyone could deal with. This was also why they headed to a special location. The other location's enemies were simply too weak, and accumulating contribution points simply took too long. The 2 attacks before sure were weak, and the moment they saw we had an Undying, they all fled. So boring. This makes accumulating points too slow. The members discussed within the resting quarters. We've got 2 more days to reach the starfield 001289038484, Shattered Stars. Taiwa said, Shattered Stars is a more renowned battlefield area, as large amounts of other race warriors lay hidden there. Over there, we will definitely be pushed. The only thing we will be complaining about is our own lack of strength. Madman, A deep voice resounded. The most sturdy-looking of the team, Hammer, looked at him. What's your contribution points quota? My contribution points quota? Luo Feng frowned. Every soldier in the outer regions had a quota to hit. They had to get sufficient points to free themselves. For example, if one had a request of 1 million points, starting at 0, killing in the battlefields would give them points. Until they reached 1 million, only then could he choose to retire, exchange for treasures, or continue to fight, even fight alone, etc. He would gain the right to choose. And before hitting that quota, they would have to obey the army orders. Right, how many do you have? Madman's quota should be high. The Sector Lord team sat in the sofas and looked over. My. Luo Feng said casually, it's still okay, the quota is 1 billion. 1 billion? The white-armored god stared wide-eyed. Did I hear right? Luo Feng nodded curiously. Right, 1 billion. Was this number absurd? He thought it should be within a normal range. Damn, 1 billion? My god. It's 1 billion. Even the calm Taiwa stood up. The old members all looked shocked at Luo Feng. The illusionist Wei stroking his cat turned quickly at Rock. Rock, how much is your quota? Mine is 200 million. Rock said. Not bad. It's already impressive. But Madman, it's absurd, it's actually 1 billion? The members all discussed. The two new members, however, were curious. Just what did this quota actually mean? Even though Luo Feng's status was high, he had only checked on some information he needed to know. As for just what this quota number actually implied, he didn't know. If you interact enough with the other sector lords, you would know. Taiwo exclaimed, the capable ones do the most work. The stronger one is, the higher his quota would be. When the new recruits first joined the outer region wars, they would be given their quotas. These would accurately represent their strength. And the authority they are given is only the most raw judgment of their strength. The normal sector lord, the elite and the general, these are unclear levels. The sector lords usually have a lowest quota of 1 million, the highest being 1 billion. Of which a normal soldier normally has 1 million to 10 million. The elites have 10 million to about 100 million. Sector lord generals have 100 million to 1 billion. Taiwo said, the quotas between 100 million to 1 billion are all sector lord generals, of which they have different levels of strengths too. It's obvious that Rock is already very exceptional for a new recruit. Even without any experience in the battlefield, he's gotten this strong. Madman, however, you are simply. Luo Feng was stunned. 1 billion is the top limit of a general. For anyone that has such a high quota, it means you have the strength no weaker than a normal undying. Taiwo emphasized. The virtual universe company's system will never be wrong, you have the strength to match a normal undying. The members were all shocked as they looked at him. However, they didn't know that sector lords that could match a normal undying did have quotas of 1 billion. However, those able to kill a normal undying or even an official level undying etc. all had the same 1 billion quota. As that was the absolute limit for sector lords. They didn't know that Luo Feng's strength was much more terrifying than what they imagined. For them, being able to match and kill a normal undying was already heavenly. So, that's how it is. Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. Growing through the many life or death experiences in the battlefield before reaching general level. There are many sector lords that go through this. However, those able to match and kill a normal undying, those are extremely few and rare. Of our entire 26th base, there are probably only 2 or 3 such sector lords. Taiwo exclaimed. In contrast, our alliance partners, even our enemies the Bug Clan sector lord queens, automaton sector lords, many are able to kill undyings. Some of their warrior talents are simply too heavenly, as for human sector lords able to do so are simply too rare. However, our team now has one. Taiwo smiled at him. Poison looked at him too. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Their team now had 3 undying level strengths. Unlike Poison that had to rely on potions, Luo Feng truly had the battle strength of an undying. This would naturally raise their survival rate in Shattered Stars by a lot. Howl. Luo Feng could only smile. 1 billion contribution points quota? He didn't even think about the number. This quota was something the system itself had allotted him. It was a formality. Every sector lord ranged between 1 million to 1 billion, and his strength was enough to be given the limit. However, the virtual universe company had another request for him to accomplish through his life or death training. That request was 10 trillion points. After completing it, only then could he leave the outer region wars. This was his life or death training. This was the army's request, and another was the virtual universe company's sector lord level request. One was 1 billion, another was 10 trillion. Hence, Luo Feng didn't even think his 1 billion was a lot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 763, Shattered Star System. Chapter 763, Shattered Star System. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. The virtual universe had high standards for every primal region sector lord. Since Luo Feng was one that had passed the domain Lord Sky Mountain and acquired 3 billion points in reward, also being the primal Chaos City leader's disciple, one could only imagine their level of request and expectation they had of him. It was definitely the highest amongst all the primal region sector lords. 10 trillion points quota. This was also after careful consideration from the company. Time passed. We'll be arriving at our destination in half a day. Taiwa gazed at the 9 sector lord generals, and his eyes were solemn. Shattered Stars is a very dangerous region, Madman and Rock. You probably know very little about the area. Before we arrive, I'll explain it to the both of you. Luo Feng and Rock listened intently. Luo Feng didn't dare relax at all. The other races had all sorts of methods and tactics. The moment he wasn't careful, even if he was strong, he'd still be killed. The entire starfield is a battlefield. Battles can erupt at any time. Taiwa looked at the two of them. However, there are 2 types of battles. One is the army battles, and the other is between elite teams. Universe level and domain lords, these are weak. And some normal sector lord soldiers, without the invitation of any elite team, would be sent to lead large amounts of universe and domain lords, forming a huge army. Taiwa said, these armies are led by an Undying to go into war with the other armies. The Undyings would fight other Undyings and the weaker ones would fight each other. We are different. We are an elite sector lord team, just us alone is akin to a full army. Taiwa said. However, we are small in numbers, and there are many empty spaces within the 7th Starfield battlefield. We can easily spot the enemies, fleeing as soon as we know we are not a match. Hence these areas aren't fit to be battlefields. Special regions are thus made within this 7th battlefield. The 4 pinnacle races put their strongest warriors within the regions and massacre each other. The battles are intense. We are heading to the 001289038484 region, Shatterstars system. It's a more renowned battle region. Over trillions of years, who knows how many warriors have fallen there. Taiwa gently tapped in mid-air. A light screen immediately formed and on it a star map appeared. This is Shattered Stars system. Taiwa pointed at the map. Luo Feng looked carefully. Shattered Stars system, it was like a region filled with asteroids. The legendary Shattered Stars system, when this secret region hadn't become a battlefield yet, it was a huge planet. According to what was said, it had a diameter of over 10 million kilometers. Taiwa exclaimed, later on, this planet was completely destroyed by one of the Demon Clan's top races, the 1000 Centipede Clan. The planet was reduced to countless remains floating within this space with a diameter of 0.8 light-years. Through countless battles after, these remains get shattered further over and over, hence there are countless fragments throughout the area. These fragments are called shattered stars. And this whole 0.8 light-years in diameter area is called Shattered Stars system. Taiwa said. Luo Feng nodded, Shattered Stars? Has anybody calculated how many pieces there are? It's shocking, almost every 100 million km area has fragments, and some with more in density. Some are more sparse within the entire area. Taiwa laughed. It may be due to it being a secret region, but the fragments are incredibly cold and sturdy. Even a sector lord's strength will find it hard to break these fragments. And because they are hard to destroy, Shattered Stars system became a renowned battlefield with large amounts of other race warriors hidden within. Taiwa said. You two must remember. There are simply too many other race warriors, hence we cannot fight for too long or draw too much attention. Taiwa emphasized. The moment the battle drags, it may attract others to rush over, and once we get surrounded, that would be it. If the battle is too flashy, even an official level Undying with an Undying body, one who is arrogant and powerful, would be reduced to nothing and destroyed. Luo Feng nodded. This disc-shaped E9 ship finally reached Shattered Stars system. Through the external simulator, Luo Feng gazed out. He could see floating planet fragments throughout the space. These fragments were all over, and a formless energy permeated through everywhere. The energy here sure is shocking. Countless warriors have fallen throughout these areas. Poison laughed. If you feel uncomfortable, you can send part of your consciousness into the virtual universe network to relax. No one will make fun of you. After all, we won't be here for a day or two, but for hundreds to thousands of years. There's a human sector lord team. Luo Feng looked at his screen. On the battlefield, humans naturally could assist each other. The main thing was to keep a portion of the consciousness connected to the virtual universe network. That way, if there were any allies or partners within a 1 billion kilometers area, they would appear. 1. Displaying ally markers within a 1 billion kilometers area. 2. Distress signals. All human allies within the 10 billion kilometers area would receive it. These were the two huge uses of the virtual universe network in the battlefield. Of course, there were other uses like reporting and calculations, etc. Shattered Star's system has many other race warriors. Mad Wu smiled. There are many humans too, along with allies from other races. It's normal to discover allies within the 1 billion kilometers area. They progressed. They often discovered other allies and their markers about. Stop. We'll stop at the Shattered Star system nest for a while. Tai Wu ordered. The ship slowed down swiftly. Let's get out. Hua. Luo Feng and the others swiftly flew out, and Tai Wu kept the resting quarters first before keeping the ship. The group stood in space. The path we flew by, especially the regions we recently passed, had many other humans and allies around. It means this is an area we humans mostly control. We'll choose this area to set up base. Tai Wu smiled. The 9 sector lords nodded. Luo Feng discovered through his screen that within the 1 billion kilometers area, there were 2 gathering markers. It was obvious that there were 2 human and allies areas within that fragment. Tai Wu pointed in the distance. The scanners have discovered a deep cave within. It should be left behind by one of the teams. We don't need to waste our strengths. So. The 10 warriors swiftly flew over, closing millions of km in an instant as they landed randomly within the fragment. This fragment had many marks of battle. It was clear that over trillions of years, it had received countless ripples and attacks. Its largest diameter was 1.6 kilometers and smallest was 1.1 kilometers. It had a total of 21 pathways within. Luo Feng and the team followed one pathway until they reached the core of the fragment. This was a huge cave with a diameter of about 100 m. It's pretty big. Tai Wu smiled and pointed at the ground. So, a resting quarters completely made of tungsten essence appeared and landed on the ground. Open. Tai Wu ordered. The cabin door opened automatically and the group entered. Within the resting room deep in the fragment. We just arrived at Shattered Star's system. Everybody take a rest. Tai Wu smiled. We'll first contact our neighbors through the virtual universe network, the allies that we have in this 1 billion kilometers area. Even though humans have taken most of the region, there will be other race warriors that might invade the area. We cannot see their markers, and those that come will definitely have confidence and strength. Just our Sector Lord team won't be able to handle them alone. It's better to contact our allies. After which Tai Wu closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into the virtual universe network to contact the neighbors. The others relaxed, all calming themselves. They rested in order to do better in battle. 1 billion contribution points and 10 trillion. Luo Feng sat in the sofa and pondered. The army gave me a quota of 1 billion. As long as I finish that, I'll be free. I can choose to retire or exchange for treasure, even choosing to continue to battle or battling alone. I'll first stick with Tai Wu and the others. I'll swiftly gain experience about the battlefield and I'll be able to quickly complete my 1 billion points quota too. He thought. Once that's done, I'll probably understand how to survive in the battlefield, then I'll no longer need to stick to the team. Sticking to this team, he had no way to fully unleash his strength. As there were too many people, revealing his true strength would shock them and they would naturally tell their other friends about it, then it'd be troublesome. Luo Feng was very clear. His status as the primal Chaos City leader's disciple didn't bring just benefits, it brought dangers as well. The other races would madly rush to kill him. When I work alone later on, I'll be able to unleash my strength and kill the other races. Even if my identity is revealed, I can swiftly switch locations. I'm still a newbie here, I have to gain more experience. Luo Feng thought, I'll help out this team while I'm here. At this time, Taiwo opened his eyes. I've already contacted our neighbors. They are also 2 elite sector lord teams led by Undyings. One is a human elite team while another is an allied race team. Taiwo smiled. We've formed a offensive and defensive alliance. If anyone other race warriors dare attack us here, we 3 will join together. Our survival rate would grow by a huge amount. Everybody rest for a day, tomorrow we begin our battle. Yes. The 9 sector lords replied, all filled with anticipation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 764, Laquan Race. Chapter 764, Laquan Race. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. The 7 old members were on high alert when they arrived in Shattered Star. This was completely normal to them, as they had been in such environments for too long. Luo Feng was on high alert too when they first arrived. There was a saying that an able person was more daring. With his high perspectives and mental state, Luo Feng quickly got used to such a state of alertness, that of being in critical danger at any time. As for Rock, he was a new recruit too, however his strength was far from Luo Feng's, and was only considered exceptional amongst other sector lords. After rushing to Shattered Stars the moment he signed on, the moment he thought about being in such danger all the time, he was unable to calm down. Since the killing aura within the entire area was too heavy, he was a nervous wreck. Rock, you should send a part of your consciousness to the virtual universe network to play some games and relax. Taiwo smiled as he noticed. Yes, Captain. Rock was filled with regret. Don't feel bad, everyone here. When we first came to the wars, the feeling of a battle breaking out at any time, it forced everyone to go crazy. There are no such terrifying places in humanity's territories. The new recruits all go through the same thing, we call it the new recruit sickness. Taiwo smiled. Rock nodded and connected to the virtual universe network to relax. Captain. Demon Lady smiled. Madman doesn't seem to have that sickness at all, he seems totally calm. You think he's an ordinary person? Poison lay in his sofa and hugged his bottle of wine. He seemed to enjoy drinking the most out of all the members. As for creating potions, most of his experiments were done in the virtual universe as it was realistic enough. As long as there are enough materials, he could do the same in reality. The group chatted casually, some choosing to rest up. Very quickly, the next day came. Gather. The undying Taiwo ordered. Poison, Mad Wu, God, Madman, they all swiftly stood up. This is our first mission since coming to Shattered Stars, we have to succeed. Taiwo's gaze swept past the 9 of them. The old members should know the rules. New recruits, when we encounter special situations, just watch how the old members react. Yes, Luo Feng and Rock nodded. Alright, let's go. Taiwo smiled and ordered. We can finally begin to gain contribution points. I used up most of mine long ago. The old members all laughed. These old members had gone through many life or death situations to become sector lord generals. They had long completed their quotas, hence they were free from the army long ago. They could use the points gathered to exchange for treasures they needed. Normally 100,000 contribution points added up to one mixed element. Luo Feng and group swiftly exited the nest. The captain naturally kept the resting quarters. C9 grade ship? Luo Feng and Rock stood on the fragment, shocked at the floating ship. Right, we'll be taking a C9 grade ship out. Taiwan nodded. This C9 ship's weakness is its slow acceleration and deceleration, and it dodges slow too. However, the moment it accelerates, it can be quite fast too. Reaching sublight speed shouldn't be too hard. The most important thing is, there are too many powerful warriors in shattered stars, they can attack at any time. The moment they do, the ship would be destroyed. We will. I'll be staying here for a long time. If we lose a ship every time, I cannot afford such losses. Hee, such C9 grade ships are very cheap. Even if I lose hundreds of thousands to millions of them, I wouldn't feel the pinch. Tai was smiled. Luo Feng was stunned. C9 grade ships were indeed very cheap, even 1,000,000 of them wouldn't add up to one mixed element. To an undying, it was indeed very, very cheap. After all, any heirs to some powerful families all can sit in C-grade ships. These were definitely made large scale, just one ancient family alone would probably have up to tens of millions of them. And the wealth of such families usually didn't even add up to an undying's. Luo Feng and the others sat in the low-quality C9 ship, flying at sublight speed, dodging the many fragments and maintaining distance from them. The scanning device I bring along with me is worth 120 mixed elements, which is much more valuable than a C9 grade ship. Tai was stood in the resting quarters and smiled. This scanning device is able to detect life signals within area with a diameter of 100 million km. Even though we know the markers of our allies, we don't know our enemies. Hence we have to rely on such devices. This thing, we cannot scrimp on it. A good scanning device is very important. Luo Feng laughed. The scanning device was indeed important, hence before coming to the Outer Region Wars, he had exchanged for one himself. With his status and discount, he spent 3.9 million points on one. Naturally, to Luo Feng, who had 3 billion points back then, it didn't cost much, and whether it was the Outer Region Wars or the Secret Regions, this would come in handy. Even after discount, it was 3.9 million points. If it were auctioned outside, it would cost at least 10 million mixed elements, and normal official level undyings only had that much. Such an expensive scanning device like this, normally only Emperor level undyings could afford. If the enemy has a powerful scanning device too, it would detect our scan. Tai was said, naturally a lot of other races are weaker technologically. They would only detect us after we began our attack. The ship continued to progress. The first day, they were mostly within the area with their allies. The second day, it began with sparse warriors about. Later on they discovered many other race warriors. Second day, in the ship. Quick, change direction and fly away from the target. Taiwa ordered. The ship changed its direction and maintained its sublight speed. What's wrong, Captain? Why so scared? Demon Lady and Mad Wu mocked. Taiwa hushed them. There are ripples of 6 undyings. What? Luo Feng was slightly shocked. Everybody else, however, jumped up. 6 undyings gathered together? The illusionist Wei, hugging his cat, stared wide-eyed. Relax, we've been maintaining our speed close to the limit within the area. And with us flying away from them, even if they wanted to chase, they wouldn't be able to. Taiwa smiled. They probably detected us too and are too lazy to bother. A team formed from 6 undyings? Luo Feng was curious. This team might have an official level strength within such a team. Taiwa nodded. Such a terrifying team is definitely a trump card team. We are only an elite team. If we faced off, just one official level undying would be able to kill us all. Flying within the space, they were careful throughout. After experiencing several other dangerous situations. Discovered target. 92. 84 million kilometers away from target, there are a total of 5 of them. They should all be sector lords. Tai was said. 5 sector lords? No difficulty at all. The white armored god smiled. Be careful everyone, those able to come to Shattered Stars are all not easy opponents. Even if they are just 5 sector lords, they should have some trump cards. Poison warned. Understood. Relax little Chen Chen. The ship then began to slow down and headed towards the targets. Distance shrinking, 90 million km, 80 million, 70 million, the 5 sector lords stayed within a fragment without any movement. I guess their scanning device is just average, hence they haven't discovered our scan, and their scanner should have been jammed by ours already. Tai was said. Anyone in the outer region wars definitely had scanning devices. If I can detect you and you can't detect me, this was the difference in technology. Like when they were attacked by the automaton warrior before, their scanners never picked up anything. It was obvious the enemy was much more advanced in technology. And this time, it seemed like their own device was superior to the targets. After a while, the distance closed to 3 million kilometers. Ship decreasing speed, stopping. We've already detected their appearances, they are 5 other race sector lords, look. Taiwa's arm screen shot out a blurry light that projected the images in mid-air. It had their height and size, skin color etc. along with detailed information. It was 5 other race warriors. Their heights were between 21-25 m, and they were definitely giants compared to humanity. They all wore thick armor. The top half of their bodies were close to humans. The bottom half were creatures with 6 thick hooves, with a long scale tail, their entire body was covered in green scales. Laquan race. Tai was said seriously. They are creatures proficient in thunder, they are on the Bug Clan side. Poison nodded. No wonder they dared to come here, the thunder race creatures are harder to deal with. These old members all began their discussions. Luo Feng carefully looked at the pictures, getting a better understanding of the other races. Actually Taiwo and Poison etc., they didn't know detailed information about the other races that much. They used their countless battles and interactions with the other races to accumulate their experiences. Hence they had a rough understanding of their abilities. Luo Feng however knew everything extremely well. Laquan race, they had a sacred land Laquan, every infant would be placed in that area, when they could use their own strengths to climb up to the peak of the area and out of it, only then would their nurturing stage be complete. Hence every one of them were naturally proficient in lightning laws, they could naturally control it and their comprehension of the laws too naturally made their strengths powerful. Just like the Masha clansmen being proficient in the space laws and the golden horned beast in that of the gold. Naturally. Even though they had natural talent, they mostly relied on the evolution from the Laquan sacred land. Hence, in terms of comprehension and law unleashing, it couldn't compare to the Masha clansmen. Even so, compared to humans, it was already a huge advantage. However, they did have a weakness, their numbers weren't even a millionth of humanity. Everybody get out of the ship. And sneak in. We will unleash our attacks simultaneously. Captain Taiwo ordered. Yes. The group sneakily flew down and Taiwo kept the ship. Later on, they tore through the space and headed towards the fragment where the 5 sector Lord Laquan race warriors were hiding. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 765, First Batch of Contribution Points. Chapter 765, First Batch of Contribution Points. At this time within the fragment's caves, 5 Laquan sector lords were chatting and laughing within. Superior, the contribution points we got this time were not bad. If this speed keeps up, within a decade, you'll have collected sufficient contribution points. Then you can go back and be absorbed into the sacred land. A warrior with a lion-like body with 6 hooves, covered in green scales and a human-like torso said. The tallest 25 m Laquan race warrior laughed loudly. Right, those that looked down on you before will definitely regret it, but they will think that he actually died in the outer region wars. The many clansmen all laughed loudly and happily. Of which the smallest one with a height of 21 m, an icy cold-looking one, revealed a rare smile. Back then when I stayed in the clan I was under someone, I forced myself out of a death path, finding the only chance. Coming to the outer region wars only has two outcomes. One is to die and the other is to succeed and return, standing above others. In space, Taiwa and the others were 100,000 kilometers away. Stop. Taiwa communicated. The 9 sector lords stopped, the 10 of them were standing in space. Don't get anxious. Taiwa pointed at the distant fragment. There are 5 sector lords within. They shouldn't have discovered us yet, they are now within the fragment itself. Let me first send the first attack. Even if they don't die, they'd lose half of their strength. Captain, we'll rely on you. The captain's cannon is coming. The old members communicated and laughed. Luo Feng watched on curiously. Hoof. Taiwa raised his hands and immediately a torrent of ground undying energy began to gather in his hands. The god energy condensed further, it got stronger and stronger, until a yellow light ball formed between his hands. The strength of the god energy kept rising until even Luo Feng changed his expression. This was purely overpowering the enemy with strength. Go! Taiwa rushed forward like lightning, flashing over 100,000 kilometers until he was only a few km away from the fragment. Then he waved his hands almost like tossing out a huge asteroid. Rumble! An undying energy ball became a glaring laser, rushing into the spacious cave of the fragment. For the Laquan clansmen to fit through, it was naturally spacious. Within the cave. Not good. Let's go. The skinny Laquan clansman changed his expression and ordered. Their detection device in the superior's hands had gone off when Taiwa had rushed close to them with that powerful energy ripple. He immediately ordered all of them to flee. At the time, rumble. The Laquan clansmen flew in all directions, rushing into the pathways out when a huge explosion occurred. Rumble, the powerful undying energy imploded within, large amounts of energy rippled along the caves and swiftly flew out. The powerful force had torn through space itself, flowing through the caves and rushing out. It naturally hit the 5 Laquan warriors. This attack was one that the undying Taiwa had stored for long before unleashing. Even though they were only hit by the ripples of the explosion, it was still more deadly than 10 sector lords' combined attacks. Shie! Purple blood spewed out. The green scales tore apart. The 5 Laquan warriors let out enraged roars, their 6 hooves stomping as they rushed out of the fragment. At this time, a distant beam of light shot over. Kill! The leading undying with powerful law ripples ordered. It's the humans. Human undying. It's the law domain. The 5 Laquan warriors changed their expressions. The undying Taiwa instantly unleashed his law domain. Countless yellow light dots spread over the area. Every dot was like a mountain, madly rushing at the incredibly huge Laquan Sector L. Ords. Even though the law domain couldn't kill them, it had decreased their speeds by over half. And Luo Feng, Poison and the others, went according to the plan, swiftly surrounding them. Be careful everybody. Killing 5 sector lords isn't that difficult, however we don't want any losses here. Taiwa communicated. Relax. We understand. The 9 members all followed. They knew too that falling into a trap would easily be dangerous for them. They all had partners who had fallen along with the enemy despite having huge advantages. Seeing the human sector lord team surround them, the leader being an undying, the 5 Laquan warriors changed their expressions. I'll deal with the undying. The skinny little warrior's eyes gleamed with madness. Superior. Superior. The other 4 looked nervous. Remember, there's only 2 options, live or die. Give it your all. The skinny warrior said. He was only skinny and small compared to the others. Compared to humans, he made the biggest Mother Flame Race hammer look like a child. He couldn't even compare to the size of one hoof. Right. Yes, superior. The four warriors almost simultaneously brandished close to 15 m tall shields, another hand wielding 60 m long pikes, their bodies covered in thunder snakes. Humans, the skinny warrior brandished the same weapons, his shield however was slightly smaller. The pike however reached a length of 80 m, and it had incredibly complex engravings on it. The bloodthirst emanating from it was terrifying. Receive my attack. The skinny warrior roared. His 6 hooves in space shook, as the surrounding space instantly tore apart. The long pike seemed to become a huge lightning bolt. As he roared, the pike pierced forward. Rumble. The pike became a thunder whirlpool, turning and changing as it pierced forward. The undying Taiwo receiving the attack felt his reaction time slow down by quite a bit, and his expression changed. Not good. It's a genius Lei Quan warrior that's well trained in thunder and time laws. The well-experienced Taiwo was very clear on this. It was extremely hard for a human sector lord to be on par with an undying. However, the chances of that happening in the other races was much higher. It was because their basic foundation was much higher. Roar! Taiwo instantly punched forward. With the punch, it was like an endless mountain pushing forward, infused with law comprehension bound strongly to it. Rumble! The punch and the pike clashed head-on. The huge skinny and small Lei Quan warrior was knocked back over 1,000 kilometers. Purple blood spewed from his mouth as he roared, "Go and die, go and die." His expression malevolent as he stomped his 6 hooves in space and once again rushed at Taiwo. The thunder pike in his hand seemed to grow even more and his arms seemed to tear because of it. His scales tore apart too, revealing his muscles. It was obvious that he had exceeded his limit. Howl! The thunder pike actually left his hands and revolved forwards, distorting time and space as it pierced at Taiwo. Ha! The stronger you are, the more contribution points I'll get from killing you. Taiwo smiled wide. Stepping forward, his stomp tore through space and countless space fragments flowed messily. He however was a steady pillar amidst the mess, once again punching forward. Rumble! Due to the huge clash between the two of them, the surrounding 100 kilometers of space completely crumbled with countless slits of space flowing madly about. The huge thunder pike was actually knocked back from the punch. However, as it flew, it returned back to the skinny Lei Quan warrior with an ugly expression. It's a pity, I'm not the same warrior as when I just came to the outer region wars. If it were the me of back then, I may even be disadvantaged. Now however, you will die, race genius, become my contribution points. Taiwo's energy soared, instantly becoming an endless majestic mountain in space itself, once again punching at the little and skinny Lei Quan warrior. This punch was more terrifying than the 2 punches from before. Superior. Superior. Harsh cries resounded from the other side. The skinny warrior unleashed his world energy. He had long discovered what had happened on the other side. Amongst his 4 underlings, 2 of them had already died. Yeah. One of the Lei Quan warriors stomped his hooves and pierced his pike at the illusionist demon lady. It was actually one of her illusions. It caused 2 of them that had fallen under her spell to be instantly killed. Demon lady's expression changed. That warrior's eyes were filled with madness. How many years had it been? Back then, 30 underlings had followed their superior into the outer region wars. Massacring along the way, many had fallen, now only 4 were left. They had finally succeeded and killed a large number of enemies, accumulating their contribution points, seeing the reward within a decade of their grasp. Who'd expect them to be attacked today? Shio! A gold light flashed. The Lei Quan warrior first saw a gold blade from the distance. After that it vanished into space and reappeared right before his eyes, as he stared with shock. Chie! The gold blade pierced right through his head and into his body, destroying his life core, causing the source to crumble and his internal world to collapse. Some items appeared and filled up the space that was filled with the aftermath of battles. Thanks. Demon Lady looked at the dead Lei Quan warrior and winked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng laughed. He thought within, this is probably the first other race warrior I've killed since coming to the Outer Region Wars. Luo Feng, you've got contribution points. Babata said. Ah. Luo Feng smiled. Every battle had to be connected to the virtual universe network, only that way could the system observe the battle and give the contribution points. 1 million points? Luo Feng looked at the screen, shaking his head. So stingy. I killed an opponent close to Sector Lord General level, and they only give me 1 million? However, it's also my first batch. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 766, half a year. Chapter 766, half a year. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. This battle went about swiftly, especially with the illusionists Wei and Demon Lady. They easily affected the 4 Lei Quan warriors. Only the Captain Taiwa had to clash head-on with the strongest of the group over and over as he could block the illusions. No. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. The skinny Lei Quan warrior was almost mad, roaring in his language with his final breaths. He wanted to survive, but under the pressure of the law domain, his fleeing speed was greatly reduced. He couldn't flee at all. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. He could only fight. And he couldn't win the fight, he could only die. There was no other choice. Rumble. With Taiwa's third punch, the skinny warrior was reduced to a mess of meat. His internal world within crumbled as well, as countless items appeared. Quickly keep the spoils and we'll go. Taiwa ordered. Yes. The 9 sector lords swiftly collected all the goods before leaving swiftly, taking the ship and flying away at sublight speed. Within a few minutes, a few other race teams had arrived at the scene. Our allies are dead. The culprits sure fled fast. The other teams all checked about before dispersing. The percentage of falling in the Outer Region Wars were simply too high, especially in an area like Shattered Stars with so many other warriors. The death rate was shocking. The many warriors that came here were all used to it. Within the ship, our spoils are not bad. Taiwa said that Lei Quan race left us many items. Everybody split them. The strongest one was killed by you, Captain. Whoever killed him has the right to decide. Captain, you pick. The tall and sturdy hammer said with a deep voice. I want his long pike. You guys can split everything else. Taiwa kept the thunder pike, as an undying, his perspectives were much higher. The group went through the goods. Madman you? Do you want anything? Luo Feng sat in the sofa and drank the wine, shaking his head. You guys go ahead, I don't need them. That's the manner of a strong warrior. Demon Lady winked at Poison. Little Chen Shen, you should show off such manners too, don't compete with us. Do you think my potions are free? Poison grasped tightly on the world ring and began to search through the large amount of items, collecting whatever was valuable. After checking a while, he took 2 items and tossed it to Demon Lady. You guys go ahead, I'm done. Damn. Stingy fellow. Vicious, the best have been taken away. Mad Wu, Wei, and God all looked with despise at Poison. Actually, after all the things they had been through, they were long life or death brothers in arms. This little argument was nothing but their show of affection towards each other. As for the distribution of spoils, they had their own rules that they followed. Against their condescending gazes, Poison didn't seem ashamed at all. Instead, he was satisfied. I'm not Madman, he is a new recruit and he already has the strength to defeat an Undying. Even if he wasn't a core member of the 5 Leviathans, he'll definitely be a favored disciple of an absolute warrior. He definitely has plenty of treasures, he wouldn't care about such little things. Madman, am I right? Luo Feng smiled. Since entering Songbird Star till now, no one had recognized his true identity. It wasn't strange. The number of humans was simply too much, there were all sorts of appearances, and only a few actually watched the genius battles. Hence, many had probably forgotten it already. Secondly, over 4,000 years had passed and Luo Feng's strength and power had all changed completely. He was young and tender back then, however after training in the beast god path, he was like a ferocious beast even when relaxed. When unleashed it was even more terrifying. After 4,000 years, it had a huge change on a person. Thirdly, Luo Feng had changed his appearance slightly too. He had changed his color slightly to give off a different look. Even if his overall look was the same, the slight changes would make him unrecognizable. His energy and looks had all changed. Who would have expected this to be the same star-level punk from 4,000 years ago, for him to suddenly be a Sector Lord pinnacle with the strength to match an Undying? Luo Feng and their team sat in the C9 great ship and carefully explored, dodging the powerful enemies and swiftly dealing with those they could. Each battle was extremely short, they fled right after it was over. In the blink of an eye, they had already explored for about half a year, with 11 bloody battles. 3 of them were more dangerous. Mad Wu and Wu were heavily injured before, luckily Luo Feng saved them. "Madman, I owe you my life too." Within the ship's resting room, Mad Wu came out of the world ring and expressed his gratitude to Luo Feng. "Even if didn't save you, poison would have done so." Luo Feng said. "Don't talk about me, even if I did, I would have paid quite a high cost." Poison shook his head as he sipped his wine in the sofa. "Having Madman sure is good, with his Nanshan armament, passing through the slits of space instantly, its speed is shocking. It's extremely good for saving teammates. Since the enemies usually focus on the captain, thinking he's the most important, they never actually focus on Madman. They don't really care about Sector Lords." God's smile was like the sun. With no one holding up Madman, the 3 dangers before, if Madman wasn't there, we'd have to go all out. But with him, it was much easier. With him attacking, it spoilt all the enemy's plans, messing them up, allowing us to flip the tables. Rock however sat quietly in the corner, only occasionally making a sound. Luo Feng glanced at him, he could feel his depression. Rock had joined the team with him. When he became the second most important person next to the captain, Rock still required assistance occasionally from the other older members. Naturally he would feel depressed. He was filled with confidence before as a genius. However, in front of Luo Feng, he had lost his shine. A few more setbacks and he'll awaken. Luo Feng thought, "Babata, how many points do I have?" "Including the 2 you just defeated, you've accumulated 32 million contribution points." Babata said. "The 2 I killed just now only added 11 million? Luo Feng shook his head within, so stingy. It was. After he had killed the first Lei Quan warrior, including the 12 bloody battles over half a year, as well as the many warriors he had killed, according to how his points increased, he got a good understanding on the system. Killing a normal Sector Lord soldier alone was 100,000 points. Killing an elite Sector Lord soldier alone was 1 million points. Killing a Sector Lord general alone was 10 million points. And this was killing them alone. If others helped, the points would be split and he'd only get a portion of it. Luo Feng had naturally dealt with the more powerful opponents, he killed mostly generals and elites, hence he accumulated 32 million. One normal Sector Lord would give a lowest point of 1 million. This means, he'd have to kill 10 opponents of his level to complete his quota. Luo Feng thought. Always fighting against others just as strong, to the new recruits, going through this life or death struggle at least 10 times? Luo Feng shook his head. Of course, the stronger one was, the higher the requests were. The army gave him the limit of Sector Lords to accumulate 1 billion contribution points. The Virtual Universe Company however gave him 10 trillion. Not leaving the team and killing normal Sector Lords like that, even 10,000 years or a million years wouldn't be enough. Luo Feng thought. What's more, there aren't any sector lord generals for me to kill. One army usually only has so few sector lords. It's obvious the virtual universe company is forcing me to kill undyings. In the virtual universe company's point of view, the disciple of the primal chaos city leader should be able to kill undyings at sector lord level. In this half a year, their team had returned to the base 3 times and rested for 10 days to half a month. One more battle and we'll return to rest. Tai was said. Yes. After we kill them, we'll head back to rest. The members all laughed, relaxed. They carefully scouted for enemies. After 8 hours had passed, they found their target. A completely jade green ship was flying within Shattered Stars system. A living ship was actually one that was commonly seen in the universe. However, it was more mainstream only within the demon clan etc. As for humans and automatons, they mostly used alloy and metal ships. The living ships and the metal ships all had their pros and cons. Within the control room, standing at 1.6 m tall, a completely red scaled life form extended its claws and grabbed a glass of wine and sipped. Beside him stood another that looked exactly alike. The two of them gave off fire law ripples. 2 captains, the swallowing is complete, the living ship has reached 100% completion. A smaller sector lord said respectfully. The 2 captains nodded. 20 sector lords were gathered within the control, all of them were obviously from the same race. Even though they were all about 1.3 m to 1.7 m tall, their eyes were vicious and their bodies covered in scales, their elbows and knees sharp. It was obviously a race proficient in battle. The scanning device has detected battle ripples. One stronger-looking undying being said. Get close. Another scaled being immediately ordered, also scan their strengths. In just 10 seconds or so. We've already discovered their ripples, there's an undying and the rest are sector lords. The stronger-looking being said excitedly, just one undying. Prepare for battle. The other one immediately stood up and roared. Hua! 20 sector lord scaled beings all stood up, armor appeared on the surface of their bodies. Weapons appeared in their arms and their eyes were mad and bloodthirsty. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 767, Sworn Enemy. Chapter 767, Sworn Enemy. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Fu Wei-san, the target's scanning device should be lousier than ours, they haven't detected us. The stronger-looking undying being said solemnly. The intrepid scaled being nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 20 sector lords. Children, the targets haven't detected us, we'll sneak in. Remember, you all have to stick close to Tualu, that way our scanning device can jam theirs and make them unable to detect us. Yes. The 20 sector lords all seem to be frantic to go. Distance shrinking, 10 million kilometers, 8 million, 6 million. The stronger-looking undying said softly. Slowing down. The one called Fu Wei-san ordered. The living ship swiftly stopped. All get off, we'll fly over. Fu Wei-san ordered. Immediately 20 bloodthirsty sector lord scaled beings all rushed out. The other 2 undyings followed. In space, Luo Feng and their team were engaged in battle with another team. Without a doubt, Luo Feng's team had the advantage as the enemy had only 2 sector lords remaining. Luo Feng gazed into the distant black blur, enemies, Taiwa's scanning device was only worth 120 mixed elements, maybe it was better than the Lei Quan race's device. However, amongst the undying, there were many that had devices better than Taiwa's. Luo Feng's scanning device was much more advanced, with his status, with a huge discount, he bought one at 3.9 million points. The auction of that same device would hit up to over 10 million mixed elements. Hence, when they were 1 billion kilometers away, Luo Feng's scanning device had already detected them. The only thing was he didn't care too much, as it was very likely that they were simply passing by. However, as they drew closer and began to head in their direction, Luo Feng understood that they had been discovered. Small things. Luo Feng thought his inherited memories had allowed him to know of these creatures. Xiao race, one of the tens of millions of energy life forms, bloodthirsty and enjoyed swallowing other life forms, they are very brutal. Just like the rock life forms, some had souls while others didn't. The blood and flesh life forms, some had weaker bodies while some had bodies stronger than even the metal life forms. One theory was that the energy life forms, as one of the powerful life forms, had all sorts of creatures. Some were well known for assassination, like the Masha clan, standing at the pinnacle of the energy life forms. However, there were others more commonly seen, like the Qiushi race. They had terrifying soul attacks but couldn't change their forms like the Masha, stuck in fixed forms. However, the moment they exploded their bodies, they could still reform it. This was a power of the energy life forms. However, every time they exploded, the harm to their bodies was huge. And also, they swallowed other life forms, using them to replenish their energies as they absorb. This was also a power of the energy life forms. Swallowing living bodies, there were many in the universe that enjoyed doing so. In the distance, the scaled beings were suppressing their excitement as they drew closer. The skinny scaled being ordered, "Slow down, Tualu, will attack them first and heavily injure them." All right. The stronger-looking Undying was obviously excited. Chi-Chi, the two Undying scaled beings, extended their two claws. Mad Undying energy began to gather within, condensing and forming a Fire God core crystal kind of attack. The Fire God core crystals were incredibly condensed Undying crystals, melded into a crystal and used to detonate into an explosion. Even an Emperor-level Undying wouldn't have the ability to condense enough energy to form a core crystal-level kind of power. Kill! The two Undyings swiftly flashed forward and the 20 Sector Lords immediately followed. As they drew closer, the two Undyings were already prepared to unleash their Undying energy balls. Qiushi race, bloodthirsty and proficient in battle. Luo Feng thought. Two Undyings and 20 Sector Lords, quite troublesome. Condensed Undying energy? Ha, hurry and collect the spoils. Once we are done we will return to our base. Captain Taiwo laughed and said. This battle was easy enough. Illusionist Wei laughed. Back to the nest. Poison cheered. We can finally rest. The white-robed god smiled. The group of sector lords swiftly collected the floating goods about. Luo Feng pretended to look about. Suddenly he stared into the distance and shouted to the group, "Enemies!" Enemies? Where? We haven't even battled for 3 minutes and others have come? Taiwo, Poison, and the others all looked in the direction of where Luo Feng was looking. In the distance, two beams of lights were rushing over. Condensed Undying energy attack. Taiwo's expression changed as he immediately raised his hands. Rumble! Rumble! Two light pillars shot out from Taiwo's hands, headed straight for the two beams of light. Taiwo simultaneously shouted, "Retreat, hurry and retreat!" The Sector Lord team swiftly began to flee. Rumble! His two light pillars clashed instantly with the condensed Undying flame energy, creating a terrifying explosion. The powerful Undying energy instantly tore through up to 1,000 kilometers of space, rippling in all directions. Luckily Luo Feng had warned them quick enough and Taiwo reacted quickly, hence their team was far enough to be slightly hit by the ripples without anyone getting injured. This Undying energy. Taiwo's expression changed. This flame Undying energy. Poison, who was originally serious, suddenly began to grow and raged as he shouted hoarsely, "It's them! It's them!" The most collected of the team, Tornado, felt the flame Undying energy and even his expression grew mad. One had to know that every Undying energy was unique. His eyes grew bloodshot as he howled, "It's that flesh-eating freak, that flesh-eating freak! The flesh-eating freak! Demon Lady in Wei, the two illusionists changed their expressions too. Mad Woo. God. Hammer. The Captain Tai Wa. They all flew into a frenzy. What's going on? Luo Feng and Rock were stunned. Madman, Rock, that team is our sworn enemy, don't hold back, use everything to kill them. Kill all of them flesh-eating freaks. Tai Wa ordered. Seventh brother. Seventh brother. Poison howled as tears welled up in his eyes. He could never forget the scene of the number 2 of their team back then, seventh brother, risking his life to save them from that undying scaled being. He finally died and was even eaten before the team. Poison had gone mad back then. Kill. Kill. Captain Taiwo and the 7 old members all were enraged, charging straight into the distance. Luo Feng and Rock naturally followed. A group of lights shot over too. Ha, they actually didn't flee. We knew it was the bunch of humans that survived back then. I didn't expect you all to come and fight. The 2 undying scale beings were excited as they laughed. They were very clear of the enemy's strength. This human team only had 1 undying that was harder to deal with. Back then, there was another fighter that was very powerful, able to match up to an undying. However, he was still finally eaten by Tualu. 2 teams. One with 1 undying and 9 sector lords. Another with 2 undyings and 20 sector lords. Both met in space and almost instantly clashed. Children, kill them all, eat them all. The intrepid scaled undying cackled as he ordered. Yes. Yes, Lord. The group of sector lord beings laughed madly, all wielding blades and knives etc., all extremely fast and nimble as they rushed forward. Ah! Poison's voice was hoarse, his expression manic as he howled. The originally 1m tall little childlike being instantly grew stronger and bigger. His body began to shoot out dark green vines that madly spread in all directions. He flipped his hand and brandished a colorful potion that was instantly swallowed by the vines. Grow! Poison roared, die! Rumble! Poison had already grown into a 12m tall giant, his chest glowing with a glaring engraving gold light. That light shone on the vines. The dark green vines that had absorbed the potion began to go through a special change along with Poison. The originally dark green vines grew a layer of gold membrane over it. 3,621 years. Seventh brother died for us. I've been making potions every day and studying them. Finally I succeeded in making one that can combine with my plant life form. All for this day, all for this day. Go and die, all of you. Poison howled. A total of 72 vines, almost like 72 gold snakes, pierced through space and madly waved about. The 2 scaled sector lords originally rushing at him were instantly wrapped by 2 vines. Poo-chi. They were instantly torn to shreds, causing their internal life core to break. Their internal worlds collapsed and countless items flew out. It's you. You ate 7th brother. Go and die. The manic giant Poison howled as he stared at the stronger-looking scale undying. Rumble, 72 huge vines covered in gold membrane shot through 1,000 kilometers, all aiming towards that undying. Kill. Taiwo was engaged in battle with that intrepid scaled undying too. Madness. The battle had reached its climax in an instant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 768, Annihilation. Chapter 768, Annihilation. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Fu Wei-san, this little punk is stronger than before. The stronger-looking scaled undying suddenly brandished a 3m long flame red blade as he spoke. I'll handle the human undying, you settle that, chemist. All children kill the human sector lords. A 100m long chain appeared in his hands as flames burned about it. That chain was like a black fire dragon dancing in space. Understood. The other undying laughed. Kill. Kill. The manic little Sector Lord scaled beings all wielded their weapons and clashed with the humans. The most intense battle was without doubt Poison against the stronger-looking scaled undying Tualu. Rumble. 72 gold vines madly rushed at Tualu. The surrounding space was torn apart, but Tualu maintained his manic laughter. He instantly unleashed his law domain, causing countless flames to fill the area. They burned the vines and even Poison himself. Go and die. Poison howled, bearing with the flames. Haha, little punk, you think you can use the plant life form to kill me at Sector Lord level? Tualu smiled manically. The scales on his face shifted as he attacked the vines about him ferociously. The fiery blade kept flashing. Almost like a huge fire wheel, it knocked away the large amounts of vines around, even knocking away the gold membrane and slashing through one of the vines. Some of the gold membranes that were torn apart quickly regrew new ones. Under the attack of the huge fire wheel, the many gold membranes began to dissipate and the vines were being cut. Howl. The dark green vine let out a painful thought. IMO, give it your all. Even if we die, we have to kill him. Poison's expression was manic. The plant life form was extremely loyal. The moment it recognized its owner, it would die along with him. Since the owner was giving his all, this plant would naturally not hesitate. Rumble, gold membrane vines pierced through the space and wrapped about Tualu. There were vines being cut all around, however they would join with the broken pieces. Its regenerative speed was quite fast. However, every time it got cut, the damage to the plant was huge. IMO. Poison howled. Powerless. He could feel, against this ugly scaled undying, he was disadvantaged. I'm still not strong enough. Even though I've successfully killed an undying before, that was one that used a large hammer, he had no way to cut IMO. He was finally worn out by IMO. Poison teared as he stared hard at the enemy, roaring within, seventh brother, I will definitely kill him, definitely. Poison's battle was very intense, however the other old members were just as fatigued. Every one of them had 2 to 3 Sector Lords attacking them. These beings were bloodthirsty and intrepid. Maybe alone they were no match for the humans, but with 2 to 3 of them together, it wore out the members. Illusions have little effect on them. Demon Lady said anxiously. Hammer wielded a shield and large hammer, protecting her beside him. These flesh-eating freaks, their home is filled with massacre. They've been killing since young and have grown up in such an atmosphere. They've long become used to such a demeanor, it's in their bones. Hypnotizing them is hard, we can only kill. I've killed one. Madwu was in a dangerous place too, he was being attacked by 4 of them at a time. Harming them is useless. Rock said urgently. Damaging them is useless. Rock, if you don't destroy their life core, even if their bodies explode, they can reform. The moment you pierce their bodies, you have to destroy their life core. God said anxiously. The battle reached a crazy level. Madman, help. Madman, hurry, Poison is risking his life, he's in the most danger. The Captain Taiwo was extremely urgent. Luo Feng gazed about after killing 2 Sector Lords. The gold Nanshan blade instantly became a splendid gold light and tore through space before vanishing. Shie. The gold light appeared and pierced through a Sector Lord scaled being's chest, destroying its energy crystal. Rumble. Large amounts of items poured out. Shwa. The gold light flashed again and another scaled being stared wide-eyed with its mouth open wide, revealing cold fangs, its gaze dimming. Shwa. 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 Luo Feng used his strength, even though he hadn't unleashed much, it was still akin to a normal undying strength. The Nanshan gold blade that could pass through the slits of space killed at a shocking speed. 10 Sector Lord scaled beings were instantly killed within 3 seconds. The many scaled bodies floated in space, their internal worlds collapsed and countless items filled the area. Madman sure is powerful. Powerful. The other Sector Lord members couldn't help but get shocked. It was actually not that easy for an Undying to massacre so many Sector Lords in the battlefield. One had to see the type. If a fighter Undying wanted to kill 10 Sector Lords, it would be a troublesome thing. And Luo Feng, however, used the Nanshan blade that was proficient in chasing down and killing others. What? The intrepid scaled Undying stuck with Taiwa Fu Wai San was shocked to see the distant black-armored human, Nanshan armament? 9th form? Fu Wei San, there's one in the team akin to an Undying. The other scaled Undying Tuo Lu was shocked too. What do we do? Retreat! Fu Wei San ordered. The tables had turned. The humans now had 3 Undying strengths. They only had 2. And the human side had the other Sector Lords. While they wouldn't be able to kill them, they could weaken and affect them. You can't run. Luo Feng had just killed 10 Sector Lord scaled beings in one breath. He immediately controlled the gold blade to rush at the scaled Undying Tualu that was fighting the dark green vines. Shio! The gold blade vanished and appeared 300 m away, and them immediately 2 m behind Tualu. Pu Chi! It instantly pierced at his armor, the armor however blocked it. The powerful force within the Nanshan gold blade caused a huge vibration within his body. His 2 blades were affected and the dark green vines immediately rushed in, wrapping around the Undying Tualu. HM? An Undying's defense sure is strong. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed in the distance. Looks like the first level of the 9th form doesn't have much effect. The Nanshan armament's 9th form, a match against Undying, could actually be split into 3 levels. Its power too could be split into passing the Heavenly Bridge's 13th, 14th, and 15th level. Of which the first level, when unleashed, would vanish occasionally, able to travel through the slits of space and reappear. The distance it could do so was short, only a few hundred meters. The travel distance was very short, hence the attack power was only average, at most harming and normal Undying. Normally unleashing the first level was enough to affect an Undying, causing him to be unable to chase back. One would be able to survive against an Undying. The second level had a huge increase in power, the distance it could vanish for would get even further. Both levels had a weakness though. When it traveled through the slits of space it would have law ripples. An Undying proficient in space law would be able to sense this ripple and easily dodge and defend against it. Only the 3rd level. Its power increased by leaps and bounds. Its travel distance would reach over 1,000,000 km. And only then would its travel reach the level of true teleportation, without a sense of space ripple, making it undetectable. Of course it's only the weapon being teleported, and that was obviously much easier than the teleportation of one's body. Even so, it was the maximum power of the Nanshan armament. However, it's obvious that this scaled Undying space comprehension is very weak. He cannot seem to detect the space ripples. Luo Feng's gaze flashed coldly. The Nanshan armament cannot harm me. The Undying Tualu howled, beginning to defend against the dark green vines and flee. Shio! A gold light flashed. It once again pierced at Tualu's body. With experience from before, he was filled with confidence, however after that he felt a terrifying force pass through his body. 1. It caused his Undying body to shake and make it almost crumble, his hands going completely numb. 2. The dark green vines once again wrapped about him. So. 72 heavily damaged vines shrank swiftly and became the thickness of an arm, wrapping madly about Tualu. Tualu struggled madly. However, in terms of strength, with the special form of the 72 vines combined, it was much stronger than him. Go and die. Poison immediately went mad as he howled. The last undying died just like that. You were set to die. Ka-cha ka-cha. Pa. Pa. Tuo Lu's bones were constricted till they broke apart, after which large amount undying energy exploded from within. The 72 vines, however, had formed a dark green cage covered in gold light. Without a single slit, it completely trapped his undying energy within. If he had reached the level of undying body, he could have disintegrated and slipped out. However, he hadn't reached that level. If the damage was too severe and his spirit imprint was destroyed, that would be the end. Howl, pain and rage rang from within the dark green cage, dissipating after a while. The undying Tuo Lu had fallen, but seventh brother. Poison raised his head and howled. His throat had gone completely hoarse as tears flowed down his eyes. He knelt before the dark green vines. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 769, Sinister Tactics. Chapter 769, Sinister Tactics. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. After holding the hatred for over 3,000 years, he had studied on raising his potion strength madly, dreaming of the day he could take his revenge. Poison had always thought, if his seventh brother hadn't gone to distract the enemy back then, he could have totally escaped. However, to save Poison, he went to block the scaled undying Tuo Lu, thereby sacrificing his life. I've succeeded, seventh brother, I did it, I'll kill that flesh-eating freak. Poison shouted within. Over the 3,000 years, he laughed and cursed on the surface, but that hatred had always remained within. This grudge was settled. There's another one. Poison turned fiercely and stared at the distant Taiwa fighting against the scaled undying Fu Wei-san. Go and die. Poison controlled his plant life form and immediately 72 vines swiftly shot towards him. It wasn't just him. Luo Feng had already controlled his Nanshan armament to head towards the last enemy, the strongest of the Qiushi group. Die. You can't escape. Die. The illusionists Wei and Demon Lady, along with the spirit reader Mad Wu and God etc., all used their soul attacks and illusions, along with spirit weapons and so on. They didn't aim to actually damage him, but as long as they could affect him in the slightest, it would allow Taiwa to gain the advantage. Tuo Lu is dead. Fu Wei-san noticed his partner's death and glanced at Luo Feng and Poison who were rushing over. He was shocked within. Those two sector lords are very powerful. The moment they combine forces with this human undying, I'll be in trouble. I may even fall here. I can't care about anything else. The scaled undying Fu Wei-san wanted to flee without getting injured, however with Taiwa holding him back now and Luo Feng and Poison rushing over. Yeah. He roared manically. The flaming black chain on his body instantly vanished and he used his two claws to smash directly at Taiwa's fists. Swell! His two claws immediately glowed a glaring fiery red. One had to know that an undying's body was formed from countless amounts of undying energy condensed together. The moment one became undying, his body could easily become endless undying energy and vice versa. Of course he had to maintain the spirit imprint for it to be complete. Fu Wei-san instantly gave up both his arms, placing about 10% of the energy he had accumulated over countless years into them. It may seem like a small 10%, however every part of an undying's body was filled with their spirit imprint. Hence, while exploding, it would give up part of their spirit imprint too. He didn't have an undying body yet. That was something that allowed regeneration so long as there was a single cell available. He wasn't at that level, hence, blowing up 10% of his body was already his limit. Rumble. The powerful explosion hit Taiwa and knocked him far away. The surrounding space exploded open with a large ravine opening from the tears. Countless space fragments flowed madly throughout and rippled in all directions. Even the distant floating scaled sector Lord Warrior Corpse's large amount of items were instantly destroyed from the ripples. Rumble. Fu Wei-san used his undying armor to withstand the explosion and used its force to propel him away as he swiftly escaped. He instantly flew over 100,000 kilometers away. As he escaped, the large amount of items about were knocked astray. No one would have discovered that among the countless items, there was a seemingly normal black space ring. Bastard, he got away. Poison gritted his teeth. He sure fled real fast. Luo Feng gazed at the opponent that was already 1,000,000 km away, flying close to light speed. When an undying truly wanted to flee, and there was distance. Unless one had teleportation, otherwise even an emperor-level undying wouldn't be able to chase. Let's go, the commotion was too huge. If time drags on, there will definitely be many other race warriors rushing over. Taiwo ordered. Hurry and collect the spoils. The Sector Lord elite team swiftly collected the goods, sat in the C9 ship and left. Shattered Stars space. The C9 grade ship was progressing, heading to their base. So close, just a little more and we would have killed the other undying flesh-eating freak. Poison had regained his normal form, his eyes filled with mad excitement. Alright, it's already not bad. To force that punk to sacrifice 10% of his undying body, that's already a huge cost. Taiwo laughed. Even after 100,000 to 1,000,000 years, he won't be able to regain the spirit imprint. What's going on? Rock asked curiously. Their race can self-destruct without any consequences. How can him exploding 10% of his undying body have such a high cost? Their explosions only explodes the body, later, returning it to undying energy. Taiwo explained, and this undying energy holds energy in their spirit imprint. It's the foundation of an undying. With the energy gathered together, it can form an undying body. However, the moment one self-destructs, it blows up even the undying energy with no remains at all, becoming the most basic particle flow. Taiwo laughed, hence its power is huge. This is also why the explosion wouldn't be huge. Self-destructing, however, creates a huge explosion. Taiwo said that undying energy holds his spirit imprint. If he only lost a little, it can easily regenerate. However, losing 10% at one go equates to losing 10% of his soul. Even though the imprint is still whole, his strength and abilities etc. will all suffer a huge loss. It would take a very long time to recover. Of course. If he had reached the level of undying body, even after the explosion and the undying energy begins to crumble, the spirit imprint collapsing, as long as one fragment remains, he would be able to instantly absorb the countless broken fragments of energy and regain his complete undying body. Taiwo said, once one reaches that level, he would be very hard to kill. Not just 10%, even if he loses 99.99% of his body, as long as there's a fragment, he can completely recover and instantly. Rock nodded. Let's toast. For seventh brother, for the many lost comrades over the years, cheers. Cheers. Taiwo, Poison, and the others all lifted their glasses. Even though Luo Feng and Rock were new recruits, they could feel how emotional they were. From the day I entered the Outer Region Wars, death has always been beside me. I've been here for over 30,000 years. During this period, from Sector Lord to Undying, the many life and death partners, Big Brother, Third Brother, Fourth, Fifth, Sixth, Seventh and Ninth, they've all died. Taiwo looked at Poison beside him. Poison took a deep breath too. Back then Taiwo was number 2. Poison joined the team later on too and had always been taken care of by seventh brother. He enjoyed the company of the childlike adorable Poison. The old comrades go and new ones come. Taiwo exclaimed, we all have our own targets. Our team's second fool completed his target and retired. I'll probably retire in another 20,000 years too. Let's wish that the brothers and sisters here will live until they retire. The group raised their glasses. Living till retirement. They toasted. The group of old members had already completed their most basic quotas. They were all free. However, they didn't want to return to living normal lives, as they had their own goals. Hence, they wanted to acquire large amount of contribution points to exchange for treasures. One had to know that 100,000 contribution points could exchange for one mixed element, and that allowed them to get treasure from the army system. Accumulating 1 billion points was 10,000 mixed elements. That was already the wealth of a normal Undying. Within humanity's territories, these sector lord generals, even after risking it all for 1,000 eras, they probably wouldn't even earn 10,000 mixed elements unless they had special encounters. And in the outer region wars, as long as they could survive for a few tens of thousands of years, accumulating 10,000 mixed elements was very easy. Of course. The prerequisite was surviving for tens of thousands of years. Poison, your grudge has been settled, you can drink less from now on. Tai was said softly. Poison nodded. Poison walked to Luo Feng and looked up at him, his eyes gleaming with gratitude. Madman, thanks. He. Luo Feng smiled. At this time, within the spirit reader Mad Wu's space ring with all the goods from the battle, there was a blur of items within. Of which there was a very normal black space ring. Amongst the many items in there was a level 5 spirit weapon. The living ship carefully flew within shattered stars. Bastards, despicable humans, bastards. The scaled Undying Fu Wei San howled in the control room. He was madly sweeping his wine and other items about. Pa. Breaking sounds and curses were spewed about, reverberating throughout the room. After a while, he stopped. His claws had already returned to normal. His eyes filled with madness. 10% of my soul, this will make my space law comprehension slow down so much. Despicable humans, I will definitely kill you, but I bet you didn't even notice amongst the countless items floating in space there's a normal space ring, and within that space ring there's a weapon. His eyes gleamed with ferocity. That weapon is my marker item. I've hidden my spirit imprint on it. No matter how far away it is, I can feel it. And through it, I can naturally determine your locations at any time. His eyes were filled with hatred. An Undying was able to use his God Country teleportation at any time, as long as there was a marker which was actually an Undying crystal. Undying energy was filled with their spirit imprint. It could be a plant life form or even a specially made marker, like the one the Primal Chaos City leader gave to Luo Feng. With some of the Undying spirit imprint within the item, no matter how far away, whether it was in an internal world, God Country, etc., he could still feel it. No. I cannot waste time. These despicable humans may have already discovered its secret. Even though the chances of that happening are low, I cannot afford the chance. I have to take revenge and kill them. Fu Wei San gritted his teeth. I have to immediately contact the other Undying allies and partners and settle them together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 770, Invitation. Chapter 770, Invitation. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Who should I look for? Fu Wei San sat in the living ship, his claws tapping the armrest as it scratched. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed. Right, my fellow clansman Lakia, he should be here in Shattered Stars too. I'll look for him. He immediately used his consciousness to contact his clansman via his quantum computer. He cursed. The demon race is one of the pinnacle races of the universe. However, in terms of communication, it's far inferior to the humans and automaton. Especially the humans. I heard they can enter a virtual universe from anywhere in the vast universe, and it can do 100% simulation, almost like reality. I'm so envious. I'm a great Undying and yet I've never had such an opportunity. Consciousness simulation technology was advanced a long time ago. These other race Undyings normally had such chances to enter the virtual universe, however their areas were usually extremely limited. Like how Earth had the virtual world war god shrine, which only spread over Earth. These other races had their own virtual worlds that probably covered one galaxy. It wasn't even close to the size of humanity's virtual universe. And its messaging system was even worse. The universe was too huge. This was a hard problem to solve. Even within the demon race territories, it could at most do consciousness conversations within a universe country area, almost like making a call on Earth. It can only hold a conversation and not actually see the other party. And it had to be within the area, the demon race area. If it was outside their territory, there was no way to communicate. Of course, as the outer region battlefields were a special place, communication devices were erected throughout, thus the leading allies and races could use these to communicate and only have conversations. The universe was vast, communication was a huge problem. Even amongst the many pinnacle races, only the humans and automatons could actually communicate at any spot in the universe. The automaton virtual world normally only covered one universe country size. The entire automaton territory had hundreds of them, everyone with their own virtual world. The moment they left their territories, even though they could communicate it in other places, it was like making long-distance calls, very simple. Only the humans. They had the virtual universe, which was a legendary existence. It could simulate any universe laws, even the fusion laws. It spread throughout everywhere, even to another universe. The primal universe was within its boundaries. Using the virtual universe, humanity's strength could combine together, conquering a whole territory and becoming a pinnacle race thus wasn't so strange. Amongst the countless shattered fragments in the area, within a particular shattered fragment, a scaled undying was sipping his wine and enjoying, while his underling sector lords were singing praises and flattery of him. Great Lakia, you are the greatest leader of our West Mountain area, only you can become its greatest leader. Lakia! The scaled sector lords all cheered. And the powerful scaled undying was enjoying the flattery. Suddenly he raised his hand and all the sector lords immediately went silent. The punk Fu Wei-san is actually looking for me? His eyes gleamed with villainy, his ugly claw grabbed the wineglass and he sipped from it, except Lakia. Fu Wei-san, it's rare for you to find me, what's the matter? Ah, you must know I'm very busy now exploring Shatter Stars. I may encounter a battle anytime, I have no time to be distracted by you, get to the point. Otherwise I may get into a battle anytime and break the call, then you can't blame me. Lakia said. Tua Lu is dead. Lakia, who initially wanted to have some fun with his partner, was shocked, his expression changed. The Qiushi race was a bloodthirsty race, every one of them grew up amidst massacre. With intense competition, only the victor could stand above the countless piles of corpses. However, whenever there were external pressures, the entire race would be incredibly united, all working together. How did he die? Lakia said seriously. The two chatted through the communication device. He was killed by humans. Fu Wei-san said. Fu Wei-san, are you stupid? This is the Outer Region Wars. The four pinnacle races have many subservient races, and countless warriors killing in all directions. Tua Lu being killed by humans is a very normal thing. Over 1 trillion years, who knows how many of our warriors have fallen? Lakia said. I want to kill that human team. Fu Wei-san said. Revenge? Lakia was suspicious. Can you determine their location? Yes, when they collected the goods from the battle, I tossed out a space ring. That space ring has always been my trap for whenever I need to take revenge. The spirit imprint on that ring is that of one of my sector lords, and there are large amounts of items within, of which one weapon seems to give off sector lord energy, but in its inner core I've hidden my marker and my spirit imprint. Unless they have an official level or emperor level undying to scan through the items and find the weakest signals within, otherwise, they'd never know what I left them. You sure are crafty. They killed my brother and underlings, I definitely have to take my revenge, but you should know that during battle, the humans activate their scanning devices and the virtual universe network broadcast to determine their contribution points. These two together would discover the extra space ring amidst the countless others floating in space. That's a suspicious point. Relax, I naturally won't commit such a stupid mistake. Fu Wei-san said confidently, I was using my strongest attack against their undying back then, tearing through space and destroying a large amount of the items. Among which some space rings broke and produced large amounts of items from them to take. I took the chance to toss out this ring. Even if their scanning devices and broadcast detected it, it wouldn't be suspicious at all. You sure are crafty. Laikia admitted, there was indeed no loophole in his plan. What's the human strength? Laikia asked. Their team has 1 undying and 9 sector lords. Fu Wei-san said, of which 2 sector lords are extremely powerful, akin to undyings. One is a chemist and other is a spirit reader with the Nanshan armament. The 2 of them combined easily killed Tua Lu. 3 undying strength? Laikia was shocked, quickly asking, all normal level undying fighting strength? Yes, do you think I could survive if they were stronger? Fu Wei-san said. Undyings were split into generals, official level and emperor level. Even the lowest level generals had their difference in strength. The weakest were those that could pass the 10th level of the heavenly bridge. The strongest could pass the 14th. The moment they passed the 15th, that would be the official level of strength. From the 10th to 14th, they were all general level. Of course the difference within was still huge. Undying generals were also called normal undyings. In the battlefield they were naturally split into normal undying low, mid and pinnacle. That's still okay, however even the normal level undying, there's 3 of them. The 2 of us together would still have no hope. Laikia shook his head. Relax, I won't send you to your death. Since I've set this up, I want to act only with full guarantee. Laikia, you are just one of the members I've invited. I heard that you are close to the Demon Clan's Majesty Meng Wei Na? Fu Wei-san said excitedly, as long as he can come along with us, even if we don't invite the other allies, just him alone would be able to destroy the human team. His Majesty Meng Wei Na? Laikia was shocked. Even though their communication system was inferior, their strengths were powerful. In terms of numbers, they didn't lose to the humans. In terms of intelligence, the weakest demons were akin to the normal humans. And their natural talents were much stronger than humans. Hence, their sector lords and undyings etc., they could completely suppress the humans. However, the upper echelon of humanity was very powerful, plus they had the virtual universe to assist. In a true universe battle, they had never been suppressed by the Demon Clan. The 2 pinnacle races had been fighting for countless years. The Demon Clan was different from humanity. The Demon Clan favored bloodline. Just like the Space Beast bloodline, they had a definite higher or lower level. Their emphasis on the bloodline was very strong. Hence, they had a large number of empires, of which some of them had countless races that could have emperors or kings, distinguishing between their bloodlines. As long as one had emperors and kings, they would be called majesties. The Jiaoshu race etc. were subservient races. Towards the Demon Clan, they were very respectful. Just like how the Gold Horn race and many other subservient races respected humans. His Majesty Meng Wei Nan is one of the members of the 10,000 Hidden Snakes Empire. You want to invite him? Laikia was still hesitant. His Majesty's normal state is that of a higher normal undying. However, once he unleashes his talents, his battle strength rises close to an official level undying. Fu Wei-san said, he can beat anyone below official level. With him there, we'll have a full guarantee. I can help you ask, but I can't promise anything. Laikia said. Give me his number. Once you let him know that I am looking for him, I'll then try to contact him. I have a full guarantee of getting him to help. Fu Wei-san said. Full guarantee? Laikia was shocked. You'll know soon enough. Fu Wei-san said confidently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 771. Chapter 771, Special Reward from Demon Race. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. When the Qiushi Undying Fu Wei-san had contacted Lakia, Luo Feng and his team was on the way back to their base. Within the C9 ship's resting quarters, everybody split the goods. We got rid of 20 sector lords and 1 Undying this time. There's plenty of goods. That fallen Undying must have many treasures within his world ring. Ha ha. Taiwo laughed, ordering simultaneously, Mad Wu, you are in charge of checking whether any of the goods have any hidden spirit imprint of the Undying that escaped. I'll check. Mad Wu took the 6 world rings and checked through each of them. Actually, whenever there were goods from a battle that involved an Undying that escaped, they had to check. The scanning devices were used to check on the battlefield. The goods had to be checked again. Hence the chances of falling for a trap was very low. However, no matter how well one's defenses were, as long as an Undying purposely intended to set the trap, one would definitely fall for it. Like if one of the sector lords in Taiwa's team had a huge background and he had an item from his teacher. The moment he died, Taiwa wouldn't be able to recognize the item either. However, the outer region wars were filled with dangers. There were many that fell, very few that tried to take revenge. Hence the warriors on the battlefield didn't care too much. No problem. Mad Wu laughed. Good, then let's split the goods. Taiwa said, this time, Madman and Poison did the most work. Poison even used a valuable potion. You two can pick first. Without Madman, I wouldn't have been able to kill that flesh-eating freak. Madman, you can go first. You go ahead. Luo Feng sat in the sofa and lifted a wineglass, casually. After splitting the goods, Luo Feng and the others took the C9 ship all the way back to their base, returning to rest within their base. The members all reflected on the battle and used that experience to train and strengthen themselves. Shatter stars, within one particular fragment. The scaled Undying Fu Wei-san stood alone within, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. You made me lose 10% of my soul, despicable humans, I'll make you regret it. What's up with Lakia? I've already returned to the base and he still hasn't contacted His Majesty Meng Wei Na. Fu Wei-san was very anxious. As a subservient race, the Qiushi race was naturally far below the demon race. Even with the same level of strength, the Qiushi race still had to be very respectful of the demon race warriors. What's more, Meng Wei now was from an empire, and he was stronger than him. Even though he really wanted to kill the human team, he didn't dare go bother him. Call? Fu Wei-san revealed a fang smile. Finally a call had come. Lakia, I've waited so long for you to finally contact me. Fu Wei-san said happily. Humph, among the empires in the Demon Clan, the 10,000 Hidden Snake Clan is renowned to be ruthless. Even though I have some interaction with His Majesty Meng Wei Na, calling him randomly would enrage him. Hence, I had to detour a little. Just now he agreed to accept your call. Lakia said, this is his number. Fu Wei-san was extremely happy on acquiring the number. I'll contact you once I've successfully got him on board. Fu Wei-san said. If His Majesty agrees, I'll definitely come along. Lakia said. Then just wait for my good news. Pa. Fu Wei-san cut off the call and pondered for a bit, saying softly, the news I heard before should be right. If I'm not wrong, then I'll have a 100% guarantee of getting His Majesty on board. After which he dialed the number and awaited the answer. In an instant. Who's this? A hoarse, powerful voice resounded, almost like within a deep valley. This voice resounded straight within Fu Wei-san's mind. It made Fu Wei-san to be able to help but think. The Demon Clan can at most communicate verbally, but their level of communication can actually emulate normal speaking voices? In terms of technology, it's much better than our Qiushi race. The moment there's a bit of distance, we'd have to take a ship to pass on the news. Great Majesty Meng Wei Na, I am from the Qiushi race, Fu Wei-san. He said, I believe Lakia has already introduced me. Fu Wei-san? You wish for me to come help you kill the humans? A thick voice resounded. Yes. Fu Wei-san said. Countless warriors fall in the outer region wars. Are we to take revenge for every one of them? Would that still be a war? The thick voice was somewhat enraged. Speak, tell me your reasons. Your Majesty Meng Wei Na. Fu Wei-san said respectfully, I believe my clansman Lakey didn't introduce the human team to you properly, otherwise you wouldn't be angry. In fact, you'd be happy. The thick voice responded, speak. That human team has an undying and 9 sector lords, of which 2 of the 9 have strengths akin to a normal undying. Fu Wei-san explained. 2 human sector lords with undying strength? The thick voice seemed urgent. Yes, Your Majesty. The scales on Fu Wei-san's face creased as he smiled satisfied. Looks like the news he heard was right. Tell me about these 2 sector lords. The thick voice ordered. Among these 2 humans, one is a chemist. He's nurtured a sector lord plant lifeform, using his potions to make it have undying strength. The other is a spirit reader that uses the Nanshan armament. He can actually unleash the 9th form a match against undying, heavily injuring us. Fu Wei-san said. Good, very good. The thick voice seemed excited. Fu Wei-san from the Qiushi clan, from now on, you have become my friend. Of course, you cannot lie to me. Definitely not. Fu Wei-san said. I heard from Lakia that you can determine their location? The thick voice questioned. Fu Wei-san explained in detail about his guaranteed safe trap. After everything, he said, even now I can clearly feel their location. Where are they? Their exact universe marker location is. Fu Wei-san explained. Actually, once the marker was too far away, even though an undying would be able to roughly feel its location, they wouldn't be able to tell the exact coordinates. However, shattered stars had a diameter of 0.8 light-years, an Emperor-level undying with teleportation could easily travel end to end, the distance was simply too short. Luo Feng and his team's base wasn't even 0.1 light-years away from Fu Wei-san, thus he could clearly feel their location and determine their coordinates. That's within shattered stars, there are many human powers gathered within. The thick voice said, we cannot risk entering. Ah. Fu Wei-san was stunned, Your Majesty, as long as we are careful. No. The thick voice said, we have to wait until they leave the area of the humans. Only then can we make our move. Fu Wei-san could only reply, yes. Pa. The call was cut off. Within the dark fragment, Fu Wei-san sat cross-legged. He used his claws to scratch the rocks below, while roaring, the 10,000 Hidden Snakes clan is ruthless yet careful, the rumors sure were right indeed. Humph. Looks like we can only wait, I believe they'll leave their nest quickly about. At least I succeeded in getting this demon on board. The news I heard was right, amongst the demons, killing genius humans had extra rewards. Fu Wei-san was very proud. The overall talent of humans was weaker than the demons. Hence it was extremely rare for a human sector lord to have the power of an undying. And it was so few that within the 7th battlefield's entire 26 camp, one could easily count them with one hand. And their enemy, the demon race, had special rewards for their warriors when they killed human geniuses. The 10,000 Hidden Snakes clan was simply one of the empires, there were many more powerful ones above them. Hence, Meng Wei Na, as a relatively normal undying within the clan with not many resources, would get so excited about the reward of killing 2 human geniuses. Under his orders, the Qiushi race's 2 undyings, Lakia and Fu Wei-san, headed to a gathering spot. The 3 of them gathered. They stuck together and awaited the human sector lord team to come out. The moment they left the area of where many of the human forces had gathered, they could make their move. It's been 8 days already, why aren't they coming out? Fu Wei-san, are you sure your item hasn't been found? They may have purposely left it there. Relax, it definitely wouldn't be found. My item was hidden within the slits of a weapon. Unless they destroyed the weapon, could it be that they madly destroyed all weapons? Be quiet and wait. The Undying team were like hunters, patiently waiting for the chance to arrive. Shattered stars, within Luo Feng's team base. We've rested for 15 days this time. This is 5 days more than the previous time. I'm sure everybody's well rested. Tai was smiled. The tall and sturdy Mother Flame Race Hammer said with his thick voice, "My hammer is already starving. I still lack a lot of points." The illusionist Wei said, rubbing the cat on his stomach. The members all got up. After resting for so long, they were ready for battle. It's been half a year, I've got a good grasp of the outer region wars already. Luo Feng thought. Should I follow this team for long? Accumulating points with them is simply too slow. If I went out alone, I could totally go hunt Undyings and some even more powerful Undyings. However, before the 1 billion points are accumulated, I'm not free and have to follow the army's arrangements. Luo Feng pondered. We managed to kill an Undying the last time, I hope this time we can get a similarly huge reward. Taiwa's eyes gleamed as he ordered, let's go. So. All the members swiftly followed the deep pathways out and flew into space, after which they took their C9 ship and once again began their journey of massacre. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 772, Pray. Chapter 772, Pray. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. The human sector Lord team has departed. The scaled Undying Fu Wei San shouted excitedly. The 2m tall snake-head demon with a human body with silver skin sitting in the alloy chair looked over. Beside him were 2 other chairs, and in one of them sat a scaled man with a dragon head, in the other, a lady with a mouse head. Yes, Your Majesty Meng Wei Na. Fu Wei San said. They just left, it should take them a day to leave the human area. Another scaled Undying that was slightly bigger Lakia said beside him, Don't be anxious, it's still early. Fu Wei San immediately shouted, if we leave now and fly in their direction, it would still take 2 days for us to meet them. Leaving now wouldn't be too early. Let's head out. The snake-head man stood up, beside him the dragon-head and mouse-head lady stood up simultaneously. These 3 looked like they were made from alloys, somewhat similar to the liquid silver guards Luo Feng used back then, totally unlike real life forms. The 5 silhouettes flew out of the dark pathway and into space. The leading snakehead man waved his hand and a living ship with a diameter of 100 m appeared. A cabin door opened on its body. I really envy you. The snakehead man looked down at the 2 Chiosher Undyings Fu Wei San and Lakia, exclaiming, even though your bodies are small, it allows you to easily take any ship. Our demon race, especially the strong ones, find it extremely hard to take a ship. Take me for instance, just to fit my body alone, I require an interstellar battleship. The dragon-head man nodded. To store my actual body is the same, it's not just the size of the ship. Even the cabin door has to be huge, otherwise I'd be stuck and wouldn't be able to get out. There are always pros and cons. The mouse-head lady said beside him. The 2 Chiosher Undyings cursed within as they heard. Fu Wei San was jealous. It's a natural gift to be so big and strong, and it's just a simple matter of not being able to fit into a ship. I would like to have such size and power too. It's just the size problem, simply relying on a puppet body would allow them to board, no? Right, the 3 beast head demons were using puppet bodies, somewhat similar to the automaton puppets. Their bodies were simply too huge, unable to fit in any ships. Hence, they could only hide their bodies in their world rings. Allowing their puppet bodies to carry the rings in the ship, the moment there was danger, they could rush out from the rings at any time. As for the puppet bodies, they were very popular within the demon race, controllable via one's consciousness. They were made of alloys. Using a thread of consciousness to control them, one could fully mobilize them. Hiding their true bodies in the world ring, they could come out any time, and these were the weak and small world rings. Even in any dangerous situations, they could use their strengths to break out of the world ring. In all, the puppets carried their true bodies in the world rings. And this was very safe and mainstream amongst the demons in the universe that needed to take ships. They had thought of ways to curb the dangers. Of course, only the demon race could afford such things. World rings were after all very expensive. I really envy the races with powerful bodies. Our bodies are so small, even our undying bodies are so small. Fu Wei-san exclaimed within. If I had the powerful body of one from the 10,000 Hidden Snakes clan. Lakia was envious too. The larger the body, the moment one breaks through to undying, the bigger the advantage would be. The instant one breaks through to undying, it would connect to the universe energy and law source. At that time, endless amounts of energy would instantly be provided to transform the Sector Lord body to an undying. Everybody only got such a free transfer once in their life. Some life forms were only 1 or 2 meters tall. How much energy would they absorb from breaking through? While some were 1 to 2 kilometers long, the amount of energy required was much more shocking. The space beast, reaching up to 1,000s of km, the amount they required was heavenly. In terms of attack, their strength may only be 10 times more, however the amount of undying energy stored within was much more. The demon clan Mangwei now led the undying team in the living ship, swiftly heading towards the Sector Lord team. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Within the control room of the living ship, the 3 demon puppets sat in the alloy chairs. Your Majesty Mangwei Na, in about 3 minutes, we will meet with the ship. Fu Wei-san said respectfully using demon race language. The human Sector Lord team has a lousy scanning device, it cannot even match the one I use. Much less your Majesty's, they definitely won't be able to detect us, but. The snakehead Mangwei Na nodded and laughed. Very good, when they discover us, it would be too late to flee. Long Tuesday. Mangwei Na looked at his 2 underlings. Later on, you and the 2 Chiosher race will swiftly separate and surround them. No matter what, don't let any one of them escape. Understood. The dragon-head demon and mouse-head demon replied. They only followed because Mangwei Na was stronger than them, however they didn't need to be too respectful. They were after all members of the demon race too. In terms of the status, Long Tu wasn't any lower than Mangwei Na. Making contact in 60 seconds, 59, 58, 57, 56. Fu Wei-san suddenly shouted. Fu Wei-san, Lakia, I'll let you destroy their ship. Mangwei Na ordered. Yes, dot. Fu Wei-san and Lakia responded respectfully. Humans. Mang Na Wei's puppet eyes were gleaming with excitement. About 10 million kilometers away from the living ship, a C-9 ship flew. Within its resting quarters. The group were laughing and chatting. Luo Feng, however, sat in the corner of his sofa. 3 demon race puppets? 2 undyings from the Chiosher race? Long when the other ship was 1 billion kilometers away, his scanning device had detected them. In terms of value, his scanning device was simply far beyond that of His Majesty Mang Na Wei's. Looks like their target is our team, seeing the way they are heading straight for us. That undying that fled before actually dared to come back, looks like he has some sort of guarantee and has brought some powerful help. Luo Feng squinted his eyes. 3 demon puppet bodies, normally they have human bodies and demon heads, even in their dreams they want to be above us. Looking at how respectful the 2 Chiosher undyings are, those 3 demons should be undyings too. 5 undyings. No wonder they are so confident. Luo Feng thought. Just relying on Captain Taiwo and Poison along with the others, they definitely wouldn't be able to deal with it. I need to do something. I haven't got the chance to kill an Undying since coming to the Outer Region Wars. The last time Poison killed the Sure Undying. And that was just a normal Undying. Because of my help, I got 10 million contribution points, but Poison got 90 million points, for a total of 100 million points. Luo Feng thought, a stronger Undying should probably have more. Killing a Sector Lord alone would at least give 100,000 points and a maximum of 10 million points. Luo Feng knew this long ago. And killing an Undying alone had a minimum of 100 million and a maximum of 1 quadrillion, killing an Emperor Pinnacle. The 1 quadrillion points news had long spread throughout the camp. As long as one could kill a Pinnacle-level Emperor, one would get shocking amount of points. But that was Pinnacle-level Emperor. That would mean at least Fantasy Spirit or Bloodthirst Emperor level, the renowned Undyings of the universe. Killing an official level mostly required an Emperor level strength. Killing a Pinnacle Emperor level? That was extremely tough. Defeating was easy, capturing was difficult and killing was the hardest. As for Luo Feng's 10 trillion points quota, he would probably take very long to complete it. However, the basic army quota of 1 billion was very easy. 5 Undyings. I wonder if it's enough to accumulate 1 billion points. Luo Feng thought. Let's hope all of them are worth 100 million points each. Warning, we've encountered. The ship suddenly rang with an ear-piercing alarm. What? The originally relaxed members all suddenly stood up, armors appearing throughout as they brandished their weapons. Rumble. A powerful force collided with the ship. Everybody within felt the shockwave after as the resting quarters flew madly about. The body of the C9 ship was destroyed just like tofu. Hua! 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 For doors opened from the ship as the Sector Lord elite team all rushed out in twos. The Undying Taiwa kept the resting quarters too. In space, Taiwa and the others stood there, looking at the distant two-scaled Undyings. You actually dared to come. Poison stared hard at the distant Fu Wei-san. Of course. He used an ear-piercing voice to speak in human language. The Chosher Fu Wei-san smiled. Despicable humans, you made me destroy 10% of my soul. This time, you will all die. Rumble. Rumble. From the distance, 2 incredibly powerful energies swept past them. It made the originally confident Taiwa, Poison, and the others all change their expressions as they turned to look. 2 enormous beings had appeared. One was a single-horned dragon covered in scales and the other was one completely covered in sharp spikes with a flappy membrane over the neck area and with a mouse head on the top. Although its eyes seemed adorable, but its gaze was filled with bone-chilling killing intent. Demon Race. Demon Undying. 4 Undyings. Taiwa, Poison, Mad Wu, Wei, Hammer, Tornado, Demon Lady, God and Rock all went completely pale. Luo Feng's gaze however was fixed on the distant snake-head demon puppet. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 773, The Blooming Star-Eating Plant. Chapter 773, The Blooming Star-Eating Plant. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. The Blooming Star-Eating Plant. It's over. God shuddered. No. Demon Lady stared about. Madman, Poison, Mad Wu, Wei, Hammer, Tornado, Demon Lady, God, Rock. Taiwa's eyes were filled with despair as he communicated, this is the flesh-eating Undying's revenge. He's already seen our strength, hence he definitely got enough backup. We don't have much hope. When I give the order, the moment there's a chance, everybody will disperse and flee. We have 10 of us, with some luck, some can still live on. Everybody give it their all. Let's stake it all. Mad Wu gritted his teeth. We have to at least drag one of them down with us. Poison's eyes gleamed with madness. At this time, the Qiushi Fu Wei San and Laikia had another silhouette fly up from behind. It was the snake head puppet. Your Majesty Meng Wei Na. Your Majesty Meng Wei Na. The two were very respectful. The scene made everybody about shudder within. My God, there was an even stronger opponent? Humans. The snake head puppet stood before the two Qiushi warriors, smiling as his gaze landed on Luo Feng in poison. Fu Wei San had long shown him the images of the two of them. Hence, he was very clear, and wouldn't care about the other humans. But His Majesty would definitely want to personally kill Poison and Luo Feng. The snake head puppet spoke with passionate human language. Congratulations, to die under me, Meng Wei Na's hands. It's your honor to see my true form. But after which the puppet vanished and a majestic mountain-like snake appeared in space. It was about 200 m thick with 12 kilometers in length. This was much higher than any peak snake on Earth. It was completely green in color with scales throughout its veins, each with over 1,000 rings. It had 6 wings made from muscles, and it only had one eye that was jet black. Rumble, as this 10,000 hidden Snake Clan member appeared, an unbelievable chill instantly spread over 10,000 kilometers. Water droplets appeared about within the area, after which, countless flows of water froze into ice, just like an ice domain. Even if Taiwo unleashed his law domains to withstand it, the sector lords would still feel the bone-chilling cold. 5 individuals. Taiwo's eyes were filled with despair. And this one is much stronger than those 4. Poison stared and gritted his teeth. It's really over. Just from a simple energy scan, one could clearly feel the huge disparity between the 10,000 hidden snake member compared to the other 4 undyings. It was simply that much stronger. Give it your all, brothers and sisters. We've lived for thousands of years, we've long anticipated the day we fell. Even if we die, we cannot let them do it easily. Right, kill. Even if we die, we have to drag one down with us. Back then when 7th brother died, I had thought of the day I would die too. It's finally here. The members including Captain Taiwo didn't even think about feelings anymore. Their only thought was to drag a couple of them down with them. Make your move. Meng Wei Na stood up above as his cold gaze swept past the team while he ordered, leave those 2 humans to me, you all can settle the rest. Yes. Rumble. Immediately, the 3 undyings including Meng Wei Na along with the 2 Qiushi undyings all released their law domains. Flashing from all directions towards the humans, some were cold, while others laughing maniacally. Brothers, kill. Taiwo ordered. Kill. The members all felt despair and roared madly. The 2 sides moved instantly. At this time, an incredibly powerful energy engulfed the area from the human side. It even made Taiwo and the others turn immediately. Even His Majesty Meng Wei Na and the others rushing over were shocked as they felt the rush of power. Whether it was humans, Qiushi or demons, it was hard to believe this scene. A huge water plant-like plant lifeform floated before Luo Feng. It was completely gold and had thick vines, and there were a total of 100 of them. Bloom. Luo Feng muttered softly. Almost like a little plant growing into a huge monster, this gold plant madly expanded in all directions. Every vine of the star-eating plant grew thicker and thicker, countless incredibly sharp leaves shot out like teeth, and in an instant, it had become almost like a huge heavenly body. Every vine reached over 100,000 kilometers. The main vines had countless leaves that were used to wrap around and swallow. 100 vines, it made the undying star-eating plant to look akin to almost the sun. The completely unleashed star-eating plant floated in space almost like an incredibly lush plant, only this plant had the size of a sun. The 5 undyings that were rushing at the human team were only a few 10,000 km away. Naturally they were instantly engulfed by the size of the plant's countless leaves. It was almost like fish struggling in the water against a huge plant, the sun-like undying star-eating plant. How could they get away from that? My God. My God. This is simply. Taiwo and the other members of the human team were completely stunned. Personally seeing a 1 m tall gold plant, instantly swelled to the size of a star. This terrifying undying energy gave them the chills. An undying plant. This was an undying plant. Plant life, this is an undying plant. Fu Wei-san's eyes were filled with shock. How can there be an undying plant? Every plant life form is incredibly hard to nurture. Even the lowest level have extremely powerful strength, they require countless amounts of treasure and wealth. How can someone in shattered stars have an undying plant? Big trouble. He looked about at the countless leaves that looked like teeth surrounding them. The scaled one-horned dragon along with the spiky mouse demon were all in despair. Their bodies had a length of 8 kilometers and 5 kilometers, compared to humans and the bug clan etc., they were huge. However, compared to the plant life forms, the plant life form was like a star. Over 100 vines spreading about, covering an area with a diameter of close to 1 million kilometers. Even a single gold leaf alone was bigger than their bodies. Star-eating plant, an undying star-eating plant. The 10,000 hidden snakes. Meng Wei now looked around as the large amount of huge gold leaves surrounded him. He was prepared to defend at any time, however he knew about the star-eating plant in front of him, hence, he didn't have any confidence in fleeing. This is the most sturdy offensive plant life form, which is incredibly solid. The moment one is trapped by it, even an official level undying wouldn't be able to flee quickly, much less me. I'll send distress signals. Call everyone. We've met a human with an undying 100 vine star-eating plant. Taiwo and the other humans all looked at Luo Feng. The other 5 undyings all saw through the slits of the huge leaves. They knew too, that this undying star-eating plant came from that black-armored human. Luo Feng simply complimented softly, the fully bloomed star-eating plant sure is beautiful. Dying from the star-eating plant is your honor. Luo Feng said softly. No. The single-horned dragon, the mouse demon and the 2 Chiu-Sure undyings all howled as they madly struggled and unleashed their undying energies. The large amount of gold leaves that weren't attacking before suddenly became like a man-eating plant, rushing at them. They used tens of spiky teeth like gold leaves to surround each undying, whether it was the huge demon race undying or the Chiu-Sure undyings, they were all completely wrapped up. Chi, they were completely trapped within the gold leaves as they madly struggled. The leaves constricted tighter and tighter. Their bones broke and their muscles tore apart, their bodies crumbling altogether. Against the large mouths of each gold leaf they were completely shredded and swallowed. This star-eating plant naturally had the ability to swallow large amounts of plants, metal, rocks etc., even flesh and blood. Howl. Ah. No. Self-destruct, self-destruct. The 4 undyings wrapped within the leaves let out all sorts of noises. 2 undyings chose to self-destruct in despair, rumble. Rumble. They only managed to damage a few gold leaves, however this undying star-eating plant was a huge heavenly body the size of a star with countless gold leaves. Just like that, the 4 powerful undyings were swallowed whole by the star-eating plant. If there weren't 5 undyings, I wouldn't even have bothered to use the star-eating plant, using it sure is overkill. Luo Feng looked at the scene and couldn't help but feel shocked. One had to know that this undying star-eating plant was considered pinnacle general level. After taking some strengthening abilities into consideration, even official level undyings wouldn't be able to escape quickly. Being surrounded by countless vines and leaves was indeed a very terrifying thing. Luo Feng, the 4 undyings have been killed. You received 400 million contribution points. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. What, only 400 million? Luo Feng couldn't help but feel helpless. Damn. His target was 1 billion contribution points, he had to hit that quota before fulfilling their requirements and setting himself free. This last Meng Wei Na demon undying, he must be the leader. He seems much stronger, my undying star-eating plant cannot suppress him in a short amount of time. The other 4 only gave me 100 million points each, this guy should be worth more. Luo Feng glanced over. That 10,000 hidden snakes demon was howling madly as the large amount of water and ice particles surrounded him. He twisted about madly as he attacked with space laws infused within. The large amount of gold leaves were forced aside, unable to suppress him. No. No. He madly struggled within, almost as though he could see his demise. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 774, Quick End. Chapter 774, Quick End. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Against the engulfing golden leaves from all directions, Meng Wei Na of the 10,000 hidden snakes fought madly to defend himself. Every time his snake tail whipped about, it would be infused with space laws that knocked the surrounding leaves away, even destroying part of it. I can't get away, I can't get away. He was extremely worried, his one eye gleaming with madness. There's no other hope, I can only call for help and hope for the close-by allies to rush over. I have to hold out until they get here. I can do it. Distress signals, there's a human sector lord with an undying star-eating plant. While Meng Wei now was struggling against the undying plant, he was constantly sending out distress signals. Similar to humans, when the Demon Clan warriors sent out distress signals, it would swiftly be transmitted via their communication systems to the surrounding 10 billion km area to their allies. 10 billion km was relatively small, with light speed at 300,000 km per second, it would take about half a day for anyone within the 10 billion km away to get here. And Luo Feng and his team were only 2 days out from their base. Half day was only the distance of the diameter, if they were spread out even further. Allies, how many were there? There's a sector lord human with an undying star-eating plant. This news was swiftly spread throughout the groups amongst the demon race. Undying star-eating plant, going there would be suicide. Who'd go? Unlucky fellow. Poor thing. So unlucky. Hee, for a human sector lord to have an undying star-eating plant, looks like his background must be huge. Killing him should have extra rewards. It's a pity, you'd have to be extremely powerful to do it. I won't commit suicide. The large amount of warriors in the Demon Clan all received the news and simply scoffed at it. There were after all very few in Shattered Stars that could mess with an undying star-eating plant. However, there were still 7 teams that rushed over in the area. It should be some genius of humanity. Within the ship, a wolf-head man with a human body smiled. He must have some background to have an undying star-eating plant. However, no matter what, he's still from another race. The stronger the genius, the more achievement I get when I kill him. The man sat high above. Below him were 8 other demon puppets, and below them were even more demon puppets gathered about respectfully. It was obvious that the close to 100 puppets right below represented the sector lords. The leader of this team was very well known within Shattered Stars. He was called Cocoon Wolf Official, and he was an official level undying. Shattered Stars, even though many warriors had gathered there were very few official level undyings there. Also, it was obvious that this official level undying was afraid of death, not daring to head out to other dangerous regions, staying within Shattered Stars. But here, this team was considered extremely powerful. In space, within the star-like star-eating plant, the over 10 kilometers long Meng Wei now was struggling hard to break free. Luo Feng gazed at him struggling for 5 seconds and frowned. This is trouble, my undying star-eating plant only has 100 vines, and it's only as strong as a pinnacle level general. Anything stronger than that 10,000 hidden snakes member will be trouble. Even though I can bind that guy, I cannot kill him within a short amount of time, I need quite some time to grind him to death. No. He will definitely call for help. Once time drags, the nearby warriors of the demon race will rush over. Even though the chances of those brave enough to face an undying star-eating plant is very low. I cannot take the risk. Luo Feng instantly made his decision. Using the Nanshan armament will be hard for me to kill this undying General Pinnacle demon. I'll use the soldier armor. Luo Feng thought. A black armor instantly extended about him and formed his helmet along with a complete armor. The armor was streamlined and the power from this mysterious armor coursed throughout his body. A strength that was total of 1,000 times a normal human sector Lord Pinnacle, and akin to the body of an official level undying coursed through his body. Clang! A silver blade with blood red around its edges appeared in his right hand. In his left a silver six-edged shield. Kill! Luo Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Xiao! He became a beam of light and rushed straight at Meng Wei Na. Madman! Madman is a fighter? That. Taiwo and the others had just awoken from the shock of seeing an undying star-eating plant. They were even more shocked as they saw him take on the form of a fighter, with a shield and blade. A sector lord able to use the Nanshan armament to that level, he's actually a fighter? Poison's eyes stared wide-eyed. A fighter. Taiwo communicated seriously, and a very powerful one, even more than his Nanshan armament control. His instantaneous speed earlier was even faster than my full speed. What? The members were all shocked. Countless gold leaves wrapped about as Luo Feng rushed forward. He ordered, "Star-eating plant, use your leaves to wrap about. I don't want the captain to see my battle with him." Yes, master. The undying plant sent a thought back. Right away, countless gold leaves moved and completely blocked the captain and the others from watching. Simultaneously, Luo Feng used his scanning device to jam all other signals about. He didn't want them to witness his battle to prevent more trouble. Xiao! Luo Feng became a black blur and instantly reached Meng Wei Na. Human! Meng Wei Na was happy within. If you didn't have this plant, how could you be my match? Yet now you actually come to me. His terrifying ice aura expanded throughout and large amounts of water droplets moved, freezing occasionally and flowing at other times. The icy energy spread over 10,000 kilometers and Luo Feng instantly rushed in. Humph! His eyes gleamed. Law domain, what a joke! Rumble! He used his world projection and the space around it instantly warped into an endless vast grassland. Even the law domain of Meng Wei Na crumbled instantly under the pressure. How can this be? His eyes were filled with shock as he let out an ear-piercing scream in demon race language. A world projection actually crushed a law domain. How powerful was this internal world for it to have such a world projection? Some golden horned beasts that chose to rely on universe crystals to evolve had internal worlds with diameters of 30 million kilometers at Sector Lord Pinnacle. The world projection of such an internal world was completely able to match a law domain. Luo Feng's internal world right now was over 90 million kilometers. In terms of size, it was 27 times bigger. The power of the world projection was much stronger. Back then, when his internal world was 60 million kilometers in diameter, it was already able to suppress a law domain. Now it could completely crush it. I'll settle this fast. Luo Feng was fast as lightning. Howl! Meng Wei Na's 6 muscular wings flapped. He rushed forward and opened his mouth, forming a few km wide huge mouth. Using his law power to swallow, he caused the surrounding space to warp. This ferocious swallow. Rumble. The surrounding space completely crumbled and countless space fragments were sucked into his mouth. The black-armored Luo Feng that was rushing in could feel the terrifying force as well. Die. Meng Wei Na's eye gleamed with madness. What a joke. Luo Feng squinted his eyes. Rumble. His speed soared as he became a black beam of light and rushed straight at his mouth, waving the blood shadow blade in his hand. The instant he waved it, the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart almost as if there was a giant splitting it, forming a huge slit without a sound. The blade flashed and slashed over 10,000 kilometers, splitting the space in two. A beautiful flash, it made others shudder. Silence. Meng Weina maintained his open-mouthed manic position. His eye, however, was filled with fear, after which, his head was sliced right through the middle and his entire body was split in two, as large amounts of his organs spilled out. He was sliced clean in two. Illusionary 7 blades, Dutchman's pipe. Clang! Luo Feng shook the blade and looked at Meng Weina split in two. You should be honored to be killed by the Dutchman's pipe. Simultaneously, countless gold leaves wrapped about and instantly held on to the two pieces of his body. Even though he was split in two, he still wasn't dead. But the only thing was, that moment, his body pieces were wrapped up by the countless gold leaves, with countless teeth like blades chomping down. He didn't have any chance of survival. In the blink of an eye, Meng Weina was swallowed by the countless mad gold leaves. Using the soldier armor, I roughly have the strength of an official. My law comprehension level, however, has long reached official level. Luo Feng sighed. Even though I didn't use the beast god presence to unleash the strongest move of the illusionary 7 blades burial, just the Dutchman's pipe alone is at official level already. My world project completely suppressed him. Splitting him in two is only natural. The fully bloomed star-eating plant began to shrink swiftly and become a very small plant, entering through Luo Feng's shoulder. Taiwo and the others were still reeling from the shock. South. Luo Feng carried the blood shadow blade on his back and flew back. Looking at the fighter like Luo Feng, the rest of the team couldn't help but shout out in shock, "Madman, you?" "We'll talk later, that demon Undying definitely called for help, we have to go," Luo Feng said. Let's go." Taiwo finally calmed down. The other members could only hold in all their shock and questions, immediately flying swiftly into a C9 grade ship, becoming a beam of light and tearing through space. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 775, Going Alone. Chapter 775, Going Alone. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. When the 7 elite teams of the demon race had reached the battlefield, all they found were ship remains. The C9 ship was flying at sublight speed in space, within its resting quarters. The elite team that survived the disaster exchanged glances, occasionally looking at Luo Feng. He, however, was chatting with Babata. "Babata, how many points did I get? Don't tell me I haven't hit 1 billion yet." Even though I easily defeated the 10,000 Hidden Snakes member, he's still a pinnacle general Undying. It would be very hard to kill him without official level strength, Luo Feng said to Babata mentally. Total points 1.461 billion. Babata said. Phew. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Not bad. The points the 10,000 Hidden Snakes demon gave was about 1 billion, however it's still very little. He's already a pinnacle general Undying, and yet he only gave 1 billion points. Luo Feng, you are free from the army now. Even if you leave the team you won't be punished by the army, Babata said. The army was very strict. As long as he wasn't free, even if he was the disciple of the primal Chaos City leader, he couldn't go against the rules. Luo Feng nodded. Right, he was free now. This meant that he could leave the Sector Lord elite team. Even though he could chat with them in the team, he didn't have a chance to fully unleash his strength. For example, Shattered Stars system was simply an area too weak for him. Madman. The Captain Taiwo finally spoke amidst the silence in the resting quarters. Captain. Luo Feng looked at him. Taiwo revealed a smile. I didn't expect to have such a level of warrior in my team. The Undying Star-Eating Plant instantly killed the 4 Undyings, and you yourself went to kill that pinnacle general Undying demon. I must have been blind all this time. Your strongest moves are that of a fighter, not a spirit reader. It truly makes us regretful. Madman. Poison stood in the sofa, looking oddly at him. You are truly absurd, pretending to be a spirit reader and yet you can already unleash its 9th form a match against Undying. Your true fighter path, damn, You are only a sector lord and you can kill a pinnacle general undying. You are mad. Even the sector lord core members of the huge axe dojo that I know aren't that strong. Only the true core of the 5 Leviathans would have such power. The Primal Region and Absolute Beginning Region sector lord members of the Virtual Universe Company are those that have trained for hundreds of thousands of years. Hence, many have law comprehension akin to official level undyings. However, they still may not be able to kill a pinnacle general undying. Rock spoke. Luo Feng was shocked when he heard that, glancing over at him. Rock was right. The sector lord members of the Absolute Beginning Region and Primal Regions, as long as they become undying, they would normally at least be official level. For Rock to know this, he must have some background too. To be able to join the Outer Region Wars with you is my honor. Rock looked at Luo Feng. Respect. Madman, against you, I feel inferior. The white-armored god lamented. You are more suited for the title god. Damn. Don't be shameless. The other members all laughed. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh too. He got along well with these brothers and sisters. Actually, he could see, the members could all tell from his strength earlier, that even if he wasn't a core genius of the 5 Leviathans, he would be a disciple of some absolute being. However, they didn't want to dig further. My brothers and sisters. Luo Feng looked at the crowd. The group all went silent as they looked at him. My trip here to the Outer Region Wars, other than the quota sent by the army, I still have other missions to accomplish. Luo Feng said, I believe everybody can guess what I'm about to say. 1 billion points is simply nothing to you, madman. Poison nodded. You can't be here simply to finish that 1 billion points, and it's not very likely you are here for money. Because just the nurturing of that undying plant is enough to make even an official level undying bankrupt. Luo Feng smiled and nodded, and when I killed the 5 undyings earlier, I had already collected the 1 billion points. I'm now free from the army. You mean? Taiwo was stunned. You are leaving? Hammer said seriously. Are you leaving? Demon Lady wanted to speak but said nothing. The group looked at him. Luo Feng nodded, right, I'm leaving. Taiwo, Hammer, Poison, Tornado, Demon Lady, Wei, Rock, Mad Wu and God all exchanged glances. Their expressions were complex. Even though they couldn't bear to lose Luo Feng, they had all guessed, such a level of warrior couldn't possibly stay in such a low-level place such as Shattered Stars with them. My apologies. Luo Feng said softly. No need. Taiwo said, if you stay with us, against the weak, it would be a waste of your time. However, against the strong, we would only hold you back. Your decision is right. No matter what, I Poison was once your teammate. Poison laughed, madman, you've never revealed your true name, looks like you must have some serious background. Anyway, we all have your contact number in the virtual universe. When you eventually wish to reveal your identity, you'll tell us. Definitely. Luo Feng nodded. Demon Lady looked enchantingly at Luo Feng, shouting gently, Genius, when you become a huge figure, don't forget us. I knew you'd cling to power. The illusionist Wei rubbed the cat on his lap and shot a glance at her. If you were just as strong, I'd do it to you too. She lifted her head, causing the skinny Wei to be speechless. Tens of thousands of years later, we may meet again. I'm afraid that, by then you'd shock us completely. Hammer raised his large hand and pat Luo Feng's shoulder. I await that day. Of course I'd have to survive and leave the Outer Region Wars. Luo Feng had after all chatted with this group for half a year. The separation had finally come. These are the spoils from killing the 5 undyings earlier. Luo Feng flipped his hand and took out a world ring. Looking at his brothers and sisters before him, to me, these items, honestly, aren't very useful. I believe you all need it a lot more than I do. After which, he used his world energy to control the ring. How can we allow this? Taiwo and the others were completely stunned. This was the wealth of 5 undyings, and especially with His Majesty Mangwei Na, it was easily akin to tens or even hundreds of one-scaled undying Tualu. Madman's perspectives are completely different from ours. That Mangwei Na, he easily killed him. These items truly don't mean anything to him. Everybody, just accept it. The new recruit Rock said. Ha, the bigger the reward the better. Poison laughed, immediately reaching first for the world ring. Wow, so many treasures. Let me look. These have to be worth a few tens of thousands of mixed elements. This is akin to our past 1,000 years of goods. The members all passed the ring around to check it. The Captain Taiwa said excitedly, "This scanning device is much better than the one we use. A good scanning device is very important in the outer region wars. It will allow one to detect your enemy first while remaining hidden to them. This one alone should be worth over 10,000 mixed elements. It's good stuff, Madman. You will be exploring the battlefields. You need a good scanning device." "I have one." Luo Feng nodded. He already had 2 good scanning devices. He bought one himself, which was extremely pricey. It would easily auction for over 10 million mixed elements. The other was the one his teacher Hu Yenbo used back then. It too was priced at several tens of thousands of mixed elements. However, the one Hu Yenbo used was more proficient in short distance and somewhat weaker at scanning huge areas like 100 million kilometer. "Captain, how much do you know about the contribution points given from killing undyings?" Luo Feng asked. He wanted to ask before but hadn't found the chance. Undyings are separated into generals, officials, and emperor level. Of which official levels usually can reach the level of undying body. Once that happens, killing them is extremely tough. Taiwa said, and those generals without undying bodies are much easier to kill. Luo Feng nodded. Killing a general has the least points, and was usually split between 2 levels. The lower level general will give 100 million while the higher level would give 1 billion. Just these 2 levels. Taiwa said, official levels and emperor levels both have 3 levels each. Killing a lower level official will give 10 billion. Killing a higher level official will give 100 billion. Killing a pinnacle level official would give 1 trillion. A lower level emperor would give 10 trillion. A high level emperor would give 100 trillion. A pinnacle emperor would give 1 quadrillion. Taiwa finished everything in one breath. He had been in the outer region wars for a long time, hence he knew many undyings and also information about them. Luo Feng nodded as he heard. "Thanks." He suddenly got up. Taiwa and the others looked at him. "My brothers and sisters, you are considered my life and death partners. We'll meet again when we leave the outer region wars. But, right now, I'll be taking my leave," he said. "Be careful," Taiwa emphasized. "Don't you dare die." Poison shouted, "Be careful, the other races have many tactics. Without an undying body, the moment you fall into a trap, it'd be hard to escape, but I'm waiting to cling onto you." Demon Lady winked. Luo Feng said his goodbyes to the group and turned to fly out of the ship. So, with a flip of his hand, an E9 grade disc-shaped ship appeared and he flew in. 2 ships, one C9 and another E9, flew in different directions and vanished into the distant space. Luo Feng finally began his true battle journey in the outer region wars. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 776, Yanji Continent. Chapter 776, Yanji Continent. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Luo Feng had killed a good number of sector lords along with 5 undyings in his half-year in Shattered Stars. Even though he had given the valuable items from the 5 undyings to his sector lord elite team, he still kept some things, like the ship. These other race sector lords and undyings had gone through countless life or death situations too, killing many human and automaton warriors, collecting a lot of ships. However, they were killed by Luo Feng, and now he owned many of these ships for himself. When it came to F-grade ships, there was just one, the Yun-Mo planet ship. As for the E-grade ships, he had 1,821 of them. For the D-grade ships, he had 302. Also, he had over 800 million C-grade ships. It was a pity that they weren't worth much. Other than that, he got over 100 million different grades of living ships. Even the Captain Taiwa, although he's still an undying, he still uses a normal C9 grade ship to fly about in shattered stars, even though he has a whole bunch of E9 ships too. These C9 ships are cannon fodder. So, who knows how many he's got? Luo Feng thought. Many warriors spend hundreds of thousands of years in the outer region wars. Normally, they order a large amount of C-grade ships as cannon fodder. Since it was cheap. Within the C9 ship's control room, Luo Feng lay in the sofa and sipped on a boiling hot cup of tea. With this advanced scanning system, I'll be able to quietly sip tea in the outer region wars, and I wouldn't have to worry about any surprise attacks. Luo Feng drank his tea as his arm screen displayed the surrounding information of the area about him. 1 billion kilometers around him, the other race warriors couldn't even detect Luo Feng. Shattered Star's system didn't have any warriors who were able to purchase this device worth over 10 million mixed elements, or those with the channels to do so. Luo Feng, there's mail. Babata shouted. Luo Feng frowned and connected to the virtual universe network. Most warriors were always connected to the network in the outer region wars, because it allowed them to know where their allies were around them, and in battle, they had to open the synchronized broadcast. Only that way could the system see the battle and distribute contribution points. Send information to my ARM quantum computer. Luo Feng ordered, looking at his screen. The army system immediately gave the order. Soldier Luo Feng, you've already completed your point quota and left the team. You have two choices now, one is to continue fighting, and the other is to retire and leave the outer region wars. The worlds immediately appeared on his screen. Continue battle. Luo Feng said softly. The system received his answer and quickly sent another mail. Being free from the army, you have the right to exchange for treasures and even for cash. Every 100,000 contribution points equates to 1 mixed element. And as a virtual universe company member, every 100,000 contribution points can be exchanged for 1 point in the company. You can use the system to exchange for treasures or exchange them for points to exchange for in the virtual universe treasure trove. You chose to continue to fight. Hence, you have 2 more choices. 1, you can go alone. 2, you can choose to lead a team. This team can have 100 sector lords, 1,000 domain lords, and 10,000 universe levels. Your mission is to lead this team into the battles. When you encounter other armies, you will deal with the undying and your army will battle against theirs. Pick one, the contribution points distribution is the same. Picking the second choice to lead an army, the point distribution will have an extra 50%. For example, when you kill a normal undying you usually get 100 million points. When you lead an army however, killing the same undying will give you 150 million points. Also, when you lead the army, you needn't protect them, you will have to deal with the undyings and stop the other race undyings from massacring. Please make your choice. Luo Feng laughed. Becoming a nanny? The benefit seemed good, getting an extra 50% in points, even though it was pretty troublesome. However, with the extra points, many undyings would probably still pick it. However, Luo Feng had too many trump cards, especially the golden horned beast. Hence, how could he use them when he led an army? I picked the first option of going solo. Luo Feng said softly. Already recorded. Soldier Luo Feng, you can apply to lead an army anytime you wish. We'll now send you the latest 7th battlefield map. Please accept. The system sent the new map over via the virtual universe and closed the call after. Map. Luo Feng sat in his sofa and sipped tea, looking up at the map before him. A 3D virtual map of the area showed up. The entire 7th battlefield seemed very complex in the map, with a blur of special areas, like shattered stars. These areas ranged in the tens of thousands. There were even more lower-level places that were in the trillions. These areas had very few strong warriors. Normally only sector lords, domain lords and universe levels moved around in those areas. Shattered Stars has many sector lord teams. There are quite a few Undying-led teams too, with few official levels. Luo Feng shook his head. It has no challenge for me, and there are too few Undyings. Just looking for them alone is problematic, hunting them would be even harder. Shattered Stars didn't suit him. Then I'll head to. Luo Feng looked at the map. After zooming in a little, the countless dots had names beside them. Yanji Continent. Luo Feng glanced at this spot. This is one of the high-level battle areas within the area of the 26th base. Zoom in. Luo Feng ordered. Zoom in on Yanji Continent. From among the trillions of dots, Yanji Continent was enlarged. This was an irregular continent that had large fragments floating about it. Words began to appear beside it, explaining in detail about the area. Yanji Continent, one of the highest-level battle areas in the 7th Battlefield's 26th camp area. Those that dare enter are humans along with other race warriors. Their elite teams most definitely have Undyings, and the armies are usually led by Undyings. Every team has an Undying, and there are a large number of official-level Undyings. Amongst the Undyings, generals take up 2/3 of the number, officials take up 1/3 of them, and only very few are at Emperor level. Here, if one doesn't have an Undying body, survival chances are very low. Large amounts of information about the area's dangers were displayed. It finally said, the Yanji continent's largest diameter is 1.8 light-years with a few thousands of fragments that float about. These fragments have different diameters, the small ranging in the millions of km while the large in the trillions of kilometer. Luo Feng sat in the sofa and sipped his tea, looking at the 3D map. Yanji continent is one of the highest-level battle areas. Luo Feng said. However, within the 7th battlefield, it's still considered a second-class area. Above it, there's still the first class, and within camps 22 to 36, there are even more terrifying areas. However, those areas' lowest-level warriors are all at least official-level Undyings. The Emperors mostly stay in those areas. My human body can rely on the soldier armor, amplifying to 1000 sector lord strength, that would be the low-level official Undying strength, and my law comprehension is slightly stronger than a lower official. However, I don't have an Undying body. Luo Feng shook his head. Against normal official-level Undyings, my Earth body would have a lot of difficulty. The most dangerous places are where large amounts of Emperor-level Undyings gather. I'll head there in the future. My strength is still insufficient. Luo Feng nodded. When I become the most powerful being in Yanji continent, only then will I have the right to head to those places. Babada, let's head out. Luo Feng ordered. Yes. Luo Feng's scanning device had long detected some enemies, and easily dodged them. Hence the C9 ship had never been attacked even before engaging in universe travel. Universe travel. 50 times light speed. Luo Feng, it'll take about 2 hours to reach the travel point close to Yanji continent. After we travel there, it would still take another 6 days to reach the area. However, we have very advanced scanning devices. The chances of being attacked are very low. Regardless, you cannot get careless. You may get unlucky and meet an Emperor-level warrior somewhere. That level of warrior would have a device even more advanced than yours. If they discover how advanced your device is, they may very well choose to sneak over and attack you. If you meet an Emperor's attack, that would be dangerous. Hence you have to be on alert at all times. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. 6 days later. The black disk ship that had flown for a few days in the universe finally reached its destination. Hua. The alloy door of the control room automatically opened and Luo Feng entered the control room, ordering 100% simulation. The external scenery was immediately displayed clearly. Yanji Continent. Luo Feng stood in the control room and gazed ahead. We are finally here. A vast continent stood before them, and surrounding it were other huge continents floating about. My time in the outer region wars may be spent here for the next few thousands of years. Luo Feng pondered on the images of Taiwa, Poison, Hammer, Demon Lady. They are probably still in shattered stars. Taiwa, let's hope you will all survive and return. Let's hope I will do so too. Luo Feng revealed a smile. So, the E9 ship swiftly flew towards the continent. From today, Taiwa's elite team would be fighting within shattered stars against the other races. Luo Feng, however, would be fighting against the stronger warriors of the other races. What the future held, no one truly knew. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 777, Nuolan Shan? Chapter 777, Nuolan Shan? Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Yanji Continent was the main huge continent surrounded by many other large fragments. Even though some of them are called fragments, some of them still require close to 2 months to completely fly past. One could only imagine how huge they were. So, the black disk flew above a fragment. It sure is huge. Luo Feng stood in the control room and gazed at the vast endless continent below. It's just a fragment and yet I can't see the end of it. Luo Feng, according to the marker on the map, the main continent is named number 1, we are currently flying over number 9, and its largest diameter is about 900 billion kilometers. The path we are taking right now is near 700 billion kilometers mark. Even if we maintain a speed of 290,000 kilometers per second, it'd still take us a month to pass this area. Babata's voice resounded within the control room. Luo Feng nodded. Actually, while in Shattered Stars, Luo Feng's team had always flown about at light speed within a few days' distance. However, this continent number 9 required a month to completely fly through. It was suitable to be a battlefield for warriors. An undying-led army? This is the Dark Scarlet race. This is the first time I've seen one. It's as cute as those in my inherited memories. Just from its appearance, it's hard to imagine that they are truly terrifying. An official level undying? While flying above Continent 9, through his scanning device, Luo Feng could clearly see the many teams around his 1 billion kilometers area. As he guessed, this Continent 9, even though it was just a fragment, it was huge and had many warriors hidden within. The many teams of other race warriors, their levels were clearly much stronger than Shattered Stars, at least the Undyings were frequently seen. Luo Feng was dazzled by it. After a while, he didn't bother to check up on every team, only ordering, Babata, you'll be in charge of the scanning device, let me know if anything happens. He returned to his resting quarters. That room was made of F9 alloys, of course it was won from His Majesty Meng Wei Na after countless years of battle. After flying for half a month over Continent 9. In the resting quarters. Luo Feng sat cross-legged. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Babata shouted out urgently from within. What's up? Luo Feng asked. Hurry and come to the control room. Babata said. You are purposely hiding something. Luo Feng smiled and walked out towards the control room. The external simulator was on within the control room. Luo Feng looked down and was shocked. Babata, why have you stopped the ship? We plan to enter the main continent, but why are you stopping in the air above Continent 9? Babata laughed weirdly. Wah! A screen appeared before Luo Feng and on it was a human image. He was dressed in a dark green armor with pointy ears, and his eyes were gleaming with red light like a venomous snake. The image gave others a chill. Nuolan Shan? Luo Feng was shocked. Babata, why are you showing me his picture? Don't tell me. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Hee, congratulations, you've guessed right. Babata said proudly. You've really found him? Luo Feng was shocked. Even now he still didn't dare to believe it, how huge was the outer region wars. Even though he flew through the large areas and scanned everything, it was still just a small portion of the entire battlefield. And he actually found Nuolan Shan. This was fate. The ship was flying in the air above Continent 9 with the scanning device turned on. Even though there were few human teams, there was nothing special. Just now, however, it suddenly discovered Nuolan Shan and I immediately recognized the signal, hence I stopped the ship. Back then, in order to get the treasures of Earth, he used many underhanded tactics. You and your family almost died at his hands. Babata said. And now to be able to meet him here, according to what the Earthlings say, it's divine intervention. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Nuolan Shan, back then he had sent a star-level team to Earth to use force to threaten Earth, during which many humans had died, and he forced the elites of Earth out of their bases, and destroying the many bases as threats. Luckily Luo Feng became the leader of Earth at the right time and used the Black Dragon Mountain laws to force him away. The Nuolan Shan family was dissatisfied and secretly sent a special elite team to swiftly capture all of Earth's leaders along with Luo Feng's wife Su Xian and his brother Luo Hua as hostages. His many tactics failed. He even sent 2 universe-level warriors over, of which one died and another became Luo Feng's sole slave. Finally, because of the incident in the world within a world, Luo Feng had gotten a powerful warrior to kill Nuolan Shan. He however had fled in fear and come straight to the outer region wars. Many things happened back to back, if even one of them had gotten messed up. If Luo Feng had become the Earth's leader later, Earth would have been reduced to nothing with countless killed or injured. If Luo Feng hadn't successfully saved his family, they would have probably died tragically. Nuolan Shan. Luo Feng was filled with killing intent. We haven't met in over 4,000 years, I wonder how strong you've gotten. Babata. Luo Feng ordered, scan where Nuolan Shan is and project it. Yes. A screen appeared immediately in mid-air and it displayed a shocking battle scene. On one side was humans with 2 undyings, around 200 sector lords, close to 2,000 domain lords and close to 20,000 universe levels. The other side was the demon race led by 1 demon undying. It was a completely scaled undying with 4 thick hooves. It had a layer of thin armor over its body and 2 malevolent heads, one of which had gold eyes and another had silver. This powerful demon undying was fighting against and suppressing the 2 human undyings. Simultaneously, the sector lords, domain lords, and universe levels of the demon race ranging in the thousands had all sorts of appearances. The smallest was at 10 m long while the largest reached 32 kilometers. With thousands of them, their power completely suppressed the human side. Among the close to 200 sector lords on the human side, there was 1 human silhouette, Nuolan Shan. Sector Lord Level 3? Luo Feng gazed down from the control room, however he could only see mist and not the battle scene itself, after which he looked up through the projection and mocked. They had sent a distress signal straight to him. Distress signals were sent to all surrounding allies within an area of 10 billion kilometers. Luo Feng realized his distance from the battle wasn't even 100 million kilometer. However, as his scanning device was advanced, it had blocked off any other party from scanning him, hence they couldn't detect him. However, the human side had the army system which informed them of when any allies were close by. Luo Feng, an undying from the battle below, is requesting a call. Babata said. Accept it. Luo Feng nodded. Send it to my ARM quantum computer. The screen displayed a white-robed man who had an urgent expression. Ally, please help us, my scanners cannot detect you but the army system has detected your marker. You should be stronger than us, and with us 2 undyings, we should be able to deal with the demon undying. Please come and help us, we can barely hold on. The weaker universe, domain lord and sector lords are all crumbling and fleeing in all directions. The Sector Lords may be able to flee, but the Universe and Domain Lord levels have very low chances. We are all humans, please help. Luo Feng nodded. Pa, he closed to call. That Nuo Lanshan sure is crafty. Luo Feng looked at the situation of the battle. At Sector Lord level 3, he naturally won't deal with the Sector Lord Pinnacle Warriors himself. Naturally, the other Sector Lords will help him. Looks like his relations with the others are not bad. If this goes on, he may escape. And many Universe and Domain Lord levels may die. Luo Feng shook his head. A black armor swiftly extended through his body, a black helmet covered his head and boots covered his feet. Simultaneously, a peculiar half-a-meter-wide stone board appeared beneath his feet, and an exquisite gold beast god shield about 2 m tall appeared in his hand. The golden horned beast doesn't require the beast god armament, I'll let the human body use it. Luo Feng thought. Luo Fu Chi board in beast god armament. This was the setup he was going to use to battle here. Rumble. The cabin door opened and he swiftly flew out. He rushed down. High in the air above the mountain range, the humans and demons clashed. One could see huge ancient statues within the mountain ranges. These were left behind by the original natives of the Yenji continent back then. However, over the trillions of years, the natives were no longer there. Even though the statues had some peculiar energies, most were completely destroyed. Second brother, we cannot hold on much longer. Nuo Lanshan said urgently. We are about to fall, get ready to flee. Fifth brother, you hurry and leave. Fifth brother, you are only Sector Lord level 3, if you meet any Sector Lord Pinnacle you will definitely die. Many of the Universe and Domain Lord levels have dispersed, hurry and flee, we have to give you all enough time. Second brother, you all. Nuo Lanshan was anxious. Go on. We won't die. Amidst the massacre, Nuo Lanshan gave off a pained expression but thought within, this is already the 63rd time fleeing in the outer region wars, one truly meets life or death comrades here. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to survive till now. It's a pity, over 1,000 years of relationship may just end like that. As Nuo Lanshan was preparing to flee, a powerful energy descended from above. Howl. A howl resounded throughout the land and skies. A huge beautiful bird-like silhouette rushed down and shocked both sides. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 778, Nuo Lanshan Shock. Chapter 778, Nuo Lanshan Shock. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. The beautiful terrifying huge bird silhouette rushed down, it was a black armored silhouette with a gold shield. Luo Fu Chi board. Luo Fu Chi board. There's hope. The two human undyings were gleeful. The malevolent two-headed demon undying however howled. The Luo Fu Chi board was a renowned flying weapon. It was naturally formed and made special. From a glance it was almost like a bird, especially with its naturally formed mysterious engraving of a bird. The moment it had fully melded with its owner, triggering it fully would produce the silhouette of a bird, causing one's speed to rise greatly. The price of the board was only about 1 to 2 million mixed elements. But as it was naturally formed, it was extremely rare and hard to buy. Even very few official level undyings had one. Having a Luo Fu Chi board alone was a display of status. Shu Fan, we can win. The copper-armored undying was burning with flames as he communicated excitedly. Ha, we may flip the tables. The seemingly weak man was surrounded with water droplets as he smiled. Howl, the demon undying was extremely cautious too. Even though it was attacking the two human undyings, it was ready to flee the moment anything bad happened. However, in that instant, what a joke! Both undyings stared wide-eyed. Sector Lord? How could it be a sector lord? Howl, the demon undying, was incredibly excited. Their energy detection was incredibly precise, instantly sensing that the black armored man rushing down was a sector lord. Even though his energy was off the charts, even though he stood on a Luo Fu chi board, it couldn't change the fact that this black armored man was still only a sector lord. How can it be a sector lord? The two undyings were about to crumble. They thought their savior had come, yet it was just a sector lord. Luo Feng stood on the board and rushed down. After looking at the malevolent two-headed demon undying, naturally he was very clear about what type of demon this was. Time-space nightmare, one of the 18 royal bloodlines of the demon race. At maturity it would naturally reach domain lord level. One head had a silver eye and the other had a gold. The gold eye could affect space while the silver could affect time. The moment both eyes used its strength simultaneously, it would have a strong control of both space and time. Combined with the law domain, it could amplify its strength by many times. And this beast below should be considered the shame of the time-space nightmare undyings. As a royal bloodline proficient in time and space, this particular beast had very low achievements in both time and space. Any stronger beast would easily reach official level, simply relying on its natural talents, and yet this one only reached pinnacle general level. It was indeed a shame to the bloodline. Otherwise, a royal bloodline family was actually used to lead an army on the battlefield, and not given a undying underlings. Time-space nightmare, even though it's far from the Hui Sua beast's time stop, and far from the golden horned beast's natural ability to strengthen, its population is still much more than both the space beasts. Luo Feng thought within. The 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the space beasts are much more valuable than the 18 bloodlines of the royal demon bloodlines. However, similarly, the chances of them becoming undyings are much easier than the space beasts. Time-space talent had different levels. Space binding was a talent too, but its effect was pitiful. Time flow change was a talent too. Normally it could speed or slow down time. Its amplitude was very minimal. Teleportation was a talent too. Its effects were heavenly. There were some life forms that were able to teleport from birth. Time stop was just as heavenly. The weaker races all have their heroes too. The strong ones would have their weaker warriors. Time-space nightmare, die. Luo Feng rushed down and instantly triggered the gold shield in his hand. Large amounts of rhombus-shaped metal plates flaked off, each with complex engravings as they instantly interweaved with countless gold threads. A total of 999 flakes shot out. As countless threads weaved through, connecting to the universe laws, it almost instantly formed a huge large beast god projection in mid-air. The 999 flakes vanished from sight and the beast god projection became clear, every scale on it visible. 4 thick legs with claws, a long scale tail, 1 horn that pierced the skies. The powerful energy that dominated the universe, even though it seemed weak at this moment, it still made others shudder. What's this? This. The 2 human undyings were shocked, even the demon undying stared wide-eyed at the image. As for the humans and demon sector lords, they all simply went limp in mid-air, falling from the skies and flopping on the ground. All of them were filled with fear, just the pressure alone made them crumble. Beast God Armament First Form, Beast God Descends. The black-armored Luo Feng stood on the Luo Fu Chi board and gazed down at the time-space nightmare. Howl, the beast below howled and rushed into the sky, simultaneously using both malevolent eyes to shoot out beams of light. The powerful law domain was affected by the time-space control and its power rose greatly, immediately rushing towards the seemingly small and weak black-armored sector lord. Poof! Luo Feng gazed below. Rumble! The surrounding space warped and a huge grassland appeared. The powerful world projection immediately clashed with the law domain. Rumble! The two clashed and the law domain was pushed back, finally closing in until it was only 100 kilometers around the beast itself. This made the beast give off a look of disbelief. How could his law domain be pushed back by world projection? Beast God descends with sky-tearing claw. Luo Feng thought. The powerful beast god projection let out a howl as it tore through space. This howl seemed to come from an ancient time itself, and as it flew, it rushed downwards and got incredibly close to the beast, after which it unleashed its malevolent claw. Tear! This blurry claw instantly tore through one of the beast's heads that was biting at him, tearing through the thin layer of armor. Red and blue spewed in all directions as its head was torn apart. The claw didn't seem to weaken at all as it followed through and slashed straight through the beast's torso.